had the lows, कैसे हो the lows? What's up? कल तेरे भाई ने एकदम आस पास जैसे खेल के उससे बात की रात भर वीडियो कॉल पे यूं कि आज वो लोग जीतेंगे करके। कैसे हो आ? नॉन बायस्ड पोल बोलते ये एक ही लौता चैट है जहां पे बायसनेस का स्मॉल भी नहीं है, कैपिटल दूर की बात। नॉन बायस वोट। नाइस पोल भाई। किसको सच्ची लगता है यार टैलेंट जीतेगा? हाँ, टैलेंट इज वेरी टैलेंटेड बट यू नो भाई है, लेकिन टैलेंट का रिटेक्स मेरे को वन ऑफ द बेस्ट रिटेक्स लगा था। ये मैं शायद 2 या 3 बार बोल चुका हूं कि वो लोग का रिटेक्स आर वन ऑफ द बेस्ट रिटेक्स आई हैव एवर सीन। ठीक है, लेकिन वापस करने को, वो भी लेव जैसी टीम के सामने, आई डाउट होएगा। तो देखते हैं, दी आसपास शो देखते हैं। आए प्रीमी है पता है, प्रीमी है। कैसा ना टैलेंट में भी प्रीमी है, लेकिन तुम्हारा कोई प्रीमी नहीं है। चुबाना ये बात दिल पे। आज सैड सॉन्ग्स 2024 सुनो बैच। न्यू एडिटर लाया क्या बंक्स भाई? नहीं, मैंने मेरे एडिटर के बूम बम दिया। वैसा वो देता मेरे को टेक्निकली। अबे साले सॉरी, मुझे गाली काहे दे रहे हो? काहे दुखती नस दबा रहे भाई? मूवी टाइम ब्रो, मूवी टाइम।
Bombing out of split 1 first, and then I lost my grandpa.
ये गोट के साथ में
And then
मिला।
coming back from that funeral, I had to go into playoffs. But what I was surprised by is that I had 4 other people stepping up for me. It was like our playoffs qual
यार
game.
बेचारा यार।
Strikes, elites there too. And difficult to root out a position. With Singh having it all on his shoulders. He's done it again. What a legend of this game.
सेफ
My
बोलते।
teammate walked up to me. I said, "That's for Grandpa."
आपके बीवी ने भर दिया एक को
And I
लास्ट
started
के।
crying.
This series is going to live long in his mind. I can't imagine where the emotions are at after that game.
And I think the most difficult part for me was accepting that other people can actually be there for you. I rely on my teammates a lot. I just want them to know that you are good enough to be here. You've earned
भाई
your right
जर्सी
to be
अच्छा
here.
लग रहा है मेरे को।
So just be happy.
नया जर्सी है क्या?
当确定来了冠军赛之后呢，就是会有那种可能不真实的那种感觉吧。这是我们值得啊，这是我们值得的事情，这是我们
भाई ये भी अच्छा लग रहा है जर्सी।
结果，我觉得 Vitality 是一支
अब ग्लास निकालना पड़ेगा। थैंक यू।
冲
दुखती नस साथ रखने का।
的一
एक्सक्यूज
支
मी।
队伍吧。我觉得 Safe 就是他们队内可能最强的那一个点吧。
Pinky
那
woke
我
up and
希
chose
望我
violence
们和
हाँ क्या?
小蜜
देखना
蜂
पड़ेगा।
能带给大家一场很精彩的比赛。
It feels like coming back home in a way. I'm the last one
Monsters,
standing
baby,
of the
monsters.
XCB. The one mission I have is to go back to back. I know how much hard work it took for
भूख
all
लग
this
गया
to do
KFC
last
देख के।
year, and I'm kind of bringing on that legacy with me this year.
It was our goal as a team that we will do anything in our power
Excuse me?
to make it to champs. I always wanted to show the true potential of Thai players on the big stage.
Every champions that I've been through, I've been content. The only difference is that
My
now I'm more
goat,
experienced and I am better than I was before.
The VIT is a mechanically gifted team.
Goat
We
पे
have
आसपास।
fast, but we have friendly.
I'm very excited to the match against Talon. I'm sure that it's
चैट
gonna
में
be
लाइव
a
कोचिंग
very
कर
good
सकता हूँ
match.
आसपास को T9 के लिए। बाकी 3 प्लेयर नहीं चाहिए। बस मैं और वो. हाँ सेज लेके रिवाइव दूंगा बैंच 2 इस.
Talon Music Sports.
ये कोच को देखा हुआ लग रहा है. अरे थैंक यू फॉर द फर्स्ट सुपर चैट ऑफ 20 रुपीस मेरी जान. सब चिल्ला रहे हैं आसपास.
A massive opportunity for Talon Esports here to do the unthinkable. Manage to shut down the America's champions, but let's be honest with everyone here today. It is going to be a tall task to do it. You're looking at some giants on the other side of the stage in Leviathan, but one thing is for certain, we are expecting some fireworks, and it should be a pretty damn fun game.
There was questions whether
Final
Leviathan
boss.
was ready in big games. They proved it in America's playoffs.
चैट ये वो वाला गेम तुमको याद है जब भी इंटर में ही बॉस आता है और तुमको मार देता है. ये वो वाला है. टैलेंट का इंटर मैच में फाइनल बॉस है. बुरा लगा.
Leviathan look amazing on that map, but they picked Bind. I don't think they've played that since May.
No.
It's a map that they haven't played much, and from what we know of Talon, they love to run wildcard picks. I mean, if they're picking
Premier
it, I'm sure they've got something
absolute
cooked up.
cinema.
And remember, they've only played 3 games with
Premier
Premier
मारेगा
on
तो
this
सही.
roster. One was the win that got them here. The other 2 were losses. So I think the biggest
मैं
question
imagine
is now
करो
with
अगर
more
Talon
time
जीतता है और Premier
practicing
40-50 मारता है.
integrating him into this roster and trying out new maps. What are they going to pull out?
I will say this much though, when you look at the stats
Huh?
from the past, right? Probably part of the reason why they went with the bind pick was
Why
that
all
G2
NA
did
team
manage
had
to beat
matches against
Leviathan
Pacific
on
teams?
this map 2 times.
Lucky,
That
they
being
got
said,
lucky.
It was
ऐसे
freaking
जीत रहा है ना, लेकिन
G2.
problem
It was
क्या
a
है?
different situation.
And
Exactly.
I don't even want to like discount that like Talon can't be as good as a team like G2. I think it's really stylistically. G2 plays really well into Leviathan. They are the slowest, most default-heavy team. They're really focused on mid-rounding, on that kind of stuff. Talon is a mastermind in that regard. When I think of Talon, it's a lot more set ideas, faster plays, things like that. I don't think they're as strong in the mid-rounds.
PRX
And I
out
think
है
that
क्या?
this is a
Match ही नहीं हुआ,
difficult
पहली
nut to
बार
crack
कर
with
रहे हो.
Leviathan. And that is... Okay, so let's
Holy.
start with Talon. Neon, Yoru.
Okay, yeah.
Holy
where's
guys.
your plant denial? I'll say for one. No Prim Molly, no Raise Nade, no Gecko Mosh Pit.
And on defense,
You
where's
are-
your
No
stall?
Gecko plant.
You only have the Viper there.
Dude, but at the end of the
No
day,
need
it's an FPS
to
game,
stop
so
the
maybe
push.
if they shoot really well, they'll win.
But you know, when I see this though, this tells me
Guys,
that Talon wants
the
to get in their
fuck?
face and they want to do it round after round. That's what that says to me.
I mean, this is what you want, to come out with something crazy to catch your opponent off guard. This is going to be a tough game for King, for Itopata to try to
Guys, ये
adapt to
क्या
a
है?
concept. They probably never scrimmed before.
Dude, I'm just cackling at the
What
call.
is the Yoru even?
It's-
That's
you
crazy.
just want
ये देखो इसका चालू. इसके वजह से लोग मैच के बीच में भी सोते.
to set you up. You
5
wanna be
flashes, 1
constantly-
stun.
Constantly brawling, I think, with this combo is the only way.
Wow, I did not
सब
see
practice कर
that
रहे हैं, आसपास
composition
को देखो.
coming, but
Who could have?
that's Talon, baby. That's Talon, and we're in for a good one. Let's see how this all
भाई
unfolds.
बाइंड
We're ready
में
for
ये
that
कॉम
one.
थोड़ा
We're gonna send it
क्रेजी
over
है
to
बे.
your catchers.
हाँ?
My beautiful ball brother from another mother. You got Tom and then that other guy.
Tom and
Thank
another
you so
guy.
much, GB. The other
Hello,
guy
other
and
guy.
Tom here. Yeah, I'm excited for this one. We heard a lot about Talon from the guys behind the scenes about how crazy their comms can be, but this, Tom, this might
किसको
just
सपोर्ट
take
कर
the
रहा है?
cake.
Yeah, someone's been cooking, and I'm not sure how it smells. I think we'll
भाई
find out
crazy
very
comp है
soon.
बिलेव
I'm
का.
excited to see it.
बहुत
because
crazy
ultimately,
comp है.
Do I believe they could go in with normal standard comps and win this game? Absolutely
मतलब
not. I don't think they stand a chance.
तूफानी
The
comp
fact
है.
that
वो
they
लोग
haven't
को
played this
heavy
map since
लड़ना
stage
पड़ेगा.
one makes me think that okay, yeah, they have to come up with something different,
अगर
something
site
new,
दे दिया,
something
लग
innovative.
गए.
So they picked a map they don't play
तो
for a while,
aggression
and then
देखते
they've
हैं.
come out with this,
Aggression
which
versus
I think is going to be
आसपास.
exciting to watch. Whether it's good or not, I don't
Comp
know. And I want to
wise,
add in one thing.
लेव
Got a
जीता.
cruise team,
Like on paper,
up against an
comp
America's
wise,
team.
slow
in the
default
early
खेल सकते हैं,
stages of the
fast खेल
tournament.
सकते हैं, जो
Somewhere out
खेलने का
there,
खेल सकते हैं.
Finesse is panicking.
Well, let's see if Talon taste as good as they smell. That sounded differently in my head. Leviathan on the defensive side for pistol round. A lot of investment. We got
dogs
Sheriffs
पूरा
and
नहीं
Ghosts with Mazzino. One of the highlight players for me. This guy stands out in the stats. I saw your tweet, Tom, and that's for sure. This composition from Talon, it might be able to put Lev on the back foot.
Oh,
We know this man's going to end up sitting at the top of the scoreboard.
यार ये बंदा hacker है बे.
There's anyone on the other side who can stop him. Primmy's the man we've been looking at, but taking that initial fight, well, it is going to be Primmy to get the kill.
Primmy ने मारा.
Creed is there, and now King steps up, leaving just a couple to try and stand, make it just one. Jip Boy's on the wrong side of the map, plenty of time. And
Whoa,
that was a nice shot.
whoa.
A couple more of those, he might have a chance.
Yeah, listen, a few players are low, but that dropout of Hookah is deadly, and they're all stacked up, ready to take the fight clean in the late stage of the round. Leviathan up 1-0. The pistol is theirs, but when the rifles come out, this Euro from Primmy, I'm very excited for what it can do. Cause them to stay in the back lines and maybe, like I said, put the
problem क्या मालूम है? लेव में सिर्फ आसपास नहीं है, आसपास +4 है, +4 वो problem है.
Sometimes with the controller,
nah?
I'm basically putting him into position to maybe try and throw a fake in or something like that. So we have to see how that continues throughout. I also like that we've seen a couple of sort of role switches.
फिर Premier Governor मारेंगे.
Playing that Brimstone and to bring in the Sky.
Ban भी मारेगा.
They've actually swapped things up a little bit. Again, seconds into the round, it's going to be Aspas with another opener. And I don't blame them for
2 out of 2 first blood, guys.
And going back the other way.
Yeah, look, you got no shields. There's no point fighting an outlaw in general, and when it's in the hands of Aspas, yeah, definitely look for the other side of the map. Weaker weapons do await them there, but again, the dropout, always going to be dangerous. Someone like a Neon could definitely close the distance, but now that's not an option. We'll look to Primmy to try to find that space. Sky flash out, and they've dropped. Already getting pretty close. Now the danger is certainly there for Calm. He's not even able to grab the one. Overwhelmed by the numbers on the site. A plant secured, a small upgrade for Talon. The plant to be secured now. Better position. It looks like they'll try to fight Mazzino for long control.
Jitboy का HP देख और उसका attitude देख.
Get back up to a decent position.
1 HP पे लेकिन ना.
The problem is that none of that weaponry has been retrieved.
Confidence
also,
on
other
top.
than that sniper, a relatively low investment in this round. Rifles not available for the side of Leviathan. I don't imagine that they expected there was ever going to be a plant in this round. Primmy going to try and play up close. We've heard a lot about this guy and what he can do, but this was not the time for it, unfortunately. And now they're all just going to get slaughtered. One man standing, and the last man gone as well.
Well, that was certainly set up to be a very difficult retake, trying to fight their way back through. You saw a little bit of caution from Leviathan, waiting for the re-execute of Talon, but I guess the attacker's game plan, grouping up, healing, and then taking that 3v1 it would have been on B-Long, just disrupted by the fact that Leviathan grouped 2 in spawn, 2 in hookah, retake nicely. But look, getting the plan down at least, getting the 1 kill, it doesn't end up coming through for any real economy damage. Leviathan are pretty healthy when it comes to those credits, but here come the rifles for Talon, and we're going to get to see the real game plan behind these agents. Again, you have a Yoru, you have a Neon, the ability to quickly turn the tide of a fight that you set up is there. The only question is if they can find success against the squad of this caliber.
Hello. Immediate push through Governor. He's going to run into 2 players though. Very much solo, very much away from the rest of the team, and that's the 1 rifle. That's something I want to mention. Aspas has now brought into he's chucked his sniper over to Tex, but they're still playing with SMGs. Normally nowadays you don't see this hard.
Guys, एक और first blood Aspas का?
Like having 3-4 rifles.
Yep.
So this is a round that Talon can't afford to lose. It would be such a boost to the economy of their opponents.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? सीधा 4v5 ही खेल लो ना?
As they already have been in part. Kings recovered that Vandal, and now Talon 4 versus 5. Slightly better weapons for Leviathan, a little bit of damage done, but it's Jip Boys down to 30. A little bit of heal to come through. They've at least secured themselves 1 kill, but off that pick, they're not quick enough to take the site control. Leviathan have rotated in, and by the time they go for this hit, and Tom, it does look like they're still going to go for this hit. There's going to be 3 players waiting on site, 2 rifles as well. This is not an easy take by any metric, and Jip Boys has gone down ahead of the take. Now Aspas is farming on the site, 4 already.
Primmy, 2 मारा,
1v1. Already a successful bonus, and a chance for a little bit more with Tex on the Outlaw.
Tex is playing it patient though. All in all, a pretty successful round already for the side of Lev, but at this stage, you still got your sniper. You're going to sit there and hope that you can take this one over the line. Flash is going to give the game away, and he's not quite far from the site. I think he's not got enough time. Oh, no. Oh, dear.
Well, they've won their bonus round.
Oh, dear,
Dizzy, the MVP of this round. You know,
अरे यार उसने टाइम नहीं देखा यार, उसने टाइम नहीं देखा.
He's fairly new. We'll give Privy a break. He's only coming very recently for this squad. He's only been on the Pacific stage a few times.
Second game of Yoru. But I'm sure he's played it a lot in rank. That is a disappointing way to lose out in the round. You can see Leviathan's coaching staff, Ida Pada, having a little laugh at the end. That's a relief of a round handed to Leviathan. And now, 3-0, a phenomenal start. Sure, they don't get to save
guys, अगर इसे फिर से फर्स्ट बैट मारा था, मैं रिपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, अब भी लॉगिन करके.
But they will be happy with what they've acquired. Showstopper online for Aspis after a big round in the last. Here's Yoru taking control over Lamps. Nade greets him, and he's down to 70, already tagged heavy. That's going to give a good chance for Aspis to delete him later on with the Outlaw.
The goal will be for Talent to try and get into some of these closer range positions. Aspas, he seems well aware of what Cruz has attempted. And just with the amount of delay they currently have, look at where the Leviathan players are, never mind, look at where they were. Jit Boys has managed to already drop 2. And this round now looks doable.
It does.
With Aspis on 8 HP especially, even that showstopper might not be able to be shot out of the sky with just the one bullet, and he was almost wall banged out of the round. They know that King's around this position. The bait doesn't work. Governor's now trapped in a corner, worried about the peek out from heaven, and King soon to look for that kill. Orbital strike to push him into the open. Leviathan feeling confident, and then they should be. Down goes Ban, it's only Governor, 1v3, low on Aspas, and he gets the first. Adjustments almost there. King dodges the shot to the head, but they have to push into him. Snake bite, not covering him. He has a small angle, and King's about to swing into it. Question is, will he wait for the support? The wall bangs force him down to 50 already, but Governor's tagged low as well. Low enough for King to survive that onslaught for his 3rd kill in the round, and 4-0 we go. Talon, they didn't invest a lot though, and they made this look doable at a point.
Yeah, I think Jit Boys was the main part of that round. Being able to hit a couple of shots, we know that this guy has definitely got some crispy aim in his back pocket. It's just been a quieter start for the rest of the team. Governor at least able to find, I believe, his first in that round, but for Ban and Cruz, we haven't really seen too much, and going back in with another buy. It's going to be fairly important that they get themselves onto the scoreboard soon. Bear in mind that this is the map that they've chosen.
भी लग रहा है टैलेंट अच्छा खेल सकता है क्योंकि वो लोग के पास है.
I'm not going to lie.
एम भी है, स्टैट्स भी है. हाँ?
Around the 5% mark. I think Leviathan have looked incredible on that map.
Yeah, Talon essentially got a choice of Icebox or Ascent, whichever one I think Leviathan would be happy to play.
Although we did think that with FPX.
Yeah, no, you know what? Fair enough. There's always that chance. But, Tom, if it's a slow start, if it keeps going this way, I'm not going to feel too confident about the bounce back coming into the next. We need to see Talon showing up. Like I said, last round, there was some serious promise there. They got a good amount of kills. It looked winnable at a point, and just a fight or two. Primi losing
out ult as well.
Yeah, they got rid of the orbital strike. And if Primi wins that duel on Bath, they might even win the round.
+1.
That's not how it goes down this time. And now coming into the bye round, that showstopper's still there for Leviathan. They've upgraded to an operator as well. The defensive side has so much to work with, and the Bath control challenged by Primi. He's the only one here. If King wins this fight, you're cutting it down to just a one-angled approach, and they've heard the steps. They know that he's about here.
That's the ult at least. That was the goal.
He's using it.
Immediately used, and we'll have to force King back. The rest of the team making their way through middle, but they've left Governor behind. He's trying to catch someone as they rotate, and actually, the whole team is going to rotate. They haven't pulled anyone though.
भाई वो double pick करके ए जा सकते हो तो.
We've spoken about being a hero, but it's only going to be the one. The trade fantastic, and the best opportunity we've seen so far. Ban trying to play aggressively though. And that might be a problem.
Yeah, that hasn't worked out. Primi, shot bay. Swing from Governor. Alongside Jit Boy secures the round. Talon, one round on the board. A nice fake on A. Some risks taken. Primi's control over Bath if that goes awry. And the advantage is there for Leviathan, but the
भाई A fake ठीक है, लेकिन वो लोग अल्ट मारने के बाद वो लोग वापस वो ए आ सकते हैं. उसने अपना टिपी डाला था. अगर वहाँ पे कुछ गलत होता है तो.
One kill, he's shut down immediately.
टीम है.
Comms caught with utility in hand.
मजा आ रहा है.
From then on, it's all dominance because they were very low on the clock. They're leaving that 15, 20
BT हो रहा है ना. रुको जरा. रुको
If
कोच भाई.
at the back,
एक राउंड बाद टाइम आउट लेंगे ये लोग.
Fact that Governor as a solo lurk eliminates him is great, and look at the economy already. Okay, Governor, he's feeling it with this neon. They've taken down Aspas as well. Well, this round is already over.
Yeah, pretty much. You're down to Calm and Mazzino, weak weapons to try to clutch it back. Last round, too, Aspas tried to use the showstopper, so that's not there for them even in the future. Good recovery early on in the half by Talon.
Governor Primi duo.
They're even moving the right direction. Yeah, the only advantage that you would have here for Leviathan is if Talon go blindly pushing into you. Maybe Cruz TPs into heaven, gets taken down by the Stinger, someone walks blindly into Lamps. But
so basically if they do something really dumb.
Yeah, and we saw that when they had pistols out, but you're not going to do that with rifles. Instead, it's just a direct approach to B. They're going to walk in, get a free plant, and from that point, Leviathan, consider saving. Try to make this a costly round. The economy starting to get pretty healthy for the attackers after last two.
Jit boys free kill bolte.
The fact that they won it fairly clean. I think there was a slight upgrade at least for Mazzino. So although their economy should be good for the next round, he may consider
Jit boy ko free kill milega
just looking for an exit and then holding on to the gun. And for Com, wow, if he saves the bucket, I don't think there's any realm where that happens. I think he's looking to try and get closer to the spike, but ultimately,
okay.
He's going to win a 1v1 with a classic versus
fair
enough. That is an upgrade worth saving. Can just head back. I think he may get caught by Cruz, but he's definitely aware of the angle. He's going to win that fight as well. 2 kills. I spoke about exits. I don't think they're ever going to get more than that. And he gets an upgrade.
Yeah, both players will get upgrades out of that, and you're nice and comfy. I mean, they already have the rifle on Mazzino, so there's no need to go down to that spike. Carry it forward to the next. A little injection of economy for them. Side of Talon, building up ultimates, but really, the guy drawing your eye. We talk a lot about Primi, but it's Governor. The way that he's able to take space so quickly, like we said 2 rounds ago, catching Calm off guard with Util in hand, and then this time, the stun goes in, the dash, and then again, another little cha-cha slide in for the third. Beautiful stuff from this man, and he got to farm up some of those eco kills. He got the entry in the last. Let's see what he can do here. Going into round 7, rifles for all.
I also feel like this sort of agent with this sort of
you
need him just being as confident as he is. Even if it doesn't work every single time, just not falling back. And he is. He's going straight back for it. Past the Molotov. King's trying to bait out the idea that he's retreated. He's still going forward. He ran through all of the util. Okay, I've maybe a little bit of an injection of fear, but the rest of the team have still capitalized. Primi holding his ground on the flank. They've kept this advantage, but for a moment, as Cruz again attempts to TP, this is absolute chaos. Back into a 2v2 scenario. Ult popped as well by Primi, and now it's just one. Again, we talk about this man, the Prince of Pacific, the new blood, but I don't even know if he's going to peak this in time, and not quite quick enough. Com will take his head off and give a 5th round to Leviathan.
Well, Tom, you mentioned that Governor needed to have that confidence, maybe a little less confidence than what we saw in that round. Just a small bit less. That was a little crazy. Popped up the fast lane, tried to take the space, and you know, you can pump the brakes every now and then. A timeout for Talon on the back of that round, and somewhat expected. This was pure chaos, and Aspas being able to survive towards Lambs, grab that little bit of extra space. Again, the TP up into heaven for Cruz, just not working out. We've seen it a couple of times now, and there's always that extra player to catch him off.
That's the thing, even though Governor goes down, there were moments in this round where it was even multiple times, just because they are pulling Leviathan into the chaos that they want. So if it wasn't for, as you said, a player getting caught trying to TP, currently having a rough time, maybe he left a little bit further back, or even just when that 2v2, I think it's Primi in his ultimate, ends up getting caught. It's like, if they can go from absolute chaos into a little bit more synergy, I actually think that these rounds are going to be much harder for Leviathan to play than if, again, you're trying more set executes, because they are losing so much ground instantly just to the stuff that Governor is doing. The credit you have to give those that Leviathan are adapting.
Governor
gonna overshadow Primi. Primi to abhi nahi hai. He was on the flank so fast. He knows that this is a commitment with what he was able to find on the other side of the map. And I think that's going to be the main thing. If they can spot where this push is coming,
not entirely uske wajah se, lekin
it becomes a lot easier for them to hold their
ground. Uska bahut bada haath hai bhai.
Yeah, and you know, some of the things they're missing, like Cruz going up into heaven, you imagine there's a smoke there, Yori flash behind it, and they can peek in it. And even for Governor's initial entry, you pump the brakes, wait for Mosh Pit. Once it's gone, flash out, fast lane, you're taking sight. Like, we're not seeing that synergized level. Sometime coming down to those individual plays that aren't working out, but You can understand it. Like we said, the confidence for Governor was high after the last couple. He's done some damage and forced out the Viper's pit in the first couple seconds.
Like you could see that Covy's going, he might just run it down. I want to make sure that my pit's set up, but also that I'm within it and safe. So he just has to use his util immediately. And this time they haven't just executed off it. Maybe they were scared away. Boys, though, is going to be challenged.
Shot,
This guy's aim is so crispy. 2 players dead. A third one there. And the third one is probably the one you're most scared of.
Yeah, it would be. Staying tucked in as well. As Aspa's going to overstay his welcome there. If Talon go back towards it, they'd be in trouble. And you have Calm sat inside the pit, cautious that someone could be dropping out, trying to make a play out of Hookah. And, well, based on the icons on the map, that might be exactly what we're going to get. Still sitting around mid is Cruz, looking for the fight. Paranoia goes through. That's ultimately just keeping players in position on A. The full executes the B site. They're going to bypass the pit and leave Calm basically out of the round. He has to fight from a not so favorable angle. Instead, he's just going to give it up, drop the pit, and play the retake with his squad. But the re-pit from Talon, that's secure in spawn side. They have a good idea where Com is, that's for sure. And Mazzino's known to be towards A. This round seems to be tied up in a nice bow.
Only problem could be if they think Com is still towards long, because that's where the pit was. But even still, it would have to be a massive oversight for no one to think.
I think Ban is watching it.
Mazzino's already been spotted. Not really an opportunity to get out of here either for Com, unless they're just going to completely abandon their posts. And I think he's just going to try and wait for them to back away and then do exactly the same himself, which is what he's managed to do. I think he will get out of this with the gun, so that's something at least. But again, it's these. I think the thing that's working out is firstly, Jip Boys. Whenever he's put in a position to frag, he has been unbelievable. But also, just the way that they're reacting. Like they didn't blitz through the pit this round. They didn't just try and run it down through. And because of that, you see the reaction of their opponents trying to find out. They need that info. They need to know where this take is coming. When that happens, it becomes very easy for them to just sort of pick the rest apart.
Well, I think that it comes back to what you said a few rounds ago, Tom. The fact that this squad of Leviathan is adapting well. You're seeing this on the Talon side. They're constantly looking to do something else. If you're pushing A, you're making the noise there, they'll push B, they'll take the space. If you do nothing, well, let's sit in defaults and see what their adaptation is. And here it was to give Jip Boys 2 fights that he took, well, seemingly with ease. 5-3. Recovery from Talon clear in the early half. The attack side's not going to let this one slip. It's going to be more of the same for them. A little bit of noise on B. Getting caught by the flash. Leviathan know there's players outside of it, but again, Jip Boys and Cruz holding down those A aggressive angles. Of course, though, Leviathan making the adjustment from last round. Last time we pushed and they were waiting. Now we'll just wait.
It still means they have to go for these gambles. Now, the thing is, they've got the flash still available with the Dizzy on Tex. And then a singular flash remaining for Mazzino. So he's got to time it well. The goal will either be to try and play it with the retake, which, considering how passive the A-site players currently are, I think that might be the plan. Either that or just use that flash late, which is what he's doing right now, to get information. Nothing found on the B-site. An aggressive push as well from Com. Now, Com doesn't have anything to play with in this round. He's literally just got himself this shorty. But with the control he's taking, they now know everything they need.
All the rifles stacked up, Thrash in heaven, ready to be fired out as soon as that deep space is taken. There's the fast lane. That is actually a Dizzy fired up, and a drop down. That's Governor gone. Aspas doubling up, and then Tex comes into the fight. He's being pressured. Actually swings out a little wide. King's there for the trade afterwards, and with 12 seconds left, the pressure's on. Cruz needs to go for it. The shorty's chasing him down, grabbing a rifle. Com finishes it off. 6 on the board for Leviathan. The lead extended now, and a chance to lock in the lead at the halftime.
Me being alive and not throwing this is so much more important. Like, I need to play angles that only work with the shorty. But he's ultimately what wins them the round. Like, you can look at the numbers, you can look at the players that got the kills, but it was the flash that was thrown out long towards the B site, and then having that deep control into Luka where he was able to get the information so everybody could flank. And it's exactly the same that happened a few rounds ago. He did the same thing where he gets in on a fast flank, and because of that, they have all the players there. Sure, neither the likes of Aspas and others to hit the shots, but without that info, you can't stack that site.
Yeah, really important early round for Leviathan. And I wonder if Talon are going to make the adjustment. They're seeing that the Sky Flash, when it doesn't get contact, the aggression comes through. This time they have a player there tanking the flash. And early on, that's going to deny Leviathan the opportunity to walk up. For Leviathan, maybe
ये wall
they
की
decide
वजह
to
से
go
ना
walk
शायद
about
at least
elsewhere.
हुक्का वो
That's
लोगों
why
को clear
Jip Boys
करना
is still
पड़ेगा.
in this position. He had success before. He's just begging them to push down on short over on the A side, but that's not coming through. The dog not really finding too much information, just the one player spotted by it. And I think the idea is to make the noise, drag the rotations, and now they've got confirmation. They've heard the Brim smoke go down. So on Talon, you know that extra players come in. Typically, Brimstone, King has been on that A side. And I think they'll TP to A and take a quick hit.
The thing that makes me nervous is just the ults. The defensive side have so much to play with. They didn't need the thrash for the last round. Orbital strike available. They've got a showstopper. You can't be hitting this site late. And while it's going to be 40 seconds, for Talon make their move.
Yeah, the rotations are already in. Leviathan again stacked up. They try to pressure after the ult goes through, but King, Tex, Aspis, they're all here. And there's still one man that's flown under the radar. Talon have Jip Boys on 26 HP. It's fair to say the responsibility sits with Cruz. And well, blink and you miss it. I'm not sure who died first if I didn't see the kill feed. 7-3. Leviathan guaranteed a lead at the half. The question is by how much?
Yeah, I think we've gone from one extreme to another. Like in the early rounds, it was those blitzes through that took so much control, so much space, which made Leviathan have to adapt and start using utility early. Really early Molotovs, really early snake bites. Now it's gone into this much slower pace. They're playing patiently. They're using the initiators to get the information, and then they're rotating with pretty much plenty of time to spare. I feel like Talon almost need to at least claim a little bit of map control early, just so that if they are going to go for one of these hits late in the round, they actually have some ground to go in and they haven't given everything over to their opponents.
हुक्का लेना पड़ेगा, हुक्का लेना पड़ेगा. इस बार बिलोंग के बाद mostly हुक्का लेंगे.
The attack side ideas laid in. One orb away from Primy's ult, which found them a lot of success in clearing out sites, though I think still more can be desired from it. Will be online for the last round, at the very least. Maybe you can find it here. Push up towards A seems evident. Ban left on the other side of the map to cause some chaos. They've again caused that rotation to come through on B, but look, the dog's just gone down B long. It's seen absolutely nobody. Rotates now back to A, but this is the first time in a while that Talon are finding the site relatively undefended. And the kill goes in on the other side of the map. Chaos for Leviathan. They're picked off left, right, and center. Mazzino has the pressure on him. The whole squad coming towards him. Bar Jip Boys, who's left behind. A flash on the left, a swing on the right, but the dash keeps him alive. A little slide around for Governor. And with 7 HP, keeps the 5v1 in fruition.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of what Governor's doing is just irrational and annoying. But when you're sat on the other side, it's so difficult to play against. The King. Finances are good. You're going to be going into the last round, so you might as well try and challenge this. And Governor again, it's a flawless, but now going the other direction. And I like the adaptation. Like one of the things that we noted was how easy it was for Comp to push up. So they go for an initial fight towards that A site, and then they fall back and they just wait for him. Because he is going to push that, because he succeeded doing it for 4 rounds in a row.
That is the adaptation. That's what we wanted to see. Coming into last round as well, Doru ult's going to be online, and like I said, Talon have had some success with this. Having Primi lead the way, the rest of the squad cascading behind him, Governor quickly executing on that information. We'll see if Leviathan have an early strategy of their own, because I see a stack up towards this B site, ult used by Governor. The finger guns are out, but Jip Boy still having that success. Every time they push an angle, this guy's holding. He's good to double up and then some. Mazzino's going to try to deal with him now. Oh, and he's turned at just the wrong moment. But it doesn't seem to matter too much. A 4v2 with Governor's pick.
King's ult, it's been online for a while. I think Mazzino's still wary that they could be on the other side, but the plant's going to be denied. That will allow for a rotation. The fact is they could still go back if they wanted to. A hero desperately needed for the side of Leviathan, otherwise Talon will have at least been able to close the distance from the way that this half started.
7-5
I don't know if they're going to be given anything, although a few fights offered up to King.
Crazy.
Still a flash for Ban if they need it. Same thing for Primi. Governor doesn't seem to want any help. Going in for the fights by himself. There's the Primi flash, and there's the closer. Great half from Governor and from Talon, recovering to a 7-5 scoreline. That's not bad. That is certainly manageable if Leviathan don't have a crazy attack side of their own.
Yeah, I think it's a few of those multi-frags that came out. I think Jit Boys did a very good job of just this incredible sort of fights. But either way, I believe we'll be back after a short break.
भाई देखो टेक्निकली टैलेंट बहुत बाप खेला, स्ट्रैट्स भी खतरनाक थे, ठीक है। 3 राउंड से जो लोग एक्चुअल में निकाल सकते थे 8-4 हाफ कर सकते थे, लेकिन मेन प्रॉब्लम है अब क्या, डिफेंस में क्या करेंगे। अटैक प्यारा था, डिफेंस में क्या करेंगे पता नहीं, क्योंकि कॉम्प एकदम ही बांग भूसड़ा कॉम्प है। बिंग्स फर्स्ट पर्सन जो सपोर्ट करे तो कैरियर एंड -1 लिखो सुपर चैट पे। पिकम्स के लवली लगेंगे, मेरा अगर टैलेंट जीते तो सबके लगेंगे बे, सबके लगेंगे। मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, ऐसा हो सकता है कि एक भी बंदा वर्ल्ड में नहीं है जो 100% टाइटल का हकदार है। इट्स अ पॉसिबिलिटी। -1 माइनस का साइन नहीं पता क्या चैट? जो भी +1 लिख रहे तुम सबका दिन अच्छा जाएगा यार। लव यू। _1 लिखा, -1 लिख रहे अभी।
Welcome back to half number 2 of Leviathan versus Talon. The first half, the attack side for Talon went according to plan. 5 rounds on the board. Big contention from this squad. Had some hope of them being able to take this map. Ascent, the next map up, doesn't look quite so good for them and looks very good for Leviathan. So if they're going to do it, we need them to do it here. We've said that before and it's been wrong, but I'm not so sure this time.
Yeah, we'll keep saying it. We'll keep
डर
being
तो है
I
आपका।
don't mind. I don't mind. I
ये
think
डर अच्छा लगा।
one of the sort of saving graces
ए
is
चैट
when we
5
saw
के
this
लाइक्स
map play
करो,
versus
क्या ये
G2,
वोट
it was
ज्यादा है,
8-4
व्यूअर्स भी ज्यादा है,
defense for
लाइक्स
Leviathan,
देखो।
and they really struggled on the attack.
15 सेकंड है,
I
लाइक
do
करो
feel
सब
like
लोग।
G2 are a bit of a different beast on this map, and
मेरा
especially
अभी
with this
तक सब राइट
composition,
है,
we sort of
अगर
talking
ले
about
आ रहा
it during
तो।
the halftime. It's like, how are you going to make a Neon Yoru defense work?
नंगा
And
नासिफ टैलेंट
as I
ने
said,
बोला
I
था,
have a lot of
टिबोन
faith
ने,
in
टिबोन ने
Cruz's
बोला।
imagination. I'm sure the coaching staff have come up with a lot of ideas. It's whether they work.
Whether they work, and whether they work versus Leviathan.
They've got 4 players B at the beginning of the round. This looks like almost a direct counter to whatever pistol they think their opponents have got planned. And the stun, decent, but they don't get anything off it.
Yeah, Tex was waiting for Primmy's peak, but even as he swings out now, he's caught. An opening duel for the side of Talon. They keep their control. And the players still looking to get aggressive around here. There's no need to rotate all too heavily. They've got themselves a nice early advantage. The question is now, with 4 players on B, as the timer ticks down, do they start to rotate?
Players over towards long.
4 long.
It's weird. They're almost playing this like an attack. Like, let's group up together. We got one lurker, a Viper on the other side of the map. Here we go. And well, another one coming up. Mazzino trades one, but Ban's done well. Calm on the lurk. But he probably knows now that there isn't going to be anyone else here. It's whether or not Aspas can actually retrieve this spike.
No blast packs to get him in and out. And Cruz quickly takes his head off. Columns flank all that remains of the round, and like you said, the spike is down. He's gonna have to probably TP to go and get that. That would give him away. Instead, he's rotating the loud way, the long way, and well, put in a box. 20 seconds left. 4 kills, spike plant, and next to no time to do it. The spams are really what it comes down to, and there's a man right behind him with a knife out. No, okay. Thank you, Cruz. Let's applaud Cruz for that one. He's saved at least a little bit of pride for Calm. 7-6, a pistol for Talon. The gap's closing.
Cruz.
Yeah, I think Cruz maybe needed to kill a little more.
आराम
He's been
ज़्यादा
having a
throw
rough
कर रहा
one
है.
so far, but I'm sure he would have wanted to humiliate Com just as much as anybody else on that team.
Cruz
But you
ने
can see,
बचा लिया.
again, they're playing such a hard game to read. Like 4 players over
Let's
towards
get
this
by.
B site right off the rip. They
Knife
must have been
is equal to
convinced
Gussa is
in
equal
their
to
read on what Leviathan
boom,
likes
bam.
to do in the pistol. Either that or they were just going to attempt to jump straight through the TP if anything was shown on the other side. Governor, well, it's looking like more of the same. He loved playing in showers in the first half, and he's back again.
अच्छा खेल रहे, सब तारीफ कर रहे हैं, अच्छी बात है.
TP with the decoy. Noise heard. Leviathan take control over Bath again, leaving Calm on the other side of the map to try to get this done. Catch someone off. We've already seen what his classic can do, so pretty confident in his duels. The Bath control. This is a risk by Primi. He's going in for the fight against a lot of pistols, but the TP comes through. Big rotation. Flash is good. Swing is better. And the round is secured with just one loss. Gorgeous stuff. 7-7, tied up now. And, well, I guess the real test for Talon will be in the future rounds now, when the buy rounds come out and we get to see the limitations potentially of this comp. But like you said, they could have some ideas. I'm excited to see what they are.
I think we've already seen a couple of them. The fact that, again, you've got the classic sort of Tiger setup where you have the screen blocking and then you have the pop flashes through along with the Tiger to reveal anyone on the other side. It's a lot easier to do that versus pistols than anything else, but again, like this is something that LEV won't have been prepared for, won't have been practicing against. For now, a couple of Guardians, Bulldog, Judge, and a Marshall, and a very quick take coming out of LEV.
Snake bite blocking out the backside, but Governor's up top.
Well, this is the BT I'm talking about.
These players with the Marshall deal some damage. Forced back by the spams. Leviathan get control of site. Plant in, no flank, but they're watching it with confidence. Snakebite already used, like you said, so there's a little bit of post-plant utility stripped from them. In this round, you're going to look to do the damage with the rifles. There's a Judge on Jit Boys that's going to have a tough time in taking anywhere else other than Lamps, and so he's following the dog straight through, already tagged up, and they give up the space. Little tap from Aspis as well. He's making it costly in terms of health, but now he's dropped. Quick peek by Governor's good. Decoy reveals the position of Mazzino, starting to connect the dots on where these players are, and Mazzino wants to make a play, but straight into the entire force of Talon. King steps up when needed. His fourth kill, and an ace might be needed. The Molly buys him a little bit more time. Up quickly as Governor, dashing around. The ace locked in, and the lead is kept by
It's funny, we were having a conversation in the green room.
Yeah,
we were highlighting players, we were talking about Aspas, Mazzino, and you were like, maybe if those two guys don't turn up. What I say to you, I was like, what about King? What about King? They needed him. They desperately needed him in this round because, again, Talon are just grouping up like a death ball. And the thing is, every single time somebody was swinging into this angle, they got destroyed until King. The final blockade standing in their way.
Well, listen, I'll say this. Talon have had two very impressive bonus rounds. When it comes to those low buys, they're getting a lot of damage done. And that may stand to them if they can win this one. Leviathan will then be lower on cash.
Yeah.
8-7. The scoreline close to neck and neck. The rifles out for Talon with an ult on Primi again. But this time defensive side, it won't have that same effect. But if Leviathan keep pumping the brakes on this, he might just use it for the info.
For entertainment
Everybody's
purposes.
favorite operator angle. You've pushed all the way through showers. I feel like I've said that about 8 times with him so far this game. The problem is it locks down control. They're just walking up. I think they're starting to realize how much of a gamble in these rounds are being taken by Talon. And because of that, they just have a free amount of space. The good thing for the side of Talon is not only do you still have showers control, which is about to be fought for, though the shot is missed, and now, well, Governor's under real trouble. How has he done that? Oh, Comma's just been absolutely destroyed. He's been made to look a fool. This man is in the spawn fighting absolutely everyone. They can't quite deal with him, and perfect synergy off the paranoia alongside the... Okay, finally, he's been dealt with, but so have the rest of LEV. There's no choice. Mazzino has to save, and he won't be allowed to.
Let me tell you, we talk about Primi coming in here. The Governor seems to be the one in charge. My goodness, what an incredible... I don't know how he got caught. Sliding around through his own fast lane, and look at this. Unbelievable.
It doesn't even take any damage. That was like some SSX tricky level stuff. Like just...
Banta.
Like, you know, the meter on the side. Just going off the damn charts. I don't believe what I've just witnessed. And I don't think Com does either. Like, you just go, right. They had the little sit down earlier. Like, yeah, it's really good to see him. I don't think he'll say that after this. No, every time I see him, I don't want to. I don't want to have that.
Hashtag
15
OP
and 10,
kill रहे
15
पे.
and 8. The two duelists thriving.
Cameraman
8 and 8.
serious
Like,
चल
let's
रही
be
है 8
real.
8
I think
बच्चों
most
दिन है
people
यार.
are looking at this and going,
Cameraman आराम से.
5.
Yep, I said 6.
अभी थोड़ा
backstage.
heated moment है.
It's
Time out
a
हो रहा
talent
है.
squad that, as I said, I'll always give the benefit of the doubt
Cameraman
to
गया
Cruz
बे.
in like
Plus
early
लेके जा रहा
matchup
है.
tournaments because I think they come in
उधर
so well
coach लोग
prepared.
बात कर रहे
I
हैं.
think they come in with
Serious
innovative
moment चल रही है.
concepts, and that's
Serious.
stayed with him through
Camps,
X10, through
8-8.
Xerxia, and now in
Penguin लेके जा रहा
Talon.
है.
Like they
क्या
have
बे?
always been annoying.
Last day आज
and
इसका.
weird, but in the best possible ways. And I think that the coaching staff behind the scenes as well have clearly come up
But
with
they
some
push-
wild shit.
Just to
Say
kill
what
me,
you will.
obviously.
This is fun to
मारने
watch.
पड़ेगा.
100%.
You're deep.
Talon
Sorry,
are not a
sorry.
boring team. Oh, yeah, it might be a little painful for the LEV fans, but for the rest of us, this is goddamn fun.
भाई अब
I
तक
want
का
more-
बेस्ट
more
मैच
Talon.
लग रहा
Who
है
would have
तीनों दिन
believed
मिला
that
के.
in the server right now, Aspas is the third best duelist.
Yeah.
क्या बोला
I
ये?
don't think it will last.
Well, let's see. It's
Third
8
best
to
goal
8.
last
Talon
pass
have
को
caught
ये
up,
गया.
and now Leviathan are left down to just pistols. One rifle,
By
and it's on
Talon
Aspas. He's got the
lead
Guardian
पे.
creeping out through the smoke, blind, and Aspas is dropped immediately. Chip Boys cannot be pushed, and he's got Ban by his side. Cruz as well, and they're dominating every duel. Comms
By
left alone.
Talon lead
Similar
पे ये
scenario. We've
कॉम
seen
के
this one before.
साथ.
Just a classic to work
मेरा हो
with.
गया
I almost thought
man.
he'd win that fight, but
It wasn't far away.
Cruz is on a
मेरा
redemption
हो
arc from the
गया.
first half. I think he came out of there with 1 kill. He's certainly catching up with the pack.
Yeah, I think he got a
Holy.
couple in the pistol and
गवर्नर
denied a knife.
प्रीमी चिड़बस तीनों
They now take
15.
the lead. We were
Meanwhile,
questioning how
उधर
this was
देखो.
going to work over on that defensive side. Governor's operator was something we
King
talked
18,
about. I think it's
आसपास
been far
11.
more aggressive than expected. He's playing it more like a
बाकी लोग के
chamber
जितने
than
kills
anything
हैं,
else.
तो आसपास
We
के
saw it
first
from
blood है.
Autumn, but he doesn't have the get out of jail free, although it seemingly he does. Like just being able to dodge and weave. But this is
Base
where they
खेलना
get the
बंद-
rifles back
bang
on the board. Ults,
Time for some neon
good
plays.
for the side of LEV. Like these are high impact ults, and they are ready this time. But will that matter?
Comms
Hey,
pulling
इसका
off his
लड़
best
BT तो है
Jit Boys cosplay. Governor on the other side. He's got cover. He's being watched by Primi. There's no free swing for Leviathan to take, and only risks
think
for the
उसने
attacking
देखा.
side. They've gone up, smoked off
हाँ, उसने
on
देखा,
long, but
उसने
they've
देखा,
managed to
मार
retrieve
किया है
themselves
उसको.
an orb. And now Seeker's online from Mizzino as well. 3 high-impact ultimates in play. You can see with the tracers, yeah, Primi's got that angle on lock. The wall goes up, and he'll take the space. I like this push, especially because he doesn't actually have a gate crash. It's
उसको
already,
idea
it's
नहीं
already
है.
decayed.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
He's taking a risk. Oh, it's a nasty surprise to come. But a trade back again from King. This guy has been on point. 45 seconds on the clock. Seekers being popped as they look to make their move. There's the operator again from Governor. Seemingly unstoppable. Ultimate's going to be there, but doesn't last for long. And now Aspas steps up to the plate.
ओपन से तोड़ रहा
Puts them in
था.
an advantageous position. And Ban, whoa, he
हाँ,
seemed like
उसने
he was
साथ-साथ
unaware.
किसी ने सुना लेकिन.
But he actually wins that fight.
The wingman's got the plant in.
गया.
Mosh pit and Molly
Post-plant.
and orbital strike
Yeah.
online.
Post-plant
Flash
नहीं जीत
just
सकते.
in case. Talon need to move quickly to get back into this
Post-plant
round,
नहीं
and
जीत
Ban on 8 HP won't really contribute to that being possible.
बहुत utils.
They're waiting in case there's someone close by. Maybe not yet realizing the post-plant setup they're
चलो,
about to
ulti
run
आएगा
into. Here
पहले.
comes orbital strike to start it. It's halved, but damage is done. 25 and 8.
Oh, no.
In goes Thrash. I actually thought it would be a different order to this with the mosh pit coming in next, but they need to be quick now. The mosh pit's a little bit late. They've already got it most of the way, but the diffuser killed just in time. King has saved the day,
बहुत
and Ban
utils
is
है
going to save on the other side of the map. That was
भाई,
a
क्या
little bit too close.
बच्चा
I felt my
बे.
heart skip a beat.
भाई
I
अच्छा
didn't
हुआ
think
किंग
there
को
was any
समझा
world
कि
where you
हाफ
get even
हाफ
close
हो
to that
गया था
diffuser
ब्रो.
with a couple of mollies still available, but
Yeah.
I guess maybe
Huh?
not knowing how low. Well, you wouldn't know how low that player was, other than the orbital strike, like gambling on how much it had connected. Luckily, even if we were nervous, it seems like King is the
यार
safest
प्रीमी
pair
वो
of hands.
कैबेज मार
for
रहा था.
Aspas. I think the only
बैन का भी
surprise from
रिएक्शन भाई
Aspas in
क्या
that round
है
is that he
गेम
doesn't
में
get the
सक्सेस
third.
में.
So close.
Oh.
That was a pixel.
Yeah, someone's going to screenshot it with it complete, but how much this happened?
It's 1 tick away. 1 tick too many. Talon robbed of double digits. We're now back to 9-9.
भाई किंग जीता रहा है बे.
Pushing the credits down lower, but Talon still have some to fall back on.
King
Governor's
जीता
gone
रहा.
for the outlaw in this round.
They could afford an operator, it seems. Like, there's plenty of credits still around, so
or even just a rifle. He's been damn good with the Vandal, but he's going in for the Outlaw. I respect the hustle. Let's see if it pays off.
He is not moving. He is standing his ground. Paranoia, but I don't think the timing was there. I don't even know how Primi has gone down to that. I guess we'll need a replay of that one. Even still, that's the advantage they were looking for. Governor has to be dead. Yep, not going to be able to reload quick enough.
But
they do have to be wary of other angles. Mazino not overextending. Doesn't want to give the game away, and the timing for Cruz wasn't great, but he still got both kills. Tex and Aspas gone. They now have an advantage.
No post-plant utility either. This is going to be defended with pure brawn. Inside the smoke, Mazino. Oh, it's beautiful! Up until that point, but he got there in the end. Reload in, low HP on one, but Ban's there to take the fight. Talon were denied double digits in the last round, but they will be the first to reach it. Now taking the lead.
भाई vulnerable छोड़ डब्बे के ऊपर वहां पे लगा है, ये यहाँ पे मरा है वो. क्या vulnerable? 5 किलोमीटर का डिस्टेंस है भाई. कल के इसमें 2 बंदे बेंच से मैं अल्ट मारा, 50 का डैमेज लगा. कैसे?
I'm mad for him.
I reckon if he didn't jump, he didn't.
But yeah, Cruz seemingly in a 1 versus 2. You go, okay, he maybe gets one, but the fact that he then swings and takes out Aspas like that,
of all people.
कैसे?
Did you see how upset he was?
I did.
मेरे रेस नर्फ है.
Where's the smile?
भाई अलग रेस दिया आसपास को.
I think a lot of people's favorites for this.
I am completely against it.
High expectations.
Maybe Genji.
Maybe Genji, yeah.
Maybe second.
We are in Korea as well.
Nah, bhai, nah.
But for Talon, this achievement,
उसका आईडी का अल्ट चेंज नहीं हुआ है.
They're not stopping here.
वो पुराना वाला 1972 वाला यूज कर रहे हैं.
Just pistols and Aspas on a Guardian. We've seen this before. It was the B-long push, and they were very quickly put to bed.
वो आसपास है भाई.
This time though, Talon have to go pushing into them. They don't seem to mind that all too much though. TP down to the back side. Aspas is caught. That's the rifle stun for a moment. Big swing in from Governor again. Aspas only dropping the one. And now we're down to classics that will be quickly dealt with. The defuse under King's nose, and he's honestly just happy to die in the end. 11-9, a 2-round lead. And what could be Leviathan's last chance at a healthy bye.
Alan jeet raha hai chat.
Oh yeah, no, this is
GG
do or die time.
लवड़े लग गए पिकम्स के.
There might be a moment
मेरा
for a pause.
सारे
I think
पिकम्स
good
गलत.
time for one. You're not out of the game just yet. Definitely still opportunities, but again, they're struggling on this attack. It was something I mentioned versus G2. But I was like, okay, you're coming up against a comp that shouldn't be particularly good on the defense. I will eat my words because it has been. Governor, I think everybody looked at Primi, and to be fair, he's been fantastic. But Governor has been unbelievable in this zone. The fact that even a couple of rounds ago, he was sliding through the TP with a sniper just to try and get in and disrupt. And I think that's one of the fantastic things that they have been willing to do. Is this team is not looking at it as, I'm going to make the play that makes Lev look at me so that my teammate can win us the round. And in some cases, Governor has then still won the round while doing that. Because if you genuinely believe that you could slide behind someone with an outlaw and only have 2 bullets and win the round on your own,
excuse me,
you're more insane than what we've witnessed so far.
And that's saying something. I mean, this has been an unhinged
map
from Talon, but that's exactly what they needed. If
no one else is stealing this comp other than maybe Paperex. Paperex is sat there going, guys,
title -100%.
But for Leviathan, you know, I think if they come in here and try to play conventional Valorant, they lose 9 times out of 10, if not more. But this composition, it has put them on the back foot. The attackers now having to clean sweep back through, as we said. Oh, that's heard. That's heard. Calm was, I think, just close enough to get that sound cue. Have an idea they're going to put man behind enemy lines, but they're focusing forward instead, leaving Calm to watch the flank.
Smoke's being thrown down from afar. Information definitely there. Looking like they're going to try and play this one as a retake, and you can understand why. Seekers are online, but also it's just that late positioning. Com actually has Viper's Pit, but in the meantime, he has taken out Cruz. It's not pretty from Tex. He's only going to get the one. He's done a lot of damage to Governor, though. Ban
Cute
keeps things
boy.
even. The trade's
boy.
back continuous, and Primi, he's got to be careful. The edge of this smoke that's about to fade. Calm is waiting, and Aspas is watching. It's left all on to Ban to try and fight back, but Aspas again will be there for Leviathan. They're going to close the distance down to 1, but economically it's not going to do a lot. Talon is still buying, and that operator's back.
That might not be the case for the next round, but yeah, you're right, Tom. Here, they're able to buy up. There's Viper's pit online for both sides. Governor has his ult that hasn't really done.
Cute.
There was no need to slow this one down. That's just rude. That's just rude.
The guy is currently, well, on 20 and 14.
20 and 14,
and the kills of,
show the whip.
that you have slowed down, because they didn't, I don't think they slowed down the like sick orb shot after he was slided. No, let's slow down the whip.
Yeah,
our
just doing him dirty.
Is toxic.
I love it. I love it. Oh, here we go. Aspas, he's straight in and straight out. No one else able to find him. Mazino's gone through the wall. Ban's doing a hell of a job. And now you might even think about taking it another direction. Viper's pit is up, blocking out Calm's access to site. And indeed, the spike is making its way backwards. Okay, it is a retake from Talon on that side. Maybe the pit can help out in the post plant. What's King 2 away? Getting an orb all that easily. In fact, he might be getting an orb, but just from the death, down to 24 HP. He's ducking. He's made it.
Just about. I like the fact that Talon are not particularly committed on the A site. They've gone, okay, we're going to stack up again. This is something they've done throughout the half, is really take risks with where they're putting their players, but then be happy to play the retake. And in this case, it makes a lot of sense. You've got Dimensional Drift online. You've got the Overdrive for Neon as well. Like, these are ultimates that can take space so ridiculously fast. You go, okay, you can have the site. And especially an ult like this, normally it's a death sentence, but with Yoru's ult, it's a little bit easier to clear.
It may help. The concerns, though, Snakebite and Molly still online for the side of Lev. King playing far away, just looking to drop that in. Stop them where they start. Let's see if the ult, it certainly is, catching them. But it's going to have to be Primi to do the damage. He sees the shorty. He knows what he's up against. Flash goes in. Second flash. And the spray from Calm doing so much. The commitment from Primi gets him one, but Calm still breathing. And now a chance to bring this across the line. It's only Ban remaining. This round was looking favored to Talon. They had it all. And the pit's dropped. Ban's caught one. And with pit down, he has to go quick. He has to get on that here and now. And he realizes there's just no time to root Calm out of position. Looks like Calm might not survive, but he's done enough. 11 to 11. Leviathan have clinched that round out of the jaws of defeat.
I'm not even going to say Leviathan Calm has clutched that round.
Yes,
because that was not only like the whole point of what Primi is doing is just to block him. Like, make sure that his teammates can get into the pit and fight while Calm is distracted. Calm is spamming into the smokes.
लेकिन यहाँ से crossfire क्यों नहीं आया?
By the way, they're trying to defuse it while he is playing distraction, and then he runs in and just goes, okay, if I die, it's fine. I need to stop them defusing, and gets 2 kills from it. Really impressive decision making from the likes of Calm, who I'll say at times has had a rough game because he has been caught by some insane stuff in this match so far.
One of the things I was always a big fan of Calm way back in the day. It's his utility. On Sova especially. It always stood out from the crowd. And here he had the decision with the snakebite of where to put it. He doesn't put it on the spike. He puts it right below him on the stairs, denying any opportunity for them to push him. But he knows that if he just keeps his spot safe, they're going to defuse the spike. Sprays away. His teammate, I think it was Tex right behind him, had to cover.
Yeah.
When you saw Primi come out, the fact that Primi uses up those shorty shots and can't find any success with it, I mean, that was just unbelievable play.
Like करो यार, almost 7,000 लोग देख रहे हैं, 2,500 like है, शर्म करो, 25 सेकंड है, जल्दी like करो, stream को like करो, फट से.
We're in the home stretch now. We're going the distance, all 24 rounds. The question is, are we going further?
By Tex और Mazino, हम साथ है खेल रहे.
13-11, a crushing defeat for whichever team fails to make the mark.
I think for Talon, it's already proved that they're a competitor.
आसपास का first blood, King का clutches और Calm का
maybe they're not as favored as people would think. I think Ascent is going to be the real proving ground of that. Weaponry, there's a gap or two. A judge for Cruz, I don't think is too much of a problem. They're going for this 2-man stack up in Hookah, just looking to try and hold on to that control. The thing is, Ult-wise,
Oh, Yoru ने TP नहीं
there will be
मारा.
no ults unless Ban is going to get an insane multi-frag. And on the other side of things, Showstopper is close, and they've got the orbital strike.
वो लोगों को पता है गोली से हुक्का है.
Well, they've got the site control too, but Hookah's still in the hands of Talon.
Where's he going?
He's gone straight in, and that was not the play. Tex was very ready for that one. I mean, Cruz's TPs have been interesting. Spray down, not great for Mazzino. It does damage, but doesn't take down the players. Aspis, though, with the wall bang does. And that's a little angle they weren't expecting. Jit Boy's up top. He's made it work before. He's pulled back some rounds. Ban on the side, luckily corrects in time, but he's the last man standing. Couple rounds in a row, tapping away at the head. And he's not going to get a free opportunity. Mazzino, well, maybe he will. We get ADS on that. The 3 players to deal with time against him. Rifle in his hands and economy low. Saving might even be the play that he's going for, but the flash comes out at just the wrong time.
And by
12
अपना
to 11.
पंची उनको देगा तो
Talon
उसको नहीं
seem to
मिलेगा
be
वो
on
भी
the cusp
स्काई
of
करके.
victory, but now they have to fight for survival on Bind.
Yeah, with 3-round streak. Finally, we're starting to see the stabilization. Also some big plays, but yeah.
Maybe he thought they were just sending in Wingman and they were playing long.
Maybe.
हो सकता है, maybe.
Or maybe
he's
he's
wrong.
been
Good
watching
point.
Red Card demos.
Oh, there was no need for that. There's no need for that. He's
Good
not
point.
even here,
Good
man.
point. It's a good point.
It's just rude.
That's okay. He knows. He knows.
That's like slowing down a replay of a whiff.
Yeah, no, it is. It's rude. 12 to 11.
Guys, this is retake 5v5.
They've
लग गए
proven
टैलेंट
that
के.
they can compete.
लग
It
गए
all becomes
टैलेंट
meaningless if you
के.
can't get it over the line. Aspas, Showstopper out.
टैलेंट के लग गए.
Speaking of out, the entirety of the opposing team are already set up for the retake. Ban, 1 kill
सब
will
लोग
give them
पीछे चले
seekers,
जाओ.
get them that information. The problem is the retakes have been solid. Molotov actually used early from King just to try and deny some of the space as they now attempt the retake.
Molly
to keep them in the
Arela.
Still some post-plant utility. Still got the molly that was fired out, and then King
GG
gets a double on the
Bolela.
back, just swinging in every kill for
भाई अच्छा खेला
Leviathan.
टैलेंट
Barely a
ने.
scratch of damage, and it's left to Ban. It feels
टैलेंट
like the
अच्छा
100th
खेला.
time, but he'll
टैलेंट
be shut
अच्छा तो
down
खेला
here.
है.
13 to
आ
11.
गया.
Leviathan looked down and out, but they came back in the nick of time. And
बाप
now
के लिए
Ascent,
बे,
their
बाप
map
के लिए
pick
टैलेंट
is
बे.
up next.
Yeah, they've had to fight through
बाप
what
के लिए
was
बे.
some truly insane
6
rounds for the
राउंड
likes of
थ्रो
Talon,
किया है.
who
6
again have
राउंड.
proven that they can
6
compete. Either way,
विनेबल
we'll be back after the break to see if they've got anything
राउंड थे
special
जिसमें
for
का
us
2
over
तो
on Ascent.
एकदम ही विनेबल थे. एक 2 तो एकदम ही विनेबल थे. एक 5v3 वाला विद प्रीमियर और एक जो किंग ने एस मारा. भाई ना ये टैलेंट का था. ये टैलेंट का था भाई. ओवर हीट हो गए भाई. ये टैलेंट का था. किंग कुछ ज्यादा आउट परफॉर्म कर दिया अभी, लेकिन आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स आ गया किंग ना. इतना आसपास कर रहे थे, किंग आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स आ गया भाई अचानक से. मतलब ऐसे एजेंट से तो बहुत बहुत बढ़िया खेला. हाँ भाई, ये कॉम्प क्रेजी था. एकदम फाइटिंग वाला कॉम्प था बे. फाइटिंग से याद आया कि सेकंड मैप कौन सा है. ऐसा 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 बोल रहा था मैं. ये गया. सेकंड मैप कौन सा पूछ रहा था यार. यार मुझे क्यों एंड कर रहे हो. भाई मस्त खेला बेटा. मैंने सेकंड जो टीम सेकंड स्लॉट जीतेगा वो टैलेंट नहीं डाला था ना मैंने. आई थिंक सो टैलेंट नहीं डाला था मैंने. क्या बाथरूम? ये क्या ये? सबसे गंदा कैमरा वाले का परफॉर्मेंस था। लस्सी लेके जा रहा है टाइम आउट में। किधर है, क्या हो रहा है, देखो तो सही। पेंगुइन लेके जा रहा है। बाय मस्त खेला ब्लैक लेके। पैसिफिक का सिग्नेचर मूव है थ्रोइंग। थ्रो तो नहीं किया, मेरे को एक्चुअल में लगा था कि 13-5 13-6 हारेगा टैलन, लेकिन टैलन भाई 18 राउंड जीत सकता था, 13 छोड़ो। मस्त खेला, मजा आया।
I'm here right now with Itapata, coach of Leviathan. Now, Itapata, Talon can be a bit of
Kickoff
a
apps
puzzle
bolte.
even to Pacific team. So I'm really curious how you, as a coach, prepared for this team, especially with some of the more unique compositions that they might run.
We didn't really look into them that much because they have a new player. They changed a lot of their compositions. It's more like we kind of focused on ourselves, and we just wanted to make sure that we can kill their aggression, and that was the key in the first map.
Well, I guess it seems to be working because they did close out that first map. Let's see if they can get the second as well.
टैलन वो राउंड जीतते थे ना।
Coach Itapata talking about killing the aggression. Let me tell you, it's some squeaky bum time over there. Right, because that aggression almost won Talon that bind.
Absolutely.
And had they won that, that would have put them in a much better position in this entire series. But welcome back, everyone, as we break everything down. I mean, Talon coming out of the gate swinging, guys. I mean, Mimi, that was exactly what Talon needed, but they needed to get that win.
Yeah, what they needed was the win. And I really thought Lev was going to win this map, win this series, but I did not expect it to be in this fashion.
Yes,
My big thing was that Leviathan
Yes,
in the
6-9, but I love you.
playoffs in Americas, we saw their fundamentals, their ability to shut down star players, their synergy as a team was absolutely on point. But this match thus far has been more like the old Lev that is reliant on individual moments, on winning out in scrappy, muddy rounds. It is.
But how much of that was Talon forcing that versus Lev? What do you think, Brett?
I think to a certain degree that's an excellent point to make, is that this comp that Talon are running, they want to fight. They want to fight.
By direct shout out Lev se
24/7 with the flashes that they've got. And I think it did force
Tattoo
Lev
to hai,
to
aap bhi karwa lo,
what they were
excuse
going into was trying to disrupt even the retake protocols by fighting ahead of before they could get in and flash.
Yeah, those flood retakes with all the flashes.
But they weren't playing that together, so there was a lot of individual swings, and it looked really sloppy, really muddy. Lovely Leviathan gameplay that I was hoping was in the past, but we saw it there. But they did get into the
This is T-Beach.
And as soon as they started playing together a lot more, making sure they weren't taking those solo 1v1s a lot of the time, that's still close.
Yeah.
It was incredibly close, and I think this is something we were talking about a lot. The positives of that comp was how disruptive it was out of Talon, right? The really fast plays with the Neon, with the Yoru. I think they were pushing off kilter, and I think that's where a lot of the mud came from. But I think what killed them was not having enough util, as they do in the more normal comps, where you have a Brim Molly, something like that, you have a Raise Nade, all these tools to disrupt, plant, and delay before you go into that flood retake. They didn't have that. They only had one snake bite, so they couldn't kill the wingman, they couldn't deny the plants, and when they were playing the flood retakes, the timer was already ticking, and Lev's post-plant stall was really good.
Yeah, but there were some awesome moments from that map. Takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment. This one's going to go to Governor. Y'all saw it. You saw it coming, guys. Okay, I mean, look at this.
This was so nice.
I mean, he looks at him and says, made you look, and then he turns right, pops him once, guy comes around the corner, and look at him. He's going for a lovely run around the park today, and it's, it's a Viper. Wait a minute, let me go. Pop, there you go, one more. And then he found another one around the corner almost. It was like clockwork for him.
He was so committed outside showers that entire time. I was
Please बोलो कि जो मैं ट्रेलर देख रहा हूँ वैसा ही नहीं है एनिमेशन। प्लीज बोलो जो ट्रेलर में देख रहा हूँ वो सिर्फ एनिमेटेड ट्रेलर है।
been proven wrong every single year, thinking that, oh, this matchup is just an absolute slam dunk for one team, because you never know when that upset potential is going to come through.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. And also, what I think is the sweet irony of it being governor on comm there, which I thought was quite funny.
Against his old buddy to pull
right?
that one off. But I think you're absolutely right. I think that Talon, this was possibly the most Talon game possible, right? Where they come out with a new surprising composition. I feel like they're like Paper Rex Jr. With all the disruptive stuff. They have insane individual moments. They have a solid game plan, but then it's a couple individual mistakes, some fundamental errors at the end that loses them the game, and that's the heartbreaking way that we've seen them go down multiple times in the Pacific season.
For sure, for sure. Well, let's go ahead and check in with Talon's coach, see what he has to think as they get ready for map number 2.
Hey guys, I've got Frost with me, coach of Talon Esports. Now, that was a really close scoreline on Vine, but it's not a map that we've seen you guys on in quite some time. So can you explain, like, I guess, the logic or the reasoning behind the map trap? Enlighten us a bit.
In Pacific, I believe our win rate was 100%. People kept banning it against us, so we never really got to play it again. As for why we picked the characters we picked, I mean, I think people have become too inflexible in this game. Everybody is now using the 100 Thieves comp on that. There are a ton of other characters and compositions that you can use on Vine. That Vine is really good if you know what you're doing. We had all the advantage in the world. We probably should have won 13-6, but too many throws, too many mistakes, and too much inexperience, and we're not going to win like that.
Well, we'll see if Talon can manage to make a comeback as we head on over to the second map.
And of course, there you hear Coach Frost, telling it like it is, and very direct on that as well.
I mean, there were a lot of moments where they were up and they made mistakes. I don't think all of that can be prescribed to just mistakes. I think it was a lot of LEV rounds that they stole more so, but that can't be happening if you want to win against a team this good.
I think he's talking about like inflexibility and people. Listen, I'm all for innovation in Valorant, but there's a reason why that comp is being played on Binds. Credit for. And it's because it's so good in various other aspects. You can refight, you have flashes to constantly brawl and contest.
मेरे हिसाब से टैलेंट का पिक्स होएगा ओमेन, योरू, जेट, सोआकेओ। नो सेंटिनल, क्या बोलते हो? इसकी माँ का क्या है ये?
Back at it again.
So they switched off this comp, but Talon had played it before they had Privy, the zombie comp, as it's been coined. You have a ridiculous amount of revives. I mean, an insane comp here. But when you talk about what you're giving up when you're playing this way, one thing you're giving up,
का दो जिंदगी, केओ का दो जिंदगी, क्लो का दो जिंदगी,
smokes, which go down pretty quickly. It does.
So are you feeling left out? तेरा भी दो जिंदगी.
It's a little bit more difficult to default and play the map in the way
you
would. Hey guys,
welcome to 10v5 call.
And I also think Mazzino locking in the deadlock here could actually be quite detrimental to the way they want to approach this.
Yeah, and I hope that they've been
detrimental नहीं है. कुछ detrimental नहीं, detra हटा दो. सबसे संडास की गैंड्स एकदम बवासीर का लैंड्स एजेंट डेडलॉक. लिख के लो, लेव ये हार गया, चाहे कुछ भी हो, रीजन डेडलॉक, बस लेव ये हार गया. 101% छाती में लिखो, लेव ये हार गया. और छाती पे ऐसा मत लिखो लेव हारा, डेडलॉक लिखो छाती पे, ये हारा लेव.
Yeah, that's right. But look, Tom, we're coming into this one. Leviathan, they clinched out that last one, 13-11. I mean, it was close. Talon almost had it. It's got to feel tough. You know, losing those long maps, they often feel the worst. Now, they come in, the zombie comp that we've heard about from the Pacific Talon, it has a challenge. I am a certified deadlock hater. But I was watching back some of how LEV played deadlock on this map. Attack side.
No,
that
there
was
is
my
no
real
but.
curiosity. I think defense, you'll have
अगर
similar
ये
ideas,
certified hater है तो
really
but नहीं
enjoyed
आएगा.
some of the traps they were putting down. I think the wall's super useful combining with the traps.
ये hater नहीं है.
It'll
He's
be
an
interesting
imposter.
to see how Talon deal with that. They certainly have an interesting approach, let's say.
Yeah, it's going to be a brawl. I don't think there was ever a question about that.
Cam,
throwing in, like, you basically have.
Sorry.
a lot less duelists than maybe you'd have expected, but ones that can all be played as duelists. Your controller can be played as a duelist. Even your initiator to an extent can be. And Primi, well, we've always talked about Battle Sage. That's an interesting one, just to get them the opportunity to fight and ignore Heaven. That's the only plan of it was to try and fight Com, and it succeeded. They've only just spotted out the cam, but they're going to get themselves into the afterplant, and Tex is going to have to wait a second before he can break the door.
Tell you what, these guys are not worried about what everyone else does. They're playing their own game out here, that's for sure. Talon losing Ban in the back lines. They send back Primi to try and deal with Aspas, and he's done exactly that. Good round for Primi already. Let's see what else can be done. Governor. Oh, he's caught by Mazino. That's the double kill that puts Lev back in it. On the site, he will not last long. Isolated. Primi's got to go for the ace. The wall drops at just the wrong time. And with that, Leviathan get another pistol.
Nice again, you see a lot of the ideas that Talon have early. I think the initial reveal sort of gave away all of them, but they had the wall to block anybody from Heaven actually being able to challenge back through the door. I think the big thing was just what Mazino was able to get done. He had a bit of a rough previous map back on the initiator, but as you said, I feel like a lot of the utility he uses here very cool on the attack side, but also just in retake scenarios. You can just lock off certain portions of the map. Things a little bit more difficult, and well, for Governor, he didn't have the slide to get out of that one. He's just going to be back on the Sova.
Stream Sniper.
Yeah, that's an interesting point as well when you look at the duelists in play. I think Ban had a good map last time, but oh lord. Com, big fan. Love your darts.
Well, they had a grav net there as well, so if anybody had gone that far forward, they were stuck crouching while he spams.
I mean, that's a pretty damn good shock dart. 49, and well, Ban's healing up a little bit, but that's all thanks to Primi.
So he's using an Ares. You hate that gun too.
I do, yeah. I was trying to avoid really saying it, but my disdain, I think, was audible. It's just not a good weapon, to be honest with you. Get a Guardian, less bullets, but you're going to actually hit them for damage. That said, Shock Dart's done a hell of a job. Recon goes through, B main clear. Now you can start shifting right a little bit with Mazino covering off mid. No one's there. So they've got a good idea that the A site is the intended hit with weaker weapons in play for Talon. There's no need for Lev to get aggressive, and this little jump spot from Tex will get them all the info they need.
He is somewhat isolated, although saying that, the players on the cross have definitely helped out, trying to conserve some ammo, but every shot fired makes him more vulnerable. Primi with another kill. He's getting closer and closer to that res, but everything else looks very comfortable for Leviathan. It will be a 2-0 start.
Why this colority?
I said it last time. The buy that they have going into round number 3 as a bonus, it's not the most conventional. At least from what we see in EMEA, you see a lot more rifles, but ultimately, they managed to make it work last time. So I'm not going to question it until they actually lose this round.
Yeah, I think just in general, we see the rise of the rifle second round, and then you even invest 1 or 2 more if things don't go the way you're planning. A lot of the time you can compete for that 3-0. For Lev, doesn't look like they're competing for it necessarily. But again, hinging around this outlaw. If you can tag somebody, someone's down to 10 HP, well, every other weapon on the board is going to have a field day in taking them down, or the early spams doing the damage. Calm last time, playing towards the B site. Now he's on short. Definitely not a conventional Ares angle. He's going to try to spam it down and do some damage, slow them on the way through, fire his shock darts, and just generally be a headache for Talon to deal with.
That's a lot more tentative. Patient stuff. You can see the sensors set up in mid, and the timing of the wall is sublime. It's going to have to be broken. A lot of players already here for Leviathan. They're reliant on their utility elsewhere, the setup of Tex, and the sheer delay that they have on that side of the map. The wall is going to section anybody off from helping quickly, and the pressure is going to be on.
Well, the pressure's off Tex. He's taken out immediately. The reveal was dangerous, but they're safe behind the wall. Ban out with the flash. Not able to convert on the back of it, though. Has to slow it down slightly, and the spams are doing damage. Cruz and Jit Boys down low, but not out of the round just yet. And with the plant going through, the advantage most certainly sits with the attackers. Retake for Lev. And it's not going to be extremely strong. Most of their utilities already being burnt up. Perhaps, I mean, even the recon, that's 15 seconds left. It's going to take some time.
It's going to take too long, if anything. I think they might just have to make their move or go for exits. And well, the exits, if they can pick up an extra rifle, would be nice. I do think there's a realization, though, from the side of Talon that, okay, we need to start working to get out of here. We need to make sure that we're not being locked in. We're going to be able to escape. And you can see Mazzino attempting a couple of things, but it is all too easy for the side of Talon.
Stats hai.
No damage done whatsoever. Primi still fragging away. He's already got his res online. It's not like he needs it. He's had it for a while.
And for Aspas,
he's just going to hold on to an outlaw. That in the next round, not too much of an issue.
Still going to give him some potential for sure. But yeah, Talon with a very impressive follow-up. Coming
Sage
into the fourth round, they're going to have res online as well. And the slow play, blitzing into the side after contact, eliminating Tex from mid. This is what we want to see, bypassing some of that deadlock utility as well. It was a sonic sensor waiting for them. There were Cypher traps as well. Like, they definitely ran into a pretty heavy setup, but it didn't look like it. They made that one look easy. Now, though, I don't think we're going to see the same scenario. Rifles in play for LEV. Yes, you still have the Outlaw, but, well, we're not shying away from a battle with it. You can see Aspas very keen to take this fight. Dodges the flash, tries to block the reveal, but he doesn't get that done. And now, well, he's going to have to dodge these spams.
Yeah, the dash already gone. No real way to escape. You can see the switch up in setups, the sensors over on the A site now with deep control from King. Jitboy has made sound. He is alone. This fight could end up being quite important. It either leaves Mazzino completely alone, or it makes this a bit more of an awkward fight for the side of Talon. For now, just more of a back and forth of battles. The problem, though, is that Aspas is somewhat stuck in this corner. Well, blink and you miss it. Pretty dead.
Well, I don't know how you recover from this one. Mazzino hoping that they run into his trap, but that's not going to be the case. Big rotation. He just about misses his window. Does feed the information over, but look at the mid play from Jitboys. He's there at just the right time. Calm left alone. Odin in hand. This will be a play that I'll remember for the rest of my life if it works out, but he won't even get the first.
That reminds me of your Odin plays.
Thank you. You're saying I have champions winning material in me. I appreciate that.
No, I'm saying you get 0 kills.
Okay. Well, that's just not factually true. But for Com so far, it has been a little rough, as it has been these last 2 rounds for LEV. I mean, Talon definitely stepping up to the plate in the early half.
Yeah, I like how patient they're being. Again, like, you've sacrificed yourself an extra initiator, so on that defense you kind of have to go pushing and probing a little bit, like sending Aspas to kind of have a look and take some fights. And I think the timing was actually decent from LEV to just go for that double swing, but they peeked into a firing squad. Like, Talon were fully prepared to just wait that one out. As you mentioned, the attack sides, I think, have been where LEV have really had a lot of ideas when it comes to the deadlock and the rest of this composition, but on the defense, want to see what else they have to offer. In this round, not a lot. It's the Guardian,
MVP,
an ultimate that will allow King to rotate maybe into the back of the B site if they need it, but other than that, the shoe is firmly on the other foot.
Jitboys तो आगे जा मर सेज रिवाइव देगा तो फिर से मरेगा तो वापस अल्ट मार सकता.
Well, this drone is not an indicator of where the push is coming through for us. We can see that Talon are looking for control elsewhere, wrestling for a bit of mid, breaking the wall, making it look pretty clear that what they're attempting is an A split. And maybe that is what they're going for now. I start to see bodies shift, but yeah, indeed it is all a fake. They'll move back in the other direction. Com's got a frenzy. They have to enter a killing frenzy here. One is all that he finds, and now the B site's wide open for the taking. Even the res used in this round, I don't think it was necessary, and he's been dropped right after.
Well, either the plan was to get Cruz another ultimate, or that was a little bit unlucky. I think the wall broke because of the res, and I guess the thing is with Cruz being 8-2, I think he was sat there waiting for an opportunity to use the res. Aspas upgraded. Vandal in hand. King has taken his gun as well, and now the players are somewhat trapped in. I am looking, though, at Governor. His position could be crucial.
Well, if he fires that recon, they're going to know. Oh, they absolutely know where he is now, but dealing with it might be another story. In they go, shorty in hand. Out comes the rifle, creates some space, and all he's doing is slowing them down. They can't focus on the side hit with this snake in the grass behind them, and you can see a staggered left. At this point, they've reset to just making this costly. They know there's players trapped on that site that need to make a move. B main control is theirs. And now just looking to catch them on the way to spawn. Big peek, but a shot eventually lands. Mazzino out for a bit more, but he won't find it.
For King, just going down to the
ban ko ek
spike. Still
extra
going to
orb
be 3
mil
standing
gaya.
for Talon. They
वैसे
rectify there. It looked like there
which
could
is
have been a
bad.
moment where that got a little bit dangerous.
ये ban को अभी
You lose
एक और में
yourself
alt आ जाएगा.
a player early. Jit Boys is now going to have his ultimate online as well.
थोड़ा
So
सा
another
भारी पड़ गया
opportunity to bring
exits.
someone back. And that's one of the things with this composition is there is 4 opportunities for 2 chances in a round. I think this literally is like the res comp. You've got the Sage res, you've got Clove who can bring themselves back from the grave, you've got Ban who can use the run it back to send himself in first, and then you've got the same for Cruz who can use that.
Revive हो जा, चलो चलो.
Oh, come on, that's fast. He's 1 HP!
आई वो revive नहीं
Obviously
हुआ.
that was the decay, but even still.
Well, the metal not quite getting the kill across the line this time. Quick reaction from Aspas keeps him alive, but the same can't be said for Mazzino. He's died over on the B side. And Talon now know they've got a bit more space to work with. Pumping the brakes, taking a slower rotation away from the A side. Keeping it at the back of Lev's head. They might still be going that way. We'll keep Aspas in position. The op on the other side of the map is exactly what they want.
Plus info
B
मिलता
is
वो
going to be
अलग.
the new target.
ना?
And this, like you're saying, Tom, the zombie comp, the fact that these guys can keep coming back from the dead, it is a challenge that Lev may find very tough to play against. Again, it's not what they've played in scrims. I'll tell you that for sure. Probably the first time Lev are coming up against them, unless they've had a crazy ranked game. Spam close for Calm, but they've managed to evade it just about. And so the site control and the plant goes to Talon. The advantage, not quite there, but Lev have to push into them. And Aspas is miles away.
Privy. I feel like we're back on day 1 ascent. Yeah, we're watching over the top of the wall, but doesn't quite get anything. Com does, though. This time the spam has connected. They're going to work out where Prim is as if they didn't already know, and he couldn't quite get the second. It looked like he was almost bang on, putting things into an advantageous position for that defensive side on the retake, and the shots just aren't connecting. Cruz trying to cling to life. And although the time was definitely getting a little bit lower, it's not going to be close.
Big round for Calm on the Odin, burring them down, and now find himself an ult with the defuse. Got himself a couple of orbs, so we're going to have the Hunter's Fury online and ready to go. We're also going to have is a timeout called by Talon. They've been equalized in round 6, now 3-3. And coming into next round, Jit Boys has the ult to work with. Cruz does too. That's a couple opportunities to make mistakes and still rectify. They want to make sure that they take full advantage of that. Last map, 13-11.
Hey, Binks, Prim is playing same like you. Love you, yeah.
They know that a micro adjustment
भाई
in the
मैंने
previous
सोचा ना था
might
इतना
have made
तगड़ा
the
मैच
difference. A
होगा ये
pistol
वाला.
round would have. They don't want to make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, I think as well, they're still in a position where their economy is incredibly strong. You don't want to allow that to reduce and give left too many rounds. Like they like the attack side of this map, and they can be difficult to play against. I will say, I feel like they haven't played any comp even remotely close to this on this map. So, you know, it's definitely going to be one of those things that's super disruptive, and that will be the plan, similarly to what we saw in the last map. But I think just making sure that Talon themselves get enough attack rounds is going to be crucial, because bear in mind, it's a scenario where obviously I think we look at this group as a whole. I think Leviathan come in as clear favorites. People seem to be quite excited about Vitality and what they're going to be able to do, and we'll see that obviously in the next game. But for Talon, especially with how they've played so far, it does seem like there's a good opportunity for them to make it out of this group.
Absolutely. Coming into today, I would have disagreed with that. But after seeing what
Never
I've seen
underestimate the
up against
Pacific.
a team like Lev, because it's one thing doing it regionally.
No,
it really is, but when you come up
hai
against a squad like this,
they haven't been doing it regionally.
That too. But even if you're a promising team there, how many times have we seen it? You step up to the international stage against a squad with champions, winners on it. Often it's a very different ball game, but in fact, I think it's Lev that have been most surprised, most put on back foot. Wall up, and the res coming through as a result. Undeniable. Cruz is back in the round.
Yeah, again, you see these multitude of reses. Jit Boys still has another opportunity. Aspas, though, is lurking around.
Cloak के बारी pick करे, Cloak by.
Given up. In fact, it's going to be the flash. not a bad trade, but even still they lose Cruz. This time they can't bring it back.
Well, Jit Boys goes down, and Jit Boys is back in the fight. Has a little bit of time to try to make this happen. Watch out for Deadlock. Already popped the ult, looking to detain somebody. And in fact, the player dies to the wall bang of Calm, who's pulling out the classic for a little bit more. Jit Boys denied a second wind, and Primi 80 HP. Spike down, 40 seconds left. Trap waiting on his left side if he runs down the stairs. He's heard it, so he knows he can't even stand there and shoot. Unless he finds the trap first. Nice shot onto Calm. Now the spike can be retrieved and Sight can be approached. Maybe the plan goes through. And a retake with King and Mizzino, two very strong players. But it's an opportunity for Primi to show what he's worth.
Spike planted. We've already seen some impressive stuff. This would have to be the best. Unfortunate timing. A very quick response for the side of LEV. I think maybe expecting that the slow would actually slow them down, but it seems like they were just happy to walk through it and not give anything away. It will be the advantage taken once again for Leviathan. And for Talon, I was going to say close, but I don't feel like that round was as close as it was. You think about the fact that they used the null command immediately. You also had the not dead yet, but the res from Jit Boys as well. Like you're using two ultimates to bring someone back from the dead, and you're still having two full HP players on the other side. And wow, Com doing fantastic work for the back of the side.
Damn right he is.
Yeah, that classic kill was really nice.
Excuse me.
Now the wall bang was better.
Comrades.
He's cold with it. 4-3 for LEV.
Comrades दिखा रहे
taking the lead, and now Talon still able to buy up. This is the benefit of this squad, having such a solid early half. They've got credits for days. We'll see an Odin on Governor.
आज birthday wish कर देता हूँ सौरभ भाई many happy returns of the day.
But this time again, he finds himself on the other side of the map. You'll see this little bit of versatility, swapping up positions instead of being very repetitive and predictable. They've swapped it over to the B side hold with Tex alongside Mizzino. If they do run into this, they will be running into an absolute ton of utility. And the trap isn't in the main walkway either. They're further back, so these players won't know what they're running into until it's too late.
Oh, here we go again. Wall up on both sides.
And Hunter's Fury. Nice.
And that's going to lock them in, stuck in position. Com's already going to find an opener, and there's nowhere for Jit Boys to go. Primi, though,
भाई revive आ गया इसका.
Has managed to put this back into an advantageous position, and even better one. The only real issue for them now is that time. 30 seconds left on the clock. Com is waiting. In fact, the rotation's coming in from King back to the back of the site, exactly where he thrives. King is trying to slow them down, but it's going to be on Com. Everything's on Com to try and hold the line. The reposition, he's wary that he's being surrounded, and he is slowly closed in, and it's Primi with a third kill of the round again. 13-4 right now.
Primi है.
Apparently he needed the Sage, not the Duelist. He's pretty good on the Yoru, but this is another level. Perhaps
round निकाला Primi ने भाई.
What, his second ever official?
कल का Axion का Phoenix देखो और Bank का Phoenix देखो, कुछ फर्क लग रहा है?
Absolutely fantastic. The res used in this round, bringing a player back from the dead. The fact that he, on top of the wall, drops Mizzino, who had those traps. You can still see them in a pretty difficult position. As well, when you're thinking about how Talon want to exit places like B main, you're going to be flashing, you're going to be running, you're going to be making noise. Those traps are getting you every single time. Dealing with those early, dealing with Tex as well, who had those other traps. Even if you get rid of the sonic sensors, you're walking into trap wires. That's not the case.
It's got to be
Mizzino,
because you put down the barrier. You're like, okay, I blocked them out. I can now look to try and reclaim some control of the site. And you just forget about something.
कैमरा देख रहा था वो.
Binary with it's like literally day one of the game. People are like, you can wall on top of stuff.
You see it in the replay. I mean, Mizzino was the second guy to fall from that position. Tex had already died from there, so it really is an oversight. I like the wall, though, like you mentioned. The fact that it's just fish in a barrel for Com. Second you put that down, they're in a narrow alleyway. You're on the perfect angle over on A short. Fire away the ult, and, well, he had his reward, but it was quickly taken back by Primi's ultimate. 4-4, we're tied up. And again, Odin's bought up on both sides. I gotta say, I enjoyed Governor on the Neon. I'm liking his little attack side Odin so far. It's good to see.
Well, Aspas is going to be the first point of contact. I feel like they flashed him off every single angle he's ever tried to hold.
They have enough flashes to do it.
Yeah, it's basically just making it so that his impact
Zombie
is
team,
almost
actual
nullified.
bro.
Like, we haven't seen that crazy performance from the superstar duelist just yet. He was definitely good on the first map.
Oh, yeah.
But the expectations are, well, second to none. Governor already looking to clear some angles. King is somewhat stuck in the mud. He doesn't have a way out of here. I don't know if there is going to be the check. It doesn't seem like there was. But even still, this has nothing to do with the play. They're going back the other way.
Fake bull.
Here's a chance for Colm again. The spams as they make it through the door. It's a little late on the setup. Instead, he's going to be trying to catch them, I guess, deeper in. Lots of pings coming in from Talon. Tex catches Jip Boys and corrects on the cruise. Ready for someone to be up top while Colm spams away to ban and dodges the Hunter's Fury. There's nothing to be recovered here for Governor. I said I've enjoyed his Odin on this attack.
Thanks for streaming it. Help me feel engaged here. By some engaged हो.
Not enough.
शादी मत करना इधर, ठीक है? बहुत गंदा था. Love you SV. Thank you for the Canadian Australian $2.89.50.
Even though Tex looks up, he's not being shot from that position, and I think maybe he gets one, but if there's a player up on the wall shooting back at him,
ये round
I feel
Talon
like he's
जीत
almost
सकता था
screwed.
कैसे
So,
बे?
a
दो बंदे
slight
लोग ने hold
mistake.
किया.
Obviously that happens sometimes with the Sage Wall, and then a fantastic round from Tex. Honestly, look, you put the Guardian. We're seeing a lot of great Guardian plays in our matches so far. I think Rien's
Heavy hold गया बे. कॉम BT तो देता है बे.
obviously Ion was insane.
Ascent or
Ace with it, so I feel like it speaks for itself. But 5-4. It really is just a back and forth.
देखना
At
क्या
this
मारा
stage,
ये
the
देखना
streak
बे.
coming out earlier,
क्या मारा बे.
but Lev starting to stabilize, and this was just clean.
टपा
coming
टुपा
out from
टपा
Tex.
टुपा.
It's gorgeous. Really gorgeous. The wide swings as well. And he's just correcting one bullet onto them. Scream sat at home going, I told you. I told you this was the way. 5-4. Leviathan have taken the lead. Aspas, he's about to be flashed. I can tell you that for sure, because this one happens every time. But this time, he gets his one.
He might have had more up kills blind than being able to see.
बार
But there
इसलिए
was another
finish
one
गंदा
on the
लगता
B
है.
side as well.
Yeah, I think, was it Ban as well? It was Ban's flash.
Yeah.
I don't know if he killed Ban.
I think it might have been. An early advantage there again. Com's taken quite a bit of damage. I guess the counter spams have forced him to fall back, but well, let's be real. Every time he's fallen back, he's become deadlier by the second. It doesn't look like this time there's going to be a flash, but there will be a smoke. However, Tex is watching.
I think वो spot हुआ.
Now they look for the
अभी तो
split
sort
once
of
again.
spot हुआ.
Oh, they just suppressed Tex. The trap wire on B lane's not active anymore, and Governor's able to swing as a result. 17 HP. Calm almost got his counterpart, but instead he's the one spammed down. And Tex has to recover. He's got a double and kept them in it. Blade Storm active for Aspas. He has the operator, but he's using this to be the tip of the spear. Already fired off one knife and no success found. Paranoia goes through. Cruz and Premi sat on site. Smoke goes up. That keeps them with a little bit of protection. I like it from Jip Boys. That op's not going to be quite as effective. And even the Blade Storm, a risk will have to be taken. Aspas swaps out to the rifle. Now here comes the blitz. King's coming in from the laneway, from the stairs, pardon. The laneway is the Blade Storm. No, there's shots don't land. It's Messi. And it's King to bring it across the line, converting the kills, and putting 6-4 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think the major thing that has now become an issue is pushing into Tex. The last couple of rounds, he's been so high impact in positions where maybe you expect him to get one. Especially after the sort of initial fights were almost traded with Com getting tagged so low. I think he almost sacrifices himself just to give an opportunity for Tex. And then there's King there at the end, 6-4. Lev starting to extend their lead. 4 of the last 5 rounds going in their direction. A lot of what was there before was the Primi show. Like, it hasn't been anywhere near as impactful. I think Governor, obviously not on the duelist anymore, but Bans, Phoenix, some of the flashes have caught players, but he has died almost every time.
Yeah, the results haven't been there so far. Still, good early half for Talon. Let's see if they can convert something later on. Caught in the net. Ban will go down. He's not had a good time when it comes to early duels. Rifle leads by Cruz, so they're still in fighting form.
ये देख के
But there is
बोलोगे
going
ना
to be a
लोग अच्छा
challenge
एजेंट
now
है.
with this heavy of a
यहाँ पे तुम
disadvantage,
लोग गलती
with 2
करोगे.
sentinels on the other side that you're pushing into.
यहाँ पे तुम लोग गलती करोगे.
They've got to find their result somewhere. And, you know, if Premi was close
Ban
to a
का
res,
कुछ तो
maybe,
scene
but
है.
4 orbs away, that's a bridge too far. Maybe you can farm
बॉल ही
them up
बना
though for the
लेता
next.
फट से.
They're hoping someone gives them the fight, and someone will. This time, no flash. And Aspas, oh, he's just about
किधर है ये? मैं
if
किधर
anything,
हूँ?
his
वो
opponent's
किधर
smoke
है?
has actually helped out a little bit. The
कौन
wall
किधर है? क्या हो रहा है?
it's going to be there to at least block him off, but it's even whether or not it's worth just holding on to the guns at this point, Mitch. I'm not certain that trying to play this 2 versus 5 is really worthwhile for Talon.
मैंने पक्का स्ट्रीम देखा मेरा कल का.
It might be better to just hold on to the rifles. I agree with you, especially for the players that are alive. Those are the ones that have the low credits.
भाई अटैक में बीटी तो आएगा लेकिन.
They used the wall up on mid. They're known to be around that position. King was here quick enough to guarantee that they're either locked into that spot or they've gone short. But he realizes quickly where they actually are as the wall breaks. 6 seconds left, and look who's close. Mizzino. It's text from far to find one. Mizzino's hot on them. They know Primy's here. They've revealed him, and the swing will delete any possibility of those rifles being carried forward. 7 to 4. 1 round to play for. Such a sick finisher.
Yeah, it is. It's awesome for sure.
Did you read Chronicles 8A4 page essay on why it's good?
No.
Oh. Nor did Durka, so it's okay.
We are the same person, so.
That's true, yeah. I should have known, my bad.
Except for the fact that he's younger, more handsome, more talented. Other than those things, we are the same person. 7 to 4. 5 of the last 6 rounds. It definitely seemed like, again, took some time to get going, but in the late game of this defensive half, we're getting what we expected. Big individual plays, solid setups to force awkward fights for Talon, and I think also just shutting down what has been the major point of just like a lot of this comp allows for second chances, and we haven't seen, even if they do get the res off or if they bring someone back from a null command or even ban Zolt, it's barely been on the board because he hasn't been able to get many kills. They dealt with it. And other than that 3-round streak has been a singular round since.
Well, the utility will be cut out to start this. Talon looking to approach, but, well, Aspas has other ideas. That shot almost lands. A block of ice gets in the way, and the second shot not quite quick enough. He can't go up and over with the updraft, but does some serious damage. Governor, well, he's getting healed up quite a bit. He'll be back up to 100. But Primy has lost his life in the meantime. A little off angle that they weren't expecting. Mizzino grabs it, cruises down, and now they're looking to seize that last player. He won't be in the cocoon, but he won't be in the round either. 8 to 4 as we close out this half, and Leviathan certainly got control of the reins by the end.
Oh no, they are in an excellent spot. As said, in their recent form, you look towards the attack side of this map of being where this team has really thrived, and honestly, I'm not certain if we're going to be able to see much more from it.
लेकिन प्रीमी के अलावा कोई नहीं मार रहा ना.
And maybe they'll be able to come back in the next.
Plus ये wall मेरे को नहीं पसंद. उनको ज़्यादा advantage देता है ये shot वाला wall.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Stand पे करना था ना. Will be like देगा तेरा finish. कल चैट में कौन बता रहा था टैलेंट जीतेगा किधर गए भाई. अच्छा तो खेल रहा है टैलेंट. टैलेंट अच्छा तो खेल रहा है. स्टैट्स वाइट्स है, कांटेक्ट प्लेज है, सब कुछ है. थोड़ा बैन थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया बस. प्रीमी के साथ एक और बंदा रहता ना जो मारता था, मजा आता था. चैट 5400 लोग देख रहे हैं. फट से स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो. वी आर क्लोज टू 4K लाइक्स. सिर्फ 200 लोग चाहिए. जिसने लाइक नहीं किया है स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो.
They were not letting go. A couple of surprise plays, but we're going to hope for a lot more out of Talon in this second half. And like you said, Tom, the attack for LEV, it's not weak.
No, not whatsoever. They destroyed G2.
जो बोला deadlock के वजह से जीत रहे ना
in the last stage, so I don't think they're going to be too worried about going into the second half. Again, the main thing with this composition for Talon is just to be that little bit more disruptive, opportunities for second chances, but that hasn't been the case. Ban having a rough showing, Cruz as well, his first half is similarly to what we saw in the last map, and there needs to be a serious turnaround if they're going to stand any chance in this map.
Yeah, we're going to need to see a different level from Talon. The same level that we saw in the last map, but catching players off guard. It was easier to do on Bind. That was a crazier comp. This one, you're bringing players back from the dead, and often they're still falling flat. Let's see, 8-4, a strong lead for Leviathan, and the pistols have been going well. They find this one, it's another nail in the coffin of the Pacific number 4.
Not already. We see exactly what's expected of this defensive side. An early peek, or an early push even, coming all the way through B, and well, he spotted it. He's seen it. He's going to call for the cavalry. They're going to try and fight this. They want to brawl with the side of Talon, but for now it's just an even trade. And Talon think better of it, but it's pushing them back in towards Tex, who is now hiding within the site. It seems like they have an idea. Ban definitely has an idea. Unfortunately, he can't do anything about it, and now they're going to continue to battle and brawl. Mizzino lost, but Tex is going to get that spike, and they're waiting for Jit Boys. It's left on to Primi.
Yeah. Man who can definitely bring this across the line, even in a tough situation like this. Leviathan need to be careful, and they don't know where he is. They found out, though.
Tex बहुत मार रहे भाई.
From him, clean shots across the board.
साला Tex ही जिता रहे बे.
That's a devastating blow to the side of Talon.
Tex versus Primi हो रहा
they were hoping for that pistol.
Well, as well, you have to talk about Tex on the first map. Like, he definitely had a rougher time over on that Gecko, right near the bottom of the board alongside Mizzino. He's been a different beast. Like, the amount of multi-kills he's had with the Guardian, the Ghost in this one, like, these are high-impact rounds that he's been taken over the line. Now matches up to Primi on the other side of the board, who's exactly the person we expected him to be. This high-caliber aim player. There just hasn't been much else.
Body block करेगा आसपास ये क्या?
Who's surprised?
आसपास पे
He's
गाली
got
दो.
himself another outlaw.
I'm not surprised, but I'm pleased, to say the least. Alongside a lot of pistols, 2 ghosts carried through.
Defense में भी और play रहे.
Pretty interesting buy. A lot of potential for it. Ranged fights. Tex and King just picking up weapons and ensuring that they don't lose too much in terms of the economy, even if they do take a loss or two. Giving respect to Talon, and, well, I'm very glad that's the case, because this squad has earned it. For now, though,
map
take a
देखो ना, सिर्फ
look
इधर
at
से
the
उधर
map.
भाग रहे
You
वो
see the
लोग.
spike, it was shifting to the right side alongside Mizzino. They
ये
looked like they
Trace
wanted to hit
team है,
it.
मैं भी
At
आज
that
first time
point,
देखूंगा.
Talon were stacked up. It looked like a bad call. But now, Talon make their way back to B. They're gambling. You've got classics. Chances are, if you play a default, you're just going to lose player after player. And then play a retake where you're dying to the spike. Instead, they're going to roll the dice and play together.
Yeah, and the dice have gone in their favor this time. A lot of utility.
30 seconds left.
And they now have to go for this. Mizzino leading the charge. Shock darts being used to try and soften them up, but it hasn't caused too much in terms of damage. 2 kills or more is needed for this to be costly. There's already the first for the trades. Coming in thick and fast. How has Primi come out with 2? It's now left on to just Aspas.
Heavy stack, guys!
They managed to win it based off the stack. A great read, a great gamble from Talon. That's put them back in the map.
I don't know what Cruz saw there, because they were starved of information. I really do think this is just a blind pick. Let's stack up on the site that gives us the best chance. Lots of nasty little angles to hold on B. Let's go for it. And if not, we run the spike after.
What?
What? That's
what
outrageous.
the fuck?
Free follow-up as well.
Free gun.
Fan picking up the Spectre and then spraying it down to take Aspas. Well, they might have hoped for the pistol. It looks like they've got something better. Now 1-to-1 in the half, but Talon pushed Leviathan down to
can you give
next
me
to
a
no
little
pass.
shout out,
The only
Talon?
thing that they've got to work with in this round is a rifle on Aspas.
The only thing they have is...
the danger is they've got a rifle on Aspas. You need to be very careful about taking a fight against this guy. He's swinging into 2, though. He's realized it now, and he's got Cruz out in the open, 11 HP. There's no way out. Surely he's gone.
Oh, hello. Look at all of them. It is E-code players.
Taste of your own medicine.
not going to be the case.
कितना 20 मारा?
Ready for it, Tom.
भाई कोई 10 नहीं पहुंच रहा.
I think that would have been the most excited anybody had ever got for a 4K on Eco player.
Versus pistols, yeah. Hailing this man as the best player of all time. He did some good damage, but it doesn't take the cake. We got to see a little more. 9-6, 3-round gap. Rifles out for Leviathan.
Hey, by talent hai.
With a run it back. Ban has it. And defensive side, I'm curious if it's going to be used off rape. I see his position. It's on the
attack mein ek hi round.
For sure. Nice angle. He's a cultured spammer. Not just the conventional spot that can be spammed back on so easily. Instead, trying to catch him on the way through. I love it. Hasn't worked out. No one was there. Reveal goes up. No one there. Not a lot of information to work with for the side of Talon, except that there might be a play coming in towards the A site. 3 players stacked up on A short, Tom. I expect I'm going to see a push coming through. With a smoke up, I don't know if that will delay them or just get them to flash through.
This is the thing. This is the special from Cruz. He loves to go for these pop flash plays. Even still, it's only going to be the 1-for-1 trade. The ult was lost in the middle. Governor waiting. It's another kill with the Odin and the spam back on the other side, but the advantage sits with Talon.
Oh, those are pressed or ek mid mein.
Every piece of information there for the side of Talon. They've got all the players jotted down
guys.
In their positions. 45 seconds left. Nade is good. It's forced King back. He can't take the space any longer. Smoke goes down. An attempt to delay them that little bit further to make them think it's still an A hit while they shift to the other side of the map. 33 seconds left. And it's only one player on B. Governor, Reveal, Shock Dart, and an Odin. He's going to have to do it by himself. If he goes down without a kill, this round may be favored to LEV again.
He's, again, just holding an off angle. He's not going to get hit, but it's King with the drive-by. Odin gone, sight gone. And it's going to have to be the retake. This was looking like a solid position from Talon, but it's very quickly divulged into an advantage for the other side.
But
with
they
the
are
TP online
stuck.
for King, he can reposition late into the round if needed. But it seems like
floor by
with the attack side Odin, they're going to hold that back site.
Yeah, now this is where the trouble begins. You've already used the reveal at least, but Calm just firing out shock darts. A little misread on how quickly Talon are looking to take this. Only now stacking up and making the push. They've caught Calm, they've caught King. It's Aspas to do it all. And Brimmy hits it quick as can be. 3v3 retake, and all members of Talon, the 3 that went in, are left standing in the end. 9-7, the scoreline's closing, and the defense is looking good.
Primi is definitely the guy that was promised to us. Like right now, let's just, I want to see the scoreboard. He is 21-9. The next 3 players on his team combined have the same amount of kills. Like, it's actually ridiculous. Like, there's not even anyone remotely close to this guy within the server.
ये बोलना जरूरी था, दिख रहा है हम लोग को. पहला कैमरामैन गया, अभी कास्टर गया.
Tex, because he's been the guy who's been really performing for the side of LEV, but
भाई जो हमने सोचा था आसपास से मिलेगा प्रीमी दे रहा है भाई.
Oh yeah, this guy's got a high ceiling and it's only going to grow.
क्या स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो जो लोग अभी अभी आए हैं, जो लोग लाइक करना भूल गए, thumbs up वाला आइकन को दबाओ, लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम फट से.
DRX are going to win it. Oh, they're so good. Bomb out, bomb out, bomb out. But Mika told me. That's when I started to take it seriously. I started to believe. Exactly.
Alan sexy to
Someone does just run their mouth.
Achilles walking in, opens up his DRX notepad and goes, yes,
I
I think
this
person
thank
you, Mr. Pacific. I'm going to wait and see.
I've never met a more biased man, and that's coming from me. But yeah, I have to say, they were right this time around. Primi is impressive. He's 21-9. That's actually insane. I hadn't even really paid attention to the 21-9. The next guy has 7.
Yeah.
He's single-handedly
to add 3
carrying
people together
squad.
at this point, it has to be fairly low.
Oh my god.
Well, they are still 2 rounds behind. The difference on the other side is, yeah, we are seeing more of a team performance. But if Primi can pad the gap until someone else rises to the occasion, that would be nice for the side of Talon. Like I said, they're definitely still on the back foot here. But this round, going to be a couple of rifles. The Guardian in Tex and Aspas' hands, you can always have high hopes. And actually the A side relatively open. It looks like almost an immediate attempt for a retake setup. I don't know if King's Gonna get out of this one alive. He will, and
God,
unfortunately, the local Tex has been
kill.
dealt with. Aspas, though, has gotten walkabouts and
Crucial
even
kill
things right back up.
He was up in heaven a bit quicker than they were expecting. Finding himself the one, keeping things doable, but with the weaker weapons, they have to hope that Talon go diving in, give them opportunities, flank play coming in. Calm is the one set back to watch it, Rez onto Governor. Now the advantage is there for Talon. And the flank from Ban is so late. There's no way they check it. Curious to see his impact in this round. Spam good, King's down, that's only the pistol. It's Aspas that I'm worried about. He's up top, looking for the fight, and the blind is absolutely perfect. Can't see a thing, and now he's left alone to do it all, and Cruz up close, quick scopes him out.
2-3 seconds now.
I'd love to just have a counter for how many times Aspas has been holding an angle ready to fight and a pop flash gets him.
Yep.
Like, yeah, I know they've got a lot of flashes, but even still, it always seems to be in the right place to just cause issues for him. I think credit to Cruz and Bam for that.
भाई एक बात बताओ, खुद का मोनेटाइजेशन करके खुद कुछ कर लो ना। मोनेटाइजेशन कंप्लीट करना तो खुद ही कर लो ना। 100 चैनल खोल लो, खुद का मोनेटाइजेशन चालू करो, पैसा कमाओ। नहीं हो रहा क्या? ये चीज तो जारी।
Controlled and calm.
हमारे लिए स्पेशल चीज है बदीर की गैंड।
It's been a very strong performance for Talon. You just mentioned that, yeah, they have a lot of flashes. In the last round, they didn't even use any of Ban's. He was on the flank. So, like, the thing is, even in rounds where they're only 5 or 2, they're hitting their mark every single time. They're putting Lev on the back foot.
If you want me to be
It's been an impressive game so far, I have to say. I'll be the first to put my hands up and say I underestimated Talon coming into this tournament.
मारूंगा ना यार।
We know their upset potential. Someone like Primi delivering this level of play is unfathomable. Lev have taken a bit of control. We've seen this a couple of times in Americas. They're putting their trap outside A. Stopping any aggressive peeks again. If you're going to peek that, you're going to do it with a flash. You're not going to shift walk it. You're going to swing it. That's when the trap's going to get you. Nice shot by Tex. Well, that's the man that you need
अरे गेम देखते थे, रुक जा, क्रेजी गेम हो रहा है। बड़ा बहुत चाहिए इसको, कैरी हो रहा है, अपना गेम के बारे में बोल रही है।
Oh no! Annihilation utilized. There's nobody even remotely close to try and deny that one from happening. That's an easy kill for Mazzino. A lot of the time now, go astray. Governor rotating into position, but they're going to be revealed. Jit Boys is going to try and catch a timing, and he is done just that. But he doesn't get anything for it. The movement too good. The pop flash is great, but so is the net. Well, Governor, it's going to be the same again. Good round from King. Lev extend their lead just as Talon start to get a little bit too close.
Big round from Mazzino's deadlock. You're seeing some of the potential, not just in the obviously Annihilation getting a kill, the fact that you have the net, then trapping the player who can't evade and get back into the smoke, even use movement, but the fact that you have the trap outside A as well, it just means that in the back of their mind, they're relatively safe. Obviously, there's always the potential for what we saw, which was Jit Boys running it down, making it behind them. But
how many times have we seen Ban full blind someone and then immediately die? I know that this is an occasion where it's
9 out of 10.
There's nothing you can do.
9 out of 10.
But it's like even with Aspas blind upping him a couple of times, like it's got to be like he obviously won't have too much of an idea, but it's got to be really irritating.
Definitely gets spooky though when you saw Jit Boys get behind mid with the reveal coming in from Cypher. Still no one's looking at him, but King recovered. Little triple to finish it off, and 10-8 with the last pause from Talon being used here and now. They know that Leviathan are about to enter the home stretch. Talon's economy is good, and they can bounce into the next round, even if they lose this with a bye. So this is a very essential time.
मिलने के बाद क्या बोला?
Get your game plan leveled out, to streamline the play.
I think as well you have to talk about, again, looking at history, looking at Talon, looking at Xersha, looking at X10. This map was the map. This was the map where they did damage to teams like Optic back in the day. This was their defensive side as well. They always had these cool little awkward trap plays that teams had to fight through. I think the flashback that I got was when Cruz did that pop flash over the top of him with KO, because they were always doing stuff like that, disgusting trap plays. So I have no doubt they have plenty of depth and ideas. But once the streak is broken, I think it's a good time to take a pause from Frost and just go, okay, this is where we know that Lev are going to go, okay,
अरे काहे चिल्ला रही है जब मैं बाजू में बैठा हूँ? काहे चिल्ला रही हो?
We can now sort of like push off of this moment. So he wants to try and deny that, get his players' heads back in the game, because up until this point, the defensive side has looked great.
तेरे को वड़ा पाव मैं एक वड़ा और 3 पाव मांगूंगा.
Absolutely.
3 पाव के बीच में एक वड़ा डाल के खाता हूँ.
One bump in the road. Let's see if it's going to shake Talon, or if they can get right back into the rhythm. Early peak from the operator of Ban. The same can be said for Aspis. He's looking for a mistake to be made. Nobody on the A site. Talon playing much further back.
Third map देखना है मेरे को.
They will
Please.
be ready for this short push.
Ban,
Lev
come on.
Just about to walk around the corner, and it's a clean shot from Ban. Although the Hunter
एक तो
Fury is
flash मत
activated,
कर
looking for some victims.
Please, एक तो
Nice
flash
kill
मत
coming
कर.
in from Jit Boys.
एक और
The
बार अगर
numbers
flash
stay
कहना,
favored
मैं
for Talon.
login करके
They've
report
got the
करूँगा, तो
control.
flash
They've
मत
got
कर.
control with the wall inside B main, but they've rotated
तो
fully.
ऊपर
leaving
flash
that
करके
side of the map
यही
open.
पीला जाता है.
It's mainly middle where the biggest threat
Ban
would
भी
be.
बोलता रहेगा ना.
I think the
संडास
timing
agent
from
करके,
Primi is
लौड़े
pretty
agent
much
करके.
perfect. And he knows when that wall is going to break, makes his way back into the site before anybody could possibly get through. The only problem is middle, and there you go. It's been completely abandoned. Governor will fall, puts things back into an even scenario and puts the pressure back onto this young man again. 14 seconds left. They've dashed past, but he's repositioned. Looking to hold the line, and Aspas obliterates him. Not this time. 2 remain to try and pull this back for Talon.
Oh, they're still going to try it. Cruz ult not that useful here realistically, and with Jit Boys walking it through, the flash was there to fight out of the smoke. They didn't expect someone to be in it and running through his own nade. Cruz going to try to make it work. You can see it, the writing on the wall. It could have been the play. Instead, Leviathan push up to 11, now 2 away from taking the series 2-0. And that scoreline won't represent how close this has been. But for Talon, it's not over yet. They've still got the credits on most players. They can get a buy-up and try to stop them here.
Attacks again. That missed the impact. Every single time he's just finding a gap, finding a spot, and well, Aspas just jumping into the site. I love the way that Cruz's brain works, though. I made jokes in the last map with his TPs, but the fact he throws a fragment
last map King कुछ ज़्यादा कर रहा था, अभी Tex कुछ ज़्यादा कर रहा
है. Flashes because you don't expect somebody to go pushing through their own utility, just using timings in the moment to try and catch people off guard. And he did. The flash was sublime.
He almost had it.
Yeah.
Shots were close. Not close enough. 11 to 8.
The ults are scary here. Like, you've got yourself that Hunter's Fury for Calm. I feel like it always has impact, like, almost every single time. Like, the guy is so good at putting it into play at the perfect moment. And also, they're waiting with the operator. As you said, there is that sensor, there's the sound. You're not just going to dry peek that. And so Aspas immediately has the information and has the protection. If they were to actually try and push that.
दोनों मैच अच्छा खेला ना प्रीमी लेकिन.
I think in a normal fight they would be. Add to that the stun for sure. I like Ban's position. A nice try. The shot doesn't quite connect. Paranoia forces him back. He's got support though. Cruz is holding it from the side. He's been spotted. Mazzino needs to decide whether he wants to commit to this, and it looks like he does. Caught Cruz. Down he goes. Can be revived, but the time's starting to run out and no one close enough to do so. That's a player down.
Doing it again.
Leviathan 5 versus 4 with control over the A site. But yeah, Jit Boys had some serious success here in catching them off. He couldn't find the kills, but this time it's different.
It's only going to be the one though. And then that's the problem. It almost seems too little too late. There's going to be Aspas
what the
executing Primi, and he wants a little bit more. Feeling it at this point. Plant will finally come in, but look, the wall is blocking off another. And Aspas just holding onto the angle. Got so much still to play with Jit Boys. Well, he's going to try and bring himself back from the dead, and he will. But they're just running away from him. They're avoiding him. They want him to try and make a play through this. In the meantime, Aspas is still holding on to heaven. That's where Jit Boys will be sent as well. 12 to 8. One needed. Again, Talon have been competing. But Leviathan, they've been the ones
and now the real problem, those credits are low. Light shields, guardians, weaker weapons are going to come into play. Mazzino's pick, beautiful. This leaves the A side open. Allows them to swing without worrying about the side itself. The fact that he wins that is slightly ridiculous. And well, stuck around but didn't show himself. So eventually, Governor got a little distracted. Hell of a turnaround as well. Governor, you can see on that duelist on Neon, he was unbelievable. Now, a little bit more of a struggle there. That can be said for the squad of Talon as well. 4 chances to close this out. Hunter's Fury still there for Calm, but Ban has his own ultimate. Oh,
right,
the
कॉम्बो करके मारा भाई, कॉम्बो करके मारा। ये देख के लगता रहेगा ना तुम लोगों को डेडलॉक अच्छा एजेंट है।
Just waiting for death. I love the way that they're utilizing this deadlock. And well, Ban, they're just gonna wait. Yeah, go on. Nice ult, bud.
Well, at least he gets to run it back. Another chance.
They could have walked it back.
Leviathan, you're making me a deadlock fan, and I almost hate you for it. And there's some serious ideas behind this squad.
No.
As well.
Can't marane ka ideas.
Interesting, but here's their final stand potentially. Already one man down. Haspa scraps Cruz on a quick blitz. Mazzino follows up as well. Governor and Primi, two big players in the last map. And for this squad now have it all to do. 5 players to take down, 3 more rounds after. It's not an easy feat, and it's left just to this man. He's shy of an ace. 4 more kills needed to lock it in, to close this round, and then look for 3 more. It's a long road back. And it looks like Leviathan have done it. The time ticking away, and 3-man firing squad waiting for the swing. It's done. America's number 1 for a reason. Leviathan take it 2-0.
प्रीमी बहुत प्यारा खेला।
Incredible performance.
Talent बहुत प्यारा खेला।
I don't think we came in looking at Talon and going, okay, they're probably going to get bullied out of this server. And they just going across the scoreboard, you can see the value that every single player on the Leviathan side was bringing, the ideas that they had.
एंटी प्रीमी यार, प्रीमी के लिए हार्ड हो जाए वे, मजाक से अच्छा, बहुत प्यारा खेला भाई, ranked demon for a reason. हर एक गेम अभी तक जितना गेम देखा है, प्रीमी कंसिस्टेंटली अच्छा खेला, कंसिस्टेंटली अच्छा खेला है।
एरर भी ऐसी है शायद awkward.
उसने my bad बोला शायद।
And I love watching them play. Oh, they were a lot of fun to watch, that's for sure. Primi has definitely taken the cake, but on the first map, Governor certainly made a name for himself. This is an impressive.
नहीं, गवर्नर के साथ प्रीमी भी था, लेकिन फर्स्ट मैप पे भी उसको ब्लाइंड वेंट दे रहा था, प्लस उसके जितने मारा प्रीमी ने।
They've come in, they've made it 2-0, but against Pacific's number 4, I've got to say, there was a bit of a struggle.
लेव के लिए तो फ्री स्लॉट है भाई। मेरे को एक बात बताओ, नेक्स्ट है ट्रेस वर्सेस वाइटैलिटी, ठीक है? ट्रेस जो टीम हम किसी ने नहीं देखा है वर्सेस सेफ बाई की टीम, उनमें से वो जो जीता वो इनके साथ खेलेगी, ये जानवरों के साथ भाई। इससे ज्यादा इजीएस्ट ग्रुप किसका नहीं है, या फिर लेव टू स्ट्रॉन्ग, दोनों में से एक। बाकी सब ग्रुप में ऐसा दो 3 टीम्स है, लेकिन लेव का ग्रुप भाई डीमंस के सामने भाई पोकीज है बे, पोकीज।
क्या शॉट था वो
टेक्स का शॉट, प्रीमी ने 20 मारा, 20। ट्रेस जीती कि मेरे को देखने है ट्रेस कैसे खेलता है। अपेरेंटली अच्छा टीम है, मेरे को देखने है कैसे खेलता है।
आज मैंने 13-0 किया।
नहीं देखा। और कितना बड़ा पहुंचे? 1 या 2? 2 बड़ा। और कुछ भजिया बिजिया? पैटीज, ब्रेड पैटीज? क्या स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, वी आर क्लोज टू 5K लाइक्स। मैं फट से गाना ऑर्डर करके चाय लेके आया। जस्ट सेइंग प्रीमी वाज यूजिंग COEX क्लासिक। नहीं, वो नहीं जाएगा किधर। जितना मेरे को प्रीमी से वाइब आता ना, ही इज अ वेरी गुड लॉयल किड। एंड ये पहला टीम है जिसने उसको चांस दिया, तो आई डाउट वो किधर जाएगा।
개막전 그러니까 레비아탄의 첫 경기부터 바인드에서는 네온 요리
에서는
탈론의 좀비 메타를 상대해야 했었는데
like
오늘 경기 그리고 아스파스 선수 팀 경기 한번 먼저 들어보고 싶네요. Congratulations Aspas on that win. Now right off the bat you guys had to face Talon's Neon Yoru comp on the bind. Also their zombie comp that they showed off in Pacific on Ascent as well. So what was that Pacific team experience like for you?
It was really different. They had some crazy comps and a crazy play style, but it was fun playing against them.
굉장히 재밌었고 뭔가 생소한 조합들을 많이 보여줬는데 그래도 너무너무 재밌는 신기한 경험이었다고 얘기를 하네요. 그러면 또 레비아탄의 어센트 사이퍼 되도록 조합에서 이런 좀 어떤 의미를 두고 있는지도 물어보고 싶거든요. 어떤 팀들은 좀 이 사이퍼 조합, 데드럭 사이퍼 조합을 좀 싫어하기도 하고 아니면 뭐 계속해서 기용하는 그런 팀들도 있는데 레비아탄의 입장에서는 이 사드록 조합을 어떻게 평가하고 있는지 들어보고 싶습니다. Now, I want to ask you about that Cypher deadlock you guys ran on because some teams love it, some teams decide not to touch it. So what did you guys see in the Cypher deadlock?
I think the Cypher Deadlock, it's a comp that suited our playstyle on Ascent. We had a lot of problems with the normal comp in the past. We tried a lot of times, didn't work out. And the Cypher Deadlock is working for us because we found a type of playstyle that was being really good for us.
확실히 레비아탄에게는 좀 사드록 조합이 굉장히 팀 스타일에 잘 맞는 것 같았고 좀 다른 조합들은 예전에 쓰던 조합들은 특히나 좀 레비아탄의 스타일에 있어서 적합하지 않은 부분이 있었기 때문에 이 사드록 조합을 굉장히 잘 기용하고 또 잘 맞는 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그러면 아스파스 선수 이제 또 아시아 서버에서 랭크도 많이 돌렸고 또 현재 와서 좀 퍼시픽 팀들과 많이 랭크를 돌렸을 것 같은데 좀 아메리카스 팀들에 비해서 그리고 아메리카 서버에 비해서 좀 어떤 큰 차이점이 있는지도 들어보고 싶네요. So you guys probably scrimmed a lot of Pacific teams here, and also you played a lot of ranks in the Pacific server as well. So what do you think is the biggest difference when it comes to the playstyle compared to how things are in Americas?
I think the players here are so aggressive. Even in ranked, they are much more aggressive than in NA, and the screens as well. Everyone is just crossing smokes like in ranked, so they are a lot more aggressive.
전반적으로 랭크와 그리고 플레이 스타일 모두 굉장히 공격적이고 그리고 아메리카스보다 그리고 NA 서버보다 굉장히 공격적이라고 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 좀 여기서 랭크를 돌리면 모두들 그냥 스모크를 가로질러서 대시 긁은 다음에 다들 그냥 공격을 하는 그런 모양을 보여주고 있었기 때문에 좀 그런 점이 큰 차이라고 얘기를 하네요. 이렇게 해서 아스파스 선수 만나봤습니다. 다시 한번 박수 부탁드릴게요. Thank you, Aspas, and best of luck in your next matchup.
Thank you.
And thank you everyone for staying with us for the post-match interview. We're going to throw it off to a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have Vitality taking on Trace Esports.
सब समझ आ गया मेरे को भी सब समझ आ गया. Nice. Why aren't you having watch party on your own channel? I cannot sit for so long. I feel like I have very less attention span. क्या बोलते हैं? मैं बीच में I zone out a lot. अभी ये बात कर रही थी तो मैं लगा मैं इसको देख रही हूँ, मैं इसको नहीं देख रही, मैं zone out. फिर वापस याद आता है, oh shit, I'm watching this. I feel like I have karma. I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't get myself tested. Meditate, yeah. Order करने गया या बनाने को? जहाँ से हम usually order करते वो place बंद है, तो अभी वो कुछ और ढूंढ रहा है। अभी क्या रैंक चल रहा? फ्लैट 3। आज 2 जाके आई मैं, 1 मारा। आज मैं रेना खेली, 2 बार रेस खेली, टीम MVP, this that everything, second 0 सब किया। वो फिर भी डायमंड नहीं। मेरा मसाला डोसा ओके। अभी बंग्स भाई तो चीटी काट, मजा आता है चीटी काटने में। वो क्या है स्वराज? I only play Valorant. Valorant is the best game. ये कौन से कहाँ की है ये ट्रेस ई-स्पोर्ट्स?
Welcome back to day 3 of Champions Seoul and our second opening match of Group C. It's going to be Vitality taking on Trace Esports. Once again, Golden Boy here alongside with Brendan Mimi, who's breaking everything down. Fans been rolling in, enjoying the event, and we have one
like
final matchup for the day. And
मेरा first prediction wrong जाना वाला।
Honestly, you know, if you are been tuning into a lot of the global events and stuff
Drop
like
कर
that,
दिया,
you're
हाँ,
probably looking at a Trace Esports. What is the Trace Esports?
I mean, the same with Vitality. These are 2 teams that have qualified for their first ever global event. Vitality got invited to Lock-in and played then, but this is a very different roster from that Vitality team. So some new faces here to debut.
Yeah, that's right. You mentioned this is going to be their debut here at the global stage. But this is a team
अभी मैं जाऊंगी तो
really
घूमने
has,
जाऊंगी पूरे।
you know,
I want to see the
find
palaces and all
ways
that.
to keep themselves competitive in the EMEA region, which has been, you know, quite tumultuous. There's been so much movement.
Dude, this Vitality team, I think, are peaking at the right times in the playoffs themselves as well. They've had some hotly contested matches. They've been kind of dominating as well across the board in, you know, very emotional scenes, I think, for the whole team as well, because peaking at the right time, there's never been a better time for it.
Vitality
and this team, the only squad they lost to in stage 2 after the break for Shanghai was Fnatic. They were beating every other team in the region, and there was a lot of doubts
because he qualified
at the beginning of this roster about if these players were in the right direction, about whether if they had the right read, the right comps in stage 1, and it wasn't really coming together then. But again, as you're saying, finding their style, peaking at the right time, and now coming in as the team who I think is one of the most underrated rosters here at Champions.
Good call on that one. Let's go ahead with Sender and see what he had to say with Mika Fabs.
Hey Sender, it is good to see you finally on the champion stage. I mean, you've been here for so long and everybody's been saying how Vitality has just looked so good at EMEA, right? Now, since you've been with the org since 2021, I believe, right? Why do you think it's this roster that gets to make it here to the champion stage? What makes this roster so special?
This team is forged into a unit. Like the other rosters were like 3-2 groups inside the team, so it's hard to make a unit. So there's no like trust to each other, but there's like this roster makes us special because we have the bond in each other, like the trust, and we fight in the mud together.
Well, that's definitely good tidings for this matchup. Good luck.
And that's been the discussion for a lot of these players on the roster. Safe in particular. He has a history as a player after his time with Team Liquid, ending kind of rough with some drama around it back and forth between him and the teams there. And he said it in interviews, right, that he does resent that team. He said it felt so good to get to destroy them. He used different words in the first match. But now he's come back here and he talks about this team as being 4 guys who he can look left, look right, and trust whoever is up there with him on the stage. And in that better environment for him, he has looked like an absolute superstar now as the primary duelist.
At times he looks like one of the best players, just I'll say it, I think, in the world, because he's got the skill and talent to do it. They didn't put him on duelist for the longest time, but a while back they've started locking in the roles to something that's more understanding for me, at least. I think it makes way more sense that they put Safe in that position. And it's good to hear from Sender as well, just to call back that prior arrival interview where he's saying the previous teams it was 2-3, which is a very PR-trained way to say it's a little bit clicky in terms of the team. And now they've actually got a unit and they're trusting each other. Because that's what this team is being built on. What I've been watching is just the fundamentals are primed and ready. They are always there to set up safe, empowering him to succeed, taking good fights, and making sure that they don't take any of these solo engagements. Individualism isn't there. It's really just classic EMEA style that we're seeing from that squad.
Yeah, I think the macro calling is where this team really shines. On their attack sides, I think they play really good mid-rounds when they change up the pace. It's always seeming to be at the right time, and Safe, I mean, as a player, you talked about how good he is individually, but he fits so well into this system, and that's so different from the last time we saw him at a global event.
Yeah, but then as we look forward to the other side of the stage, their opponents, Trace, some players and fans may not be too familiar with this team, but this is a squad that, they're coming into this one with, I would say, lower expectations,
Absolutely.
right? So they could do whatever the hell they want and find magic here in Seoul potentially. Right?
They're one of the most standard teams we've got from China coming into this event. And what I mean by that is they don't really play any wild card compositions or any strange unorthodox stuff. It's really just trying to play it by the book and copying what other teams in other regions are doing. The issue is there's always one or two things that is missing from it. Of those compositions. And so for that reason, I don't really have them penned as a team that could go far in this tournament. I think that the wild card factor that China brings to these events is often the thing that's going to get them out of groups.
Priorities. I think the difference between these two teams, who both play mostly standard comps, who focus on the fundamentals, is that Vitality, I think, when they're playing that, when they have these ideas, they're very focused on the reasons why things are good, why this works, what they need to change, and to quickly adapt that. For me, Trace, they really focus on playing things properly, going through the motions exactly as they have prepped ahead of time, and they're not as adaptable. When their plans go wrong, when their opponent pushes them in a way they didn't expect, they don't have that same speed to come up with a new idea that a team like Vitality, to me, has shown in their region.
A far cry from their, FPX brethren who like to just throw things at the wall sometimes, you know what I mean?
People don't spam red faces.
Very true. Well, let's go ahead and find out a little bit more about this squad and check out Trace's Hey Babe standing by with Mika Fabs.
Hi, hey babe. We'll just put you aside for a quick question. Now, this is going to be Trace Esports' international debut, especially on the champion stage. That's huge. So, how do you think the team has prepared for this, especially since going up against the EMEA? It can be quite different from the Chinese team's styles. We have Echo here to help with some translation.
那这一次也是 T1来到我们世界赛的首秀嘛，然后你们是怎样准备今天的比赛的？包括你们的对手是来自 EMEA 的队伍，打法风格跟我们 CN 的队伍还是蛮不一样的。
我们也没有说做很特别的准备吧，就提高自己的实力，然后就是，我到现在都不知道我们的队伍是什么风格的，主要就是打了才知道，在打完之后再定义我们是什么样的风格吧。
Actually, we didn't prepare like something pretty special, and we just want to do ourselves. And actually, it's really hard to define what kind of playstyle our is, because maybe we should, after this match, we're gonna see what kind of playstyle we are.
Okay, sounds good. And what is this? Can I what?
这个包里面装的是什么？
等一下我在场上的时候你们就知道了，到舞台之后。
We'll see on the stage.
Ooh, that sounds promising.
Okay.
All right,
Entry के लिए कुछ prepare किया ये लोग ने?
Okay, well that is quite ominous.
He's got the secret briefcase.
Yeah, he's got the money in the bank briefcase. He's about to cash in,
money
folks.
in the bank.
All right, well, earlier Sancho sat down with Bianca to discuss his move to Trace and much more. Let's go ahead and check this out.
Hello, Sancho here with Byung from Trace and Echo to do translations as well. Thank you very much for joining me. We've seen you here at Champions before, famously taking down NRG twice, fantastic stuff. And then you've transitioned to playing for Trace as well. So can you talk me through what that process has been like since we last saw you swapping teams?
整个旅程就是在 BLG 打完冠军赛之后，然后接连的失利，然后也是个人发挥不太理想吧，然后后续的话就寻求了一个新的开始，然后也是加入到 TU。
Okay, actually, after I take a kind of success for him, to win our NRG twice in Plus Champs, and there was a lot of ups and downs in the whole year, and maybe he just wants to find a totally new star for him, and he just joined Tracy for and stuff like that.
What do you think you've added to Trace to get them here as well to Champions? They've been a good team for a while, but it feels like they've found
best जगह से मंगाए वड़ा पाव best जगह पे guys कौन यहाँ पे नियर वाशी ऐरोली कोपर के अंदर रहता है उनको जगह पता रहेगा best जगह for वड़ा पाव मेरी friend
After he joined Traces, where he he made the whole system be more flexible, and they just plus a little bit his own style on their play styles or tactics, stuff like that.
The difference between the play styles of the two teams is very dramatic. You've gone from, it's interesting, you call it a fresh start. You've gone from a team that, to me, played crazy Valorant, really wild Valorant, to now Trace plays, I think, very sensible, intelligent Valorant. I don't know if you feel differently, but can you walk me through the differences between the two teams?
确实是这样的，因为就是 BLG 我们更鼓励
एक 10-15 क्वेश्चंस और रहता था
发挥，然后
सब कुछ मालूम पड़ता ट्रेस के बारे में क्या बोलते हो चैट
抓住一些那种战绩吧，就是你不要去害怕一些，不敢去操作，然后 TE 打法就偏向稳定，然后就是我们要做好一个整体，然后要去减少一些那种激进的操作，然后去用整体去赢一下每一局吧。
I think the two totally different playstyles, since BLG encourage every single pro players to have a better individual performance and grasp every single chance for have a better performance as well. And for Traces, I think Trace is a kind of solid team, and they just want to a higher discipline and stuff like that.
So my final question is, I was listening to Feng Feng in the press conference, and he said he really wants to fight against Durka because he's been looking up to it before. Is there anybody, like when you'd beaten NRG twice at last Champions, is there anyone you've got your eye on this time to take down at Champs?
नहीं ion नहीं Champs bundle use
最想碰的就是 DX 和 Fnatic 吧，然后就是因为之前我输了，然后峰峰 他也需要在世界的舞台上证明一下他国一炸的实力嘛，是，我觉得他是有这个实力。
确实。He said he really wants to face against DRX and Fnatic because he used to fight them, so he really want a rematch or take a revenge to them. And as Feng Feng said, he wants to have a match with Durka because Feng Feng may be probably the best race player in China, so he really need a chance to prove himself as well.
Well, I'm looking forward to that revenge narrative. Thank you very much, Bianca, and thank you, Echo. Appreciate you sitting down with us.
Volume बढ़ाओ.
All right, so we did see Bianca at Champions last year. Of course, was wearing the white of Billy, but now he's rocking the blue of Trace. I thought that was interesting what Sideshow was talking about. Like we were mentioning, right, with the fundamentals, how Billy encourages, you heard what he said, was everyone's going to do their thing, whereas this Trace roster wants to play a more fundamental type of game.
Yeah.
That's good. I think that goes to show this team wants to just continue to grow.
You can hard see that in terms of the way that they play as well. I mean, if we have time for it as well, I have a telestrator that kind of goes through some of the beats of them trying to hit the mark that a lot of other teams do, but it kind of misses it every now and then.
Yeah.
But they're fundamentally, they try and copy kind of the same compositions that other teams that are having success in EMEA and Americas are having. And it's kind of weird because they don't really get tested in the same way. China plays a lot of unorthodox stuff. You don't really get the same reps in as you would playing for example, a mirror match on Lotus that we've seen a million times before in other regions. So it's kind of hard to get a grasp.
Yeah, now you did say you had a telestrator, so let's actually see what this is.
Listen,
I'm curious.
If we want to pull it up, yeah. I mean, this is, I pulled a few instances of where stuff has kind of
इसकी बहन की कल मैचेस देखो चैट G2 PRX कांग फिर एक दिन की छुट्टी फिर 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 12 को छुट्टी फिर 13 14 15 16 17 18 फिर 19 को छुट्टी फिर 20 21 22 23 24 25 फिर 26 को छुट्टी 27 28 हैं? ये तो गेम चेंजर है 25 तारीख तक है।
मैं वही सोचू, उधर लिखा आता है रोज 25 अगस्त तक।
जो तूने बोला ना मैं वही सोचू, वो अच्छा लगा। सोचती तो है।
अभी भी मेरा गेम प्ले देख रहा है। Why did you dislike? उड़ाओ तेरे बाल।
Excuse me.
So perplexing to me because I'm like, okay, maybe they've got a plan for it, but they just caught a fight.
Oh,
they
power
and sat forwards and fight, and because of their own smoke, Feng is isolated. He's alone. He can't take this fight to push forwards, and he just gets absolutely crunched with his team nowhere near and able to help.
Dinosaur
Those
by
two examples I've cherry-picked,
extend ho jao chalo.
but they're examples I think that they are trying to copy the compositions without actually understanding the finer details as to why they work. Those missing elements, and maybe we'll see it if Lotus gets played a little bit later.
15 को छुट्टी क्या नहीं?
That's the thing that's missing with
15 को
this
matches
team,
है.
I think it really comes as a result of them not being tested against usual teams that would be playing the same stuff in China.
फिर छुट्टी
To the same degree that teams
25 के
in
बाद
the
ना?
Americas.
And this is something we talk a lot about with the CN teams. I think
घर
especially
देखना है.
squads like FPX, like EDG, who are dominant in that region, but also teams like this who are higher up.
Yeah.
When you're playing against less refined competition, it's a lot harder to know when something is really a mistake and when something is really working.
तू बाहर बैठ रही है, रूम में बैठ के खेल रही है.
Perfect. Then sometimes you can get kind of false
पक्का?
information, and it's a lot harder.
चार्जिंग पे डाल, मैंने
versus
वो
a-
डाला
a-
है,
a
बेल
play
मत
in a
बजाना
region like
करके.
really
इसलिए
most
कॉल
of
आया.
other regions where there's a lot of teams who play at a really high level
अरे?
and have had a lot of time to develop at that level. We start to see mistakes like this, and now we're seeing them play against a team like Vitality.
मस्त घर है तुम्हारा, एक घर से आधे दिन भर का कंटेंट आता है. पत्नी जाने से पहले पति लाइव आ जाता है. W love you lemon bye, love you.
Both these teams on paper are playing a similar style, but I think Vitality is just
मैं और पिंकी मिलके कितना 12-15 घंटे का तो स्ट्रीम करते रहेंगे.
We did get a chance to catch up with Bianca earlier when we were talking to him about what.
Love you lemon. 10 super chat, $10,000 हो जाए.
I guess the question is, you know, like where does
घर पॉसिबल है, मुझे लगा कोरिया में सब काली कर दिया.
Can they do this? Give me the
Possible.
pitch.
Okay, the pitch is Jet maps. Kai plays Jet, drops 30 bombs. Genuinely, because that guy is a phenom, but they have an issue where they don't really know how to play. Like their race player is Feng, their Jet player is Kai, and because neither of them want to play both roles, they have difficulties in terms of the roles in that class.
But when Kai is playing Jet, they're electric.
They pop off.
Luo King as well, their controller player, is really sick. He'll have crazy rounds. Watch out for him.
All right, well, it's time to bring out our teams. Let's head down to the stage and say hi to Trace and Vitality.
भाई ट्रेस का सबसे पहला क्या लगता है चैट? भाई वो बीच वाला बंदा कितना क्यूट है.
All right. Well, let's see what happens there.
अभी रेंट पे मत लो, नहीं खुद का ले ले.
We'll see if that works out for him. But hey,
हो गया भाई 50,000 रेंट 2 साल तक भर दिया मैंने. हो गया.
this one with a lot of confidence because you know that they feel like they have what it takes to be able
कितना
to
10-12 लाख
take
तो
out
ऐसे
this
गए
Trace
बे.
team, right? The Chinese team sometimes aren't really given that time of day, but Trace has an opportunity here to demand respect from their opponents. As we take a look at the series layout, you got Ascent, a Sunset, as well as Bind if necessary. Let's see how this goes.
If there was a map to start on, I think it would be Ascent for Trace. They're on a 5-map win streak in VCTC, and this is one of those Kai Jet maps where he looks incredible as an individual. And I think this is their map.
मेरे को भी लग रहा है, लेकिन मेरे को पता नहीं ट्रेस कैसे खेलता है.
When you were looking at those clips from Lotus, we saw a lot of those little mistakes. I see a lot less of that when I was watching them play on this map. So it's a good, comfortable place to
भाई
start.
जर्सी तो हो बे.
I'd agree with that, and I think as well, if there was ever a world where Trace did win this matchup, they've won it with the map veto, in my opinion, as well, because they also like to play Sunset a lot of time. It's a map that they do play a lot. It's also one of Vitality's best maps,
yeah, that's the
which
thing.
is why they've picked it. So in terms of that matchup,
VP कितना लिया उसके हिसाब कर ले. 13-14
they
लाख.
do stand somewhat of a chance, I think, on that. I think Vitality are going to be the clear favourites, don't get me wrong, but Trace aren't just kind of floundering around on Sunset as a map. It's been picked because Vitality
बस मैंने टी का मैच देखा है जेट
If Trace lose map number 1 of its set, I think they're probably
जीत सकते हैं वो 40 बर्बाद.
Vitality, their neon play from Safe has looked on point there in EMEA.
Guys,
as we see from the agent select,
Kai,
obviously no surprises here.
Jet.
This map for me is going to be all about execution. How refined is Trace really when they're up against one of the most structured and strongest teams from a region who is known for their structure?
Indeed, indeed. This is certainly going to be fascinating. Both teams really just opting, as we had talked about, right? This is going to be the standard way that you want to play this map. It's a great opportunity here for Trace. Question is whether or not they can pull through. It's going to be a challenge.
Kai's on the Jet, and we did talk about that being a major win con. The only issue is he's up against Safe, who's also on Jet.
Yeah.
And so, listen, you've got two heavy hitters here, but Trace are a good team on this map. You've got to kind of hope, I think, that there's a form factor in play that Vitality might get caught slipping.
All right, well, let's see how this all unfolds and get into map 1. We're going to send it over to your casters, and trust me, you can trust them. They're professionals. They're so good at their job. It's a killer.
Vitality 2-0 lag raha hai.
I'd like to think so, but thank you very much for bigging us up. But yeah, we'll take it. Yeah, it's only been about 12 years that I've been doing this. So I hope by this point it's become professional. But here we go. Let's get ready to jump into this action. Second series today. Trace going up against Vitality. And I think that the desk has done a good job summarizing the expectations for this series.
Yeah, no, 100%. To me, this is strictly an execution-based matchup. These teams have very similar map pools. So you're going to be running into, theoretically, where they're strong. And it's just a matter of, you know,
roadmap
थोड़ा find some of that extra polish, some of that extra shine to go up against Team Vitality, who has had a resurgence in Stage 2, only losing to Fnatic in EMEA. That is it. That is the only team they lost to. They have been incredible, and on this map, they actually beat Fnatic. So this is a tough map no matter how you square it up for Trace Esports.
Yeah, it really is. And part of that big resurgence, of course, is Safe here on this Jet, moving into that duelist position. And Kai, we've been highlighting him as that kind of golden ticket for the side of Trace, so let's see how they clash. So far, B-side going to be emptied out. No one there to greet them here on the entry, and we see a very big, deep wraparound coming through here from Fang.
Yeah, he is out in Narnia waiting for a push in through tiles, but looks like Vitality is going to stack up 3-2. Two in the alley. Safe going to try to be the entry man to break through. Paranoia and across. Here we go. Retake is on.
Flash out to try and delay.
I think this is a retake, guys.
Force back from there's a headshot found. Binks going to be taking low himself, but Trek's the first to fall as looking able to find one. Hebe taking down Sender. Recon going out. Kai now striking, swinging around the side, tries to get the readjust and does. And it is a flawless pistol win going the way of Trace.
Well, the execution so far looking good, and a good read here from Trace Esports. Looking a little bit different than some of their pistol rounds that I saw in their VODs leading up to this. A lot of A pressure, a lot of mid pressure, and that's kind of what Vitality was gambling on. Instead had to go for the full-on retake, and we're just caught up outside of the switch. That smoke looking pretty good there for Loking, and
by side
at the door, Kai, very strong player individually. Probably my favorite player on this team to watch. Has tremendous mechanics, can swap between the Jet and the Killjoy.
So good, yeah, so far so
good.
Does
great in both regards.
Ooh, safe. Pushing out aggressively. He's got Sender there alongside him. They're able to collect his first kill.
Ye kya tha?
Loking going to be taken down. No chance for a reply either, so a solid start.
Ye kya tha one way smoke se walking?
Lone Sheriff in the round finds some value.
Well, that one was a bit of a head scratcher there from Loking. The one-way smoke was up, decided to challenge it. Safe made him pay. Kai now just gonna hold the angle with the Marshal, 2 Bulldogs, and a Ghost for Fang. Kai gets the first, on to Sender in Wine.
Pushing forward, has that dash at the ready. Spot onto one, cannot nail that flick. Cake swinging on the corner, able to find Safe, taking him down. Cake's having to backpedal, but eventually the pinch comes through. Fang arriving over a tree, strikes him down. A site now open.
This is one thing you have to be really aware of when you're going up against Trace Esports. Very, like, strategically thoughtful in terms of trying to come from different angles, trying to crunch you. You're already seeing it from Fang in this round and in the previous round. They're always trying to create that extra angle.
Oh, well, Fang able to stabilize there, finds a headshot to take down Trex, granted.
Aim to hai.
Only has that ghost in hand here, so if he had fallen, it wouldn't have been too costly for him. But just that initial pick found the only casualty here. It's Trace going to be able to start things off 2-0.
Solid start.
Bianc.
Really a flawless into a decent anti-eco. You're going to carry over a couple of those Bulldogs. Guardian there, 4 Fang. Marshall is going to go over to the IGL. Young K and Kai with a Sheriff, so let's see if they can do some more damage, but the full rifles here for Vitality.
Start
spreading the map a bit more, going into a pretty aggressive stance here towards AD. Let's see if Trace doesn't really seem to want to challenge this off the rip. In fact, yeah, they're just going to stand back. Safe has a lot of info, has a lot of space.
किसके PKMs के लोड़े लग गए?
So that doesn't give you a ton of info necessarily. However, thinking about re-clearing this space and Vitality for now. Vitality is a very patient, generally pretty cautious team. Love to cut you off when you're trying to make your executes. Let's see if they can find an opportunity. Alarm bot. Yep, there's Kai.
Quick clear on that. Just the Sheriff here for Kai in the round. See what kind of damage he can deal. Obviously, wanting to take a rifle out of the hands of his opponents.
This has gotten
Bank up, potentially attack op into the next round.
Yeah.
Oh.
He loves to op. Kai is a very good opper.
Right here alongside Safe. Safe, does he read that there's already somebody in this position? And he does not. He gets taken down. He's going to do weapon scooped up now. Vandal in hand. A 1-for-1 thus far, but now traded up as Runner is able to find BNK. Taking him down, but it is just Runner here alone over at Boats. Players nearby to ready to try to come to reinforce the spray. The
blind, bro.
3 piece for the Vitality, not going to work conversion.
Nice attempt there by Kai to try to double up on that off angle, but gets caught out this time by the flash, just seeing if he could catch him a little bit off guard. A little out of step, but that's okay. I mean, some damage done for Trade Esports. Honestly, looking pretty solid here. I mean,
sure.
That's pretty nice. That's a pretty nice find there, Trex. But it do be like that sometimes. Trex heck of a round there as the Sova on the defender side, and already a couple away from that Hunter's Fury. So big ult could be coming into Psycho relatively quickly for Vitality. More congestion, but a TP over from Low King. I think it's spotted.
He's been spotted for sure. Safe is able to collect the headshot. Finds that opening kill. Once again, it's going to be the Omen taken down off the rip. This time, though, with the firepower equalized. By with a round turnaround here for the side of Trace is going to be that much more difficult. Once again, start to set their sights on B. Try and slow things up.
This time, no clear of the bot, but still a slide over from Safe into a similar position. Execute comes through, dash up and over. Trying to hold the angle and take him down his Runner.
Yeah, able to find it. Not that much damage going to be exchanged as well as Kai, quick peek in the market, finds what he was looking for. Cleans up Trex as well. Welcome to the global stage. As I question whether or not they'd be able to break through, given there wasn't a disparity in the weaponry compared to what we saw in round 2. But Trace, they have managed to turn this into a winnable position, but Kicks wants to fight back. Down to 30 HP, the push up. And Kane down to center, able to find the headshot now. 2v2 with the HP advantage very much still here in the hands of Trace. Suppress connecting on to both. The flash going to be sent out. They're tucked back here though. No one getting caught by that in time. Still ticking. Fang able to find Kicks. Now it's all down to center to see what he can do with the bot. Gets set up. Hasn't noticed him quite just yet. Chance to maybe try to make it a little bit more bloody, but it's going to be Haybait finding the kill. And Trace extending the lead.
Yeah, they're looking really solid, but they're finding the weaknesses in Vitality's defenses. They kind of learned from what happened in a previous round where they cleared the bot and they pulled a bit of attention towards mid. So this time around they just don't clear mid, push towards site, and that leaves both the Sova and the Jet stranded in the back of the site. And by the time that they're able to kind of try to bail out the KJ Runner, things are pretty much done and dusted in terms of taking control, and Kai, of course, being really explosive on that entry helps. And now he's got a Blade Storm popped, Stinger to back it up. Although I will say, Vitality, one thing that impressed me during their run in EMEA was really good with weaker weapon weave, but Kai's just better.
He's just pushing the tempo, right click over. Will not get able to take him down with that Stinger, but Kai still doing work to open things up. Pink's now last man standing to see if he can try to deal any additional damage here. Pop flash going to be sent in, but Looking this
भाई
time.
KO ने blind
Keep his leg
sexy
intact,
दिया.
finds it blind, and Trace gonna be up by 3.
Safe को blind
He is on a
sexy
heck of a
दिया
heater to
KO ने.
start. 8-3-2 right now for the Jet from Trace Esports. And
Match वहाँ पे भी फिर
now
है.
the ults start to come online, but it's both Sovas who've gotten there simultaneously with those Hunter's Furies. Safe just stuck in that corner. Great flash. Set him up from Hebe. And now you gotta start wondering, you know, Vitality's been kind of
Ludo King
pretty
नहीं
well
है
balanced on
वो.
this map overall in the stage 2. They're really good on the attacker side. That's what's really impressive about the way they pilot this map.
Sender.
Hello?
Gonna up the tempo there, and Fang is just ready for it.
मार
Taking them down. Continuing to push forward here towards mid, and that's them pulling off the angle. The alarm bot will alert to that potential deep flank, as there it is, cleared out. Able to play off that util nicely to go ahead and punish. Makes it overall a 1-for-1. But the plant is already through. The site occupied here by Trace, and all 4 players of Vitality getting ready for the approach here. On the heaven note, they start to split off.
Late हो गया split
Down through
लेकिन.
window, fragment sent out.
Late हो
Further
गया,
delay
save
going
करना
to be
पड़ेगा.
found.
Save करना पड़ेगा bro. Bro, save करना पड़ेगा.
Time starting to work against them.
Save करना
Recon
पड़ेगा
getting
bro.
the pings out. They
Save
have to
करना
pull back.
पड़ेगा bro.
Everything here from Trace
Bro,
is just
save
buying
करना पड़ेगा.
time, keeping them in this one. The Kai does get displaced. Runner able to find that. There's the drop down kicks. Taken low, taken down. And now it's
बहुत
on
delay
Save. He
किया
has the
था
op.
यार.
He's going to have to
कैसे
evacuate. He
करेंगे
has to
retake?
run his way the hell out of here. We'll be able to hold on to that weapon, but Trace,
भाई कौन सी
no
team
reprieve.
है?
Give it over. Scope in. Oh, hey, baby. Nearly getting the angle. He and BNK both going to be taken down. Couldn't get out fast enough. But they still have money on their side, and they have a 4-round lead.
Just tremendous staggering of the utility here from Trace Esports. Just
Crazy
delay,
था ना, crazy था.
Getting these plants down. Vitality hasn't been able to do anything to disrupt Trace Esports in getting their plants, or, you know, the retakes haven't been solid. And I think a lot of credit has to go to Trace Esports for the way that they're kind of piloting the map, the way that they're reading the map right now. They've got it dialed in, man. They're seeing Vitality, and they're finding these openings, and getting really nice 3 plants, and can set up quite comfortably.
And one of the things they were talking about on the analyst desk setting up for this game was, you know, this is a team that likes to just play comfort, likes to play pretty stock standard. They have a scent. That's a stock standard match. They find themselves in that just complete mirror matchup. And right now, they are getting that solid read. Brent was mentioning how there's just these couple little pieces that are missing that stop them from being a dominant squad. Right now, it feels like they're finding all the pieces. Vitality has just left them on the floor out in the open. And they're just going, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, a piece of candy.
It's
really incredible what they're doing. They're just really solid right now. So far, I haven't been able to find much fault in anything they've done.
Sure.
+1.
And already finding themselves here at 5 as the Chinese people behind us start ringing out with their cheers. 5 on the attack already, not too bad. Granted, we have seen a bit of a swing towards a bit more impact on the attacking side compared to defense, but defense side still overall incredibly strong here on Ascent.
मतलब hardly 0.5
both teams are
second,
very good on both sides of the map.
1 second का इधर उधर. बाकी तो एकदम clean खेल रहे हैं.
Slightly more advantageous on the defender side, but both sides have good attacker sides as well, and you're seeing it already with Trace. 1 tag there, 1 spot at the very least. Kai.
Thing is now, I mean, that 0 point, that opening 1 had hit on to Runner, so couldn't just try to go for a tempo lockdown. Now he's in a bit of a rougher spot. The team getting ready to try to reinforce his position here, but I mean, it's just an explosion of death as Kai is able to find 2.
अबे पागल बंदा है.
Runner's the last one standing. They already know that he's there. It's going to be a flawless off the back of the timeout call.
The fuck?
Wow. They are really just on one. And this time around, Vitality tries to go for one of their tempo plays where they're trying to counter the execute, and it's just read and shut right down. As soon as that push out comes through, you've got 3 players watching the alley. Maybe 4. I mean, it's just disgusting. They're crushing him. He does that regionally too.
Well,
कोई ना, अभी भाई है.
Pop off.
इन्होंने कब तक जाएगी लेफ्ट? पता नहीं रे. ऐसा खेलेगा तो फिर टफ होएगा.
Some aggression out here.
ऐसा खेलेगा तो टफ होएगा बे.
Be found, but 0 point does land. Just suppression onto 1, and once again, off the back of that information, Trace going to reroute over towards B this time.
लेकिन एक पता है, Talon
is in a position to go ahead and immediately help out alongside Runner.
Yeah, you've got to find a way to keep them from getting through this
ये लोग का simple है.
Looking to clear the alarm bot.
A split, B split, B push वैसा वाला.
And Runner has to get the heck out already. Kai hot on his heels. He got over him.
He did, but Trex able to find that kill, and then Runner, unscouted, unspotted, strikes. BNK going to be taken down. Nano lobbed in towards boats. They know that those players are going to be there trying to flush them out, trying to draw them out here. The tap of the spike, but they know it's not being stuck to. Recon not going in. Fang able to find one. The jump forward. They managed to clear out boats, but they have to still get rid of safe. Knives now pop. Looking down to 40. Has to hit the headshot here. As for now, noise will be broken. Smoke sent out. Spike still stranded here on the site.
30 seconds left.
Safe can just wait this out. Has time on his side. Can see if King tries to go to reaggress, but nope. They go for the plant.
He's holding for it. He's going to be able to get the plant off. It's not back.
God, yaar,
Vitality will break the win streak here.
1v1
themselves a second round win on the board.
And this is quite interesting. I thought this was maybe going to be difficult again for Vitality, but Kai just goes up and over Runner. Never sees him. And then he gets cut off anyway by Trex on site.
Huh?
They're able to still take this down to a 1v1. It's a great push through the smokes. Catching Vitality just enough off guard. They were expecting a flash through. They were turning for it. Instead, it's just a double push in towards those boats, and they clear space. They get the plant down.
100% गया BC.
Odin now.
सबके PKMs के लौड़े लग गए.
Sender has to buy down to a Bulldog. As the economy not in the greatest of shape.
मेरे को जानने क्या टूर्नामेंट एंड तक कौन वो
an aggressive push out towards B main
रहेगा जिसका 100% प्रेडिक्शन राइट है चैट में से. ठीक है, कच्चा एम है, टैलेंटेड प्लेयर्स है, दिख रहा है. चैंपियंस वैंडल नहीं है इस बार. नहीं, फैंटम है. चैंपियंस वैंडल 2 बार निकाल लिया ना, कितना बार निकालेंगे?
Rerouting, heading towards that A side. And it looks like for now it's going to be.
गेम्स कहां करते हैं? वैलो के अंदर ही था रे ऑप्शन. अभी तो बंद हो गया रहेगा.
His Sova going to get a little bit of information there towards mid, but Feng was able to dodge that.
Yeah, dodges out, doesn't get spotted.
By पूरा गलत रीड है VIT का.
Not there.
पूरा गलत रीड है bro.
Deep lurk. Paranoia going to be coming across here, holding them at bay for now, and looks like that's enough to just go ahead and fully reroute Trace. Sfang trying to take some space here in mid, pushing his way forward. Does he check this corner though? It's been the bane of so many teams' existence. This Runner seemingly having the read, but Fang has to readjust. And that is a critical kill to be found here. As Trex now tucked back here at the stairs. The TP into boats. Sender getting into position. Needs to put that Bulldog to use and does. Finds the first. The jump down. They weren't ready for the strike here. As Trex finds another.
Blind अच्छा है.
Gets traded out, but Sender.
इस जगह सिटी पुश देखना पड़ेगा.
Now just Kai and Fang, last one standing here versus 3. And the one's going to be there at boats. The alley fight has to be won. Fang's able to find it, but then does get taken down. Kai trying to draw him out here into the open. Just dancing on the boxes, but the time has already been drained. And Sender will find the kill. A 3-piece for him as Vitality find a 3rd round win.
Oh.
Yeah, just a really good call
from
Sender. The IGL of Vitality.
पैसा जाता और
TP over into boats after losing that critical KJ util in a 1v1.
Till now 100%.
Not really able to slow up that hit from Trace Esports any other way. And it is Vitality's MO to try to keep you from even getting that plant down. And that creates
इसलिए ना कभी भी ओडिन वाले को नहीं कूदाने का. स्प्रे देने का बाकी लोग कूदो.
And that I believe will lead to another timeout now. This time
इसकी साइड हो भाई वेट लेकिन मैं
they've given up 2 rounds in a row. So want to go ahead, tighten things up in these last couple ones.
Like 6-3 lead पे
sure
लोग.
That they're able to stretch this lead even further on the
attacking half. क्या ही करेंगे पता नहीं क्योंकि वो लोग का काई बहुत aggressive है.
What this ends up looking like here for them. The lockdowns available here on both sides. Neither team finding the opportunity. Well, for Trace, mostly not really finding the need to have to invest it.
No, they've either just broken things open or it gets scrappy and they just kind of win the fight, or so they haven't really needed to use it to try to create space. They've been finding it themselves just through methodical play, reading the map very nicely. You know, even in that round, Fang there just working his way through mid.
1 साल पहले आया है चाइना में वैलो.
Bianke makes the call to wrap all the way over towards B, and it almost worked. If it wasn't for the timely TP, Off the omen from Vitality, could have been a very different round.
Any Indian team ये match के बाद है.
Operator again in
9:30 बजे.
Such an
Indian team का match.
Important condition here for Vitality is to get him going. He can be so devastating.
Forward here from Sender. This time, last time it got punished. This time around though, not to be found. Just TP's back to safety over towards bench. Risky plays though still. As the drone moves forward, checking, making sure that mid is secured. Spike very much dropped
अभी किसके
all the
भी
way back over
के
in the
नहीं
attacker's
लगे
spawn.
हैं जब टीम्स बाहर होना स्टार्ट होगा तब पता चलेगा.
Held here for the moment, and if he gets the orb,
अरे
he
पागल
has
हो
the
गया
ultimate
क्या?
to just
जो
TP back for the pickup.
फर्स्ट सेकंड
Looks
थर्ड
like it's
फोर्थ
going
तो
to be
उसका तो ऑलरेडी मालूम पड़ गया ना भदीर.
He's sent to go ahead and scoop this
जो
up.
पहला मैच हारेगा वो कभी भी #1 नहीं आ सकता है लोअर ब्रैकेट से भी. ये लोग का ब्रैकेट सिस्टम अलग है.
So maybe feeling that the B side is going to be the
वो सिर्फ
weaker
सेकंड आ सकता है.
of the two this go around. Just a TP across.
Faking that he's TPing forward. Now all eyes trained there on that position. Meanwhile, the slow creep up here towards being a runner.
Runner बोलते.
Both could have
लेकिन इसको बैन क्यों नहीं पड़ रहा है?
but now the lockdown comes in.
Runner है लेकिन खड़ा होके मार रहा है.
Making sure they cannot push in. And honestly, at this point, I would love to just see a spike drop. Granted, it would make noise, but have the TP pick up to go for a plant onto A. Instead, it's just going to be nice pop, starting to reroute. Sender, however, getting into position. The Cloudburst not going to fully obscure everything. Does get the spot, but cannot find the shot.
Omen
now,
का
sat here.
पूंजी
That
देखो.
window has not broken. It has not made noise. Spots the first. A bullet to the back of the head. Sender going to be taken down. He's ready for the wraparound, and runner falls as well. Now it is just Trex left standing, but not for long. Working with the 3K. Goes ahead and gets them back into the driver's seat.
Trace Esports gets so deep on the map this round, and they are punishing Vitality.
भाई इतना भसड़ मचा था कि ओमेन
so calm.
उतना heavy position ले पाए.
They really try to inch forward in every angle
Plus,
that they can.
ओमेन के पास अल्टी भी था. अगर गलत होता वो खुद ही जाके स्पाइक लेके प्लांट देगा. बाकी लोग रोटेट कर सकते हैं. बाय हेवी.
He has been really
लूडो
good
किंग
for
नहीं
them.
है उसका नाम.
Some massive multi-kill rounds for Trace Esports in VCTCN, but the buy has to be scuffed for Vitality.
The recon not going to ping out. Runner just tucked away here with a frenzy in hand. Going for the drone there. Is BNK, but he gets protected from now. Trex still able to collect one, pushing forward with the classic. Finds the kill, gets out without the punish, but has to tuck all the way into the furthest corner of boats to keep himself out of this lockdown. Players about ready here for the retake, but firepower going to be limited. They do have a Bulldog and a Vandal here in play.
By safe की position.
Bulldog's finding value. Then going to be taken down the wraparound from Save, able to go ahead and keep the player protected. Spike is now stranded. In a 2v4, this is a very rough position to be in. It's Save is able to collect him. Trex finding the last, and that's going to be a MasterCard Thrifty found by Vitality, stopping Trace from building up that momentum again.
Yeah, that's a huge round for Vitality to find a win when they desperately needed one to keep this half from going out of control. Trex has another Hunter's Fury as well, but they're just cutting them off at the point of attack here. They just read the map really well. Kind of bait Trace in, and Trace falls for it. Bucks once again working a treat. Great spot there for Trex. Follows up with some nice shooting. Safe working well, and Trace Esports though, regardless, 7 rounds already, get the spot. Yep.
You know that he's there. Paranoia. Try to escort him out. Fragment as well to find some damage. Kai eating 2 ticks of that one, desperately wanting that kill. Wanting that Omen dead, but cannot find it. Thrown now over the top, the ping through onto Kicks, but Hunter's Fury going to be dueled out here. One taking to the sky, everybody else is playing dodgeball. And ultimately, both ults going to be expended. No tags found.
Well, just kind of similar ideas from both squads there towards A main.
Safe versus
take control,
Sky.
but here we go.
Sky
Push up from
versus
Kai.
Oh, and Safe is ready for it.
जब से मैंने सेव बाय के साथ फोटो लिया ना, सेव बाय का
Finds
गेम
that
प्ले
little
ऑन
bit of damage taken here on the spam just to clear out the turret. Everybody clustered up. Spang able to avoid the shock dart.
क्या मैं वो VALORANT
Starting
का
to get popped 0 point well into the back.
कौन है वो बंदा ऐसा करके फोटो निकालता ना?
Push forward, Safe. Held at bay for now. Volstick takes him down to 59, but the headshot from Lil King takes him down to 0. Elimination found, but Recon Ping's getting a lot of value here, a lot of information, and Runner's able to collect one. BNK going to be eliminated. Sender finding Peng. Now looking to push their way out of alley, perhaps. Looks like just given the time, might have to opt in. Oh, they're going to opt into this TP across the map. And he's got no HP. 6 health remaining. Time dwindling as Sender just sat here back gen. Looking has to win this, but he also has to stick. Paranoia gonna be sent, he knows exactly where he's at. The knife? No, the push forward, the headshot, the round over. 7-5 of the half. Hey-Bay just not able to get there in time.
Oh, what an explosive start from Trace Esports.
Came out running.
But finally, Vitality finds their footing, gets 4 out of the last 5. But it is gonna be an interesting second half.
That it is. Both these teams fighting to the nail from Vitality to be able to run it back here. Up to 5. We'll see how they fare as we swap sides. But for now, we'll go to a break.
Tender ne round nikala hai, bro.
Oh, come on. Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6.
7-5 लगा तो नहीं था 7-5 होएगा वो भी ट्रेस लीड पे कंसीडरिंग एक राउंड थोड़ा सा थ्रो हुआ है सोचो गलती से वन टैप लगता तो भी टाइम नहीं था ना सेंटर राउंड जीत गया था जब ये स्मोक पुश किया भले मरता था राउंड नहीं था 6-1 था 7-5 8-4 हो सकता था बस बाकी तो यार VIT भी बाप खेला यार वो लोग का रिकॉन विकॉन ये सब बराबर था सिर्फ वो किलजो अल्टी में क्या लेफ्रेट हो गया पता नहीं भाई इंडिया का लाइव अपने चैनल पर लाइव करोगे भाई अमित भाई नशा कर रहे हो watching the underdog tracer work I like 2 times यार एक ही बार करो ना यार लाइक यार 2 times कौन करता है ऑड नंबर्स पे लाइक करो
All right, we are back and about to go into the second half here between Trace Esports and Vitality. Trace, the lead theirs, but at least for now, 7-5, decent scoreline after starting on the attack. But given how things had begun, given the lead that they did have, it was a solid effort from Vitality to run back and make this a bit more competitive.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
मजा आएगा.
Vitality looked like they were shook a bit.
मत ले जाके देख.
Trace Esports really just come out swinging. I mean, Kai in particular, 13-8, looking great. Lil King. He has been amazing.
4000 में एक अच्छा माउस बताना रात के स्ट्रीम पे आओ
shutting
यार
Vitality out sometimes, but they're able to get there. I mean, Vitality is a team that
big
puts up
fan from Park Buns
better
by
than
love
average
you
attacker
and
side
I
on this
love
map.
you.
They're somewhere around, I think, 59 or 60% on this map for their attacker side in stage 2 of EMEA, but Trace Esports is really, really good on their defender side. Now, in VCTCN, they were like 76%. They were really stalwart. They're really, really good.
We're starting with the tiles crunch, and one that Trex is able to push back on. Still, more pressure to come. Quick bounce there on the recon. Can't quite line up the shots there against Heibei, so does find that kill. Ultimately, going to be a 1-for-1. KJ Util still set up here from Feng to try to slow things up. TP forward from Sender, gets his way into the site. And Nanos, only the one getting popped, the other one getting cleared out. Sender looking for the swing, spots him. Tucks back, hits the switch. Spike can now be planted. Double push in from behind though. Getting ready to come through, and it's going to be Runner to try to shut things down, but he's able to find Heibei, recovering from Util in hand. Flash does enough though. King able to find that, can scoop up the Ghost.
If he had been able to get both, this would be so much more comfortable for Vitality, but just couldn't quite steady the aim. Dart in.
Oh, the drop down, the Lakia play coming through from beyond. Able to find one, but now everything new here from Feng. Frenzy in hand, Pult's running out of Pult's, the reload to come through. The push forward, he's going for it, he's got to drop down, he's got to get the timing, and he does!
Holy बहन का
Closing
चौदह!
it out, giving Trace another pistol
क्या
win.
movement है वो?
I mean, they're just so good right now. Everybody just kind of working together. There's always an extra layer here for Trace Esports on this lurk, on this lane. Again, something they really love to do. Time and time again on every map. But on Ascent as well, they're trying to get behind you. They're trying to find flanks, trying to find these crunches. And
Fireman game कौन सी better है? Valor finals.
Player coming from behind
Valor baby.
Breaking down a little bit there for Vitality as well, but I think that extra angle created causes a lot of confusion. And Runner, he's been okay for Vitality. I mean, nobody's positive on the score.
Look at this. It's not a full force here from the team. A Sheriff in play, but safe, buying all the way down to get himself an outlaw. And already Runner going to be punished. He'll found. I mean, I think he just recon and then just, yeah, wall bang headshot him with that Guardian.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And one thing that I was really impressed with Trace Esports on this defender side is Bianca. He is really nasty.
It's a project, sharam karo.
Okay, turn from the flash.
Bhai, jump pick acha tha.
Haven't scouted the omen at all in this position. It's just Hebe making noise.
Double jump pick tha, single
pulls off the angle. Looking to his own devices now.
And they're already double stacking out of A main. You got two players pushing, trying to get into the back lines. Trex out towards the middle.
Safe wants to push up here in towards market. Meanwhile, crunch over a tree. That's
marega to problem
nahi. But now they know that there's an outlaw in play. He had to use it to go ahead and clear out that turret. Does find one headshot there onto Kai, but this would have to be some insane heroics. But he won't be given the opportunity to pull.
1 second. Did he just buy a full outlaw? जबकि वो क्लोज भी नहीं है अपने उससे अल्ट से लूडो किंग नहीं है वो
he just went for it.
He just sensed it. He just had a feeling in his bones and said, I'm about to hit this dude in the head.
Sometimes it do be like that.
Okay.
भाई बेस्ट ओमन लग रहा है मेरे को अभी तक के लिए.
Do you? Similar scenes here though from Trace as we go into the bonus.
Are they going
Sheriff
to try
in hand for Low King. I tucked away. Drone not going to be able to spot him out. I think if he had actually peeked over, he might have been able to see him on top of the box. Over the smoke. Either way. Kai for now. Obscured and gets the second shot. Center going to be taken down.
Yeah, outlaw देखा हुआ लग रहा है.
Flash from Kicks just not there in time to try to capitalize and find that pick. For now, Safe just playing on the edge of a pixel here before that turret detects.
And now if you run into that outlaw again, it's a 50-50 if it's just a one-shot kill. Very, very difficult stuff for Vitality. They're just struggling to find any openings. Look at the timing here on the reveal. It gets so much info.
They do, and there's the nanos to go ahead and further delay. Still though, nonplussed. Vitality continue with the push forward. Flash out. Kai gonna get hit by that, but Liu Kang, he finds him.
Fuck!
He finds a headshot at such incredible range, taking down Kicks there at alley. Runner able to fight back. It's a little bit of damage.
Shot. Runner निकाल
Tries to
सकते
get
हैं.
back into the driver's seat here on this round. Gun barrel just around the corner. Shot comes in. Trex finding it, and Kai cannot swing out wide enough to be able to find the punish. We'll just go ahead and scoop up the Vandal for himself. A 3v3. The spike planted, swing out of the smoke. Trex able to find one. Safe gets another, and now it's all in Low King. Still just that Sheriff in hand. Trex won't even die to a body shot here from this, and well, that will be a round recovered here on the side of Vitality. Once again, denying the bonus conversion, but still decent damage dealt here by Trace.
No, thank you for the membership.
That really bails Vitality out of this round. He finds that safe angle away from the outlaw, back towards market, and then is able to bail safe out. It's a good crunch timing when you've got both Hebe and Kai trying to push out of that smoke. Right there, him and Safe stepping up together. He's doing a great job working that angle, working that crossfire, and making it so difficult for Trace Esports, but they still did a ton of damage in that round. Now you got the out for Kai, you got the Odin for Bianca. Kai is, in my book, very, very good with the operator. When I was watching, he loves to get aggressive. He loves to try to take control of a main early. He honestly, it feels like he's taken something out of Texture's book sometimes with the way that he positions himself. I'm not saying he's got the same kind of, you know, juice in there, but he has a similar thought process.
Kai, well aware of the alarm bot resting right in front of him. Wants to see if anyone's going to go pushing forward, but eventually patience will wear thin, and we'll have to just go ahead and clear it out, back away. In the meantime, I mean, it's going to be a pretty much full rotate from Trace, sending everybody towards A side. Ready to intercept him versus Vitality. Sender eating a bit of a pulse there, down the 90. Hey Bay, rather, knife at the ready, and Loking just right there within the smoke. Second time, Center's been punished from this. Safe, they just swing out, double facing. Reading that lurk so well. Safe gets taken down, now Vitality very much been held at bay. Ushered over towards this operator.
They're just trying to make individual plays to create space, and Trace is just shutting it down. Every step of the way, finally Runner able to take down Bianca.
Takes down one, but still pushing forward. Noise going to be heard here. Kai starting to reposition. Market door going to be broken, but can they get through the op? First shot going to go wide. Drops down the TP across, looking to just go ahead and reinforce positions. As Kai looks for the peek, finds him on the second shot. Trex taken down now, and it's all on kicks, and he's only got 26 HP and no time remaining. The swing out, another triple kill. How many does this Omen have in this game? I've lost count, but I do know that Trace are now up to double digits.
It's a lot. He has been incredible. Up to
9 and 6.
9 and 6, dude. Loking is absolutely going crazy.
Suna? Kya bola caster na?
We start calling him Low Karen.
There you go.
Put up that performance.
He is.
He's looking like that guy.
The Omens have been incredible this year. And he's looking like one of them. That's clean, too. Ooh.
Well. Vitality now going to be calling their second and final timeout here of the map. Down by 4. This is a recoverable position, of course. But right now on this defender side, I mean, you talked about the statistics. Trace, you know, their history on this map, as well as the read that they've seemingly had on Vitality so far, it is looking damn good for them.
Yeah, I mean, this was going to be, I think, a close matchup. No matter.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ भाई, एक साल पहले वैलोरेंट आया है चाइना में, हाँ, लास्ट ईयर बैंच EDG ने मेकिंग वेव्स किया है, इतना सब उठ के कांग कांग मूवी भी बन गया है अभी, हाँ, और अभी ये ट्रेस ऐसा खेल रहा है, क्या सीन है भाई, क्या सीन है भाई, हाँ, क्या सीन है, अपने यहाँ पे भी अगर एक साल पहले आता था तो वाला हम भी मारते थे, just saying.
Last round, that was really concerning for me for Vitality because there's a lot of attempted individual plays to create space towards the A site. All of it falls apart. And then Trace Esports can recover with that extra player advantage.
Pretty close to some crucial ultimates here, though. Our Vitality knives for now popped by Safe. Has that. 2 off the lockdown. 1 from the Hunter's Fury. Could be pivotal in Vitality getting themselves back into this. This is going to be a very big 3-man push up through mid. Cutting across into market, turret going to be cleared out, smoke's coming down. Safe goes up and over the top, trying to see if he can get a spot on anything, but ultimately, nothing going to be seen. The push out of the smoke, right into BMK, who collects a second. Safe and Kicks, both going to be kicked back, as now the spam through, looking for some damage, and Center, delivered onto him. Bang in the meantime, finding the other 2. It's going to be a flawless as Trace, once again, not allowing for that timeout to find value in the following round.
That positioning from Bianca is so difficult to deal with. And there's no util to try to clear him. There's no flash from the side of Team Vitality. He's just holding position. And Vitality just caught completely off guard. Only that offing.
By Binks, pro player.
Couldn't even react to this.
उनको लग रहा रहेगा Omen बाप खेल रहा लेकिन Omen नहीं है. It's Binks.
Really smart.
One of the best player है Binks. Love you Binks. Binks Opa. Binks good.
Saw him for a brief
Binks.
Find the shot.
क्या बोलते हो? क्या हाल है Binks भाई? Dope हाल है तेरे भाई का.
For now, everything just slowing down.
Yeah.
Love from Poland. Pinky, I love you,
Pratik. Maybe use some of this extra time to see if they can talk things out, figure out how they want to work this map. Kai's going to get aggressive with that op towards short. He's got complete control. He knows that no one's over here. It's going to give him a pivot point, but it's been pinged out. High Vitality. Not sure if Runner just got a sense of it or got a spot. But for now,
it's going to
be a tuck into the cubby for Kai. Fang gonna have to back off with the drone. Gonna clear it first. Hunter's Fury out to cover him, and they're gonna get one with the tag. Can't find any more.
Take it down, but there's the kill. Traded out here are the kill choice. Back over into the Odin gameplay, but it's gonna be shut down. Kai though. Oh man, sending that bullet through the door like it was Indiana Jones. Finds Safe right before it shuts.
Yeah.
Now 3v3, couple pot shots Fury opened up. Center able to find Hebe. Kicks getting looking, and yep, there you go. The
ball
will take down Kai. So Vitality standing firm here, keeping themselves in this game, but it was looking shaky for a bit there.
Filthy shots. Has a Blade Storm now. Looks like he's going to opt to just use that Blade Storm now, bank up a little bit of extra cash, try to ride out a couple more operator rounds potentially. And he's in head. Just going to...
Oh, Kai, hey, Bhagwan, Lemon Trikan mein Atikalan.
Vitality, quiet in the coach's booth. It's
Binks,
kind of
how about Binks?
crunch. It's actually using the paranoia to set it up. Nobody's there. But interesting idea there from Trace Esports. Bit of a disguised tiles crunch there.
Oh, the flash out and runner still hounded down. This guy just cannot get out.
What the fuck killed रहे लोग?
Just chasing him forever.
He is the opposite of his name right now. It's just...
Yeah, he's renamed a sprinter. The safe though, in a good position to try to intercept here, but they just double swing through. Trex able to answer one back center, finding Peng at the same time. With this deep wraparound, but Pings are coming through. They're aware of Center's position now because of that kill.
One enemy remaining.
As Trex striking from hell.
God, base,
Vitality still with an opportunity to get back into this map.
I was starting to feel like Vitality
by center ka
starting to get a little bit of speed underneath them in some of these attempted retakes. I mean, even though these early maneuvers, these aggressive plays from Trace Esports are finding some value, it's these holds in the post plants that are starting to provide value for the side of Vitality.
कोई हालत में ये नहीं हारना था ट्रेस को.
Got to rethink some of these ideas here.
Bro,
I think Trace may be getting a little bit overconfident at times, and Vitality starting to show some speed as well, some confidence. And their protocol's looking a lot cleaner. And that to me signals that their comms are getting a lot cleaner. Because it looked a little bit messy at times. They found some footing, so I think it's a great time for a timeout from the Trace Esports coaching staff.
Huh?
All timeouts expended.
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
No more intervention unless this one ends up going into overtime. Lockdowns available on both sides. No command available for kicks. Kai, some knives as a backup in case they get into a bad position. Need to go for a retake because for the moment does have that op in hand.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm looking at as a potential win condition now.
I
didn't see a tag on him, so security needs to get him off the stage.
Just lobbed that.
Just poor guy.
Spiking the
pen. 22 मारा उसने 22 कर जाएगा.
He's not supposed to be there. He's not playing.
Well,
get him off the stage.
Let's go ahead and drop the barriers and see if this timeout is going to lead to Trace getting up to map point. How much more gas Vitality has here in the tank. Drone forward. Looks like just going to be runner showing himself for now as they once again try to set up Kai here on this angle. Two players stacked around the corner.
And you can see that Vitality is very, very aware.
Pinky darwaza!
And so they're playing it much, much safer.
Arey,
holding this angle. Kai's got the dash popped. Not going to push the angle just yet. Sender making his way back over. Got the first, and he's out.
Patience is a virtue, and Kai profits from it.
And now it's really difficult for Vitality. They're going to have to spend a lot to clear this. Hop the no command.
Just here in the corner, and that's going to be shut down, but still just the KO. Tries to go for the quick peek, but cannot find the shot. So Rez can come through. We'll put him back into the mix. Runner being spotted out there for a brief little moment, but answers back quite a bit of damage, and Trex is able to find the wallbang shot to take down Fang. PMK, however, still here, the Odin in play, but opts to not pull the trigger, and already now made it into the site.
30 seconds left.
Recon up over the top, looking for a bit of wallbang action here. It's going to be the lockdown invested here on the site proper. And ultimately, feels like Trace are going to have to respect this one as PMK in a bad spot, but he does manage to find the enemy Killjoy. Hebe will get taken down though as Trex once again going on a bit of a tear. And this time looking unable to shut it down. 4K rather, 4 Trex. Vitality are now just 2 rounds away from tying things up.
Dude, Trex is trucking him, man. He is having a win on the map. 18 and 13 coming into this. Has a Hunter's Fury as well. And it's going to have to be maybe a bit of an eco. Blade Storm still available for Kai. Didn't end up popping it earlier. And Kai doing everything he can here. Some great shock darts. But at the end of the day, there was...
तूफान के पहली वाली शांति क्या लगता है काय अपने नाइफ से निकाल पाएगा दो जन का साउंड आया उनको भाई क्या शांति है कास्टर्स किधर गए पूरी शांति पैच इतना सांस अंदर लिया 6 पैक आएगा फ्री साइड Fine.
30 seconds left. Spike down A.
Nowhere to run.
इनको मैं अल्ट
Found them.
Oh, ding to da. Ding to da.
Hello, sorry about that. Minor technical issue. It seems like everything's taken care of as we look forward here into the round, though. Vitality in a good spot. 2 players. Dangerously low on HP. Look at the wall bang shot here. He's low king. He's just a hair off. Being able to find sender. That share up in hand. An immense amount of work to do. The time it's just not there. Cash aplenty built up here for the side of Vitality. He makes his presence known, but eats a lot more damage there in return. And ultimately, Vitality are going to be closing this gap now down to 1 round.
It's been an amazing comeback here for Vitality, but they're starting to play together, starting to play as a team.
10-11 chat. क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
Dying for nothing for the side of Vitality. I mean, yeah, sometimes Trace Esports is able to get those early pick with the ops, but you've got the economy in a really roller coastery position for Trace Esports, so it may have to come in this round because they're investing in it. It looks like great hold on the site. Have the Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown there.
VIT का comeback है. अभी
very disciplined
heavy
gameplay we're
momentum
seeing
है.
now from Vitality, and this seems
और
like
वो लोग 4v5 भी निकाल रहे हैं.
potential do or die. So much money coming into this round for Trace Esports. You have the null command as well. Kai's operator on the other side of the map, just the Sova and the Killjoy over on the B side. Ooh, doesn't catch it. It's just a little bit further back.
It could be something that comes into play here later on in the round. For now, though, 3-man push through Cat.
Oh, nice move.
In towards tree, nothing noted on that left-hand side. And the recon goes in a little bit too deep. Looking nice timing, peeks out, finds safe, immediately shuts the door in their faces.
God, he read that so well. Got caught by the 0 point.
Not just smoke डाला तो निकल के मार के चला गया बे.
Insanely smart stuff from Low King.
And now here comes the reroute with that alarm bot still standing by.
मंडी किसने अभी कुछ लिखा तो? Dodo King नहीं है.
Here, just about shoulder to shoulder. There's alarm bot, not within that. There's the reveal. Push forward. Do they suspect this Nano right here? No, they did not. Catches them by surprise. Fang just backing off the angle, not wanting to over-challenge. He's looking, peeking out. Center noting him the paranoia, connecting. He gets a glimpse here. Ultimately is able to back away. Looking like this is going to end up being a B hit once more. No more KJ util to try to intercept here. Just 2 players, PNK and Fang. Over infos to try to slow things up. The reveal out onto 1. The Odin ringing out, trying to find some tags, but kills not found. No command sent, but Hebe left on his lonesome. Not really going to be resable unless you get the reroute there from Kai. The drop down, however, going to be coming through. And the kills are ringing out true here for Trace. Run of the last man standing with just no time. Oh, still finding 2. Cannot get that last one that he needed.
2 बंदे थे ओमेन ने टीपी मार दिया नहीं. 3 बंदे के सामने लास्ट 10-15 सेकंड में कहां से सेट करके
puts an end to it. And Trace, they find map point.
Really smart stuff here from Trace Esports. Like you pointed out, that deeper alarm bot proves to be really critical in terms of the timing. This as well, another timing maneuver there. Just a one and done position for Loking, and he gets ahead of it. And then they TP. He has the TP available. He TPs into boats. They set up this 3-angle crossfire with the Odin able to watch for the drop downs. Another one holding the alley, and another one can hold the back stairs. They absolutely shut down Vitality. Really smart stuff from Trace Esports.
Oh, and Runner with the counter spray.
He was on site.
Runner by mera stream to dekhte ho.
Finding the kill.
If you can't beat them, join them.
More weak, but there still is another player here, Hebe.
Vandal se nahi mar raha Odin le lo patch.
So it's drifting back towards alley, but with the tap there on the turret. Starts working his way down into the site. Spike for now, still stuck stagnant there. Sender having it in hand, waiting at top mid.
Yeah, you're clearing out a lot of this KJ utility, hoping to bait out a rotation or at least keep an extra player on this B site. So far, it's working a treat. Kai has this op. They're going to rotate away. It's all ruse. They're going to go there. Same alarm bot.
Drifting off the angle, and this puts that much more pressure here on Fang. As
timing.
Nano still available. Popped, swings out, drops down immediately, but still eats an immense amount of damage through the wall. Down to 37. Watches for backstairs to swing in. It's going to get pulled. Safe going to be taken down. A blind shot attempt through the smoke, but nothing to be found from Kai.
Safe.
And the call to retreat to save these weapons is made already. We will have to wait for that spike to detonate. This round is not over yet. Vitality, they want OT.
Vitality really digging deep into the playbook here. They are working the map so well. Clearing the util towards the front of B, and then shifting over towards A with a couple players. Sending a little bit of util that way with the Jet and the Killjoy, and then swinging back in through mid towards B, shutting things down.
Baby nahi hai wo.
Might get one more for his troubles, indeed. Takes down Runner.
Iska bhi hai.
Yeah, making this a little bit more costly as well, but there's still a good amount of cash.
Kai or Loking.
They're not going to be too bothered by it.
No.
Huh?
There's only one more round where the money matters.
Yeah, Kai needing to hold on to this operator, though. And okay, we'll get a final shot there on the center. Still a world away from having the blades online, so overall, not the most concerning thing here. Take a look back is, yeah, just counter through the wall. Runner able to find BNK right off the rip.
वो एक problem है, क्योंकि ये लोग अभी slow खेलेंगे ही खेलेंगे. और फिर
continues to have a phenomenal map there. Breaking things open.
Bianca ult is a big,
one more round to send it to OT. Or is it going to be Trace Esports taking their map pick?
Changing up the angle this time here is BNK, but it's back over here, staring in towards mid. His turret's going to get cleared out.
It's all 5 members of Vitality. They're putting all their eggs in this B basket, seemingly. They're going to make a go of it.
Safe dashing forward. Fang still sat here, but now going to be ping revealed, I believe, as there's the push forward. They flush him out. Odin here, close quarters. Oh, he jumps up! Still managing to take down Safe, but loses his life as Kai trying to find an angle here with that operator in hand. But everybody already making their way forward in towards the site. Oh, lockdown now in play, and once again, nothing to really try to clear this one out unless you got a crazy fragment lineup. Spraying in towards Kai. See if he can try to figure out exactly where this Sova is, but the shot's a bit too deep, needed to go more shallow. They waited out, oh my god! The casual lob and the fade away from Trex. Kai eliminated now.
OT,
a 2v4,
OT.
A 1v4 to try to bring this map to an end, but oh, he's just in a corner, he's screwed. And the Runner has 3 as Vitality tie it up 12-12. We're going into OT.
It just took a little while for Vitality to get going. And then they've got 6 out of the last 7 in their favor. I mean, it felt like Vitality was done and dusted, and we were going to be going to sunset with Trace Esports up 1-0, but they are such a good team, and that is such a good shock dart right at his feet. Unbelievable.
Crazy
damage on it.
That's insane. I mean, Trex's scoreline is insane.
I mean, that just might be the play of the map. If Vitality are able to close this out.
No glass cannons, no Odins. So it's all even Stevens. This crowd's starting to try to get behind Trace Esports a little bit behind us. See if they can find some more success on this attacker side.
हर टाइम सेकंड मैच ही ओटी क्यों जा रहा है भाई? ट्रैक्स ने बचा है, मजाक से हटकर ट्रैक्स ने बचा है वीआईटी को।
Drone for drone.
गलत टाइम पे स्टेप अप किया उसने।
Just passing in the night. Doesn't go deep enough to peek into market. Nothing going to be spotted there.
Just don't know where the jet is yet. That's the real danger position.
Because for now, could still very well be that glass cannon on the opposite side.
Right. And that's why certainly TE is being very, very cautious right now. Have to figure that out. See if they can get that early man advantage.
Sandwich हो रहा है.
Safe, avoiding the ping, the swing in, has the headshot and the shutdown. Fang eliminated. Still though, the pinch continuing, the push in from Market, getting ready to arrive. Safe, just tucked here, backstairs. The swing out from Trex. He's able to find BMK. Takes him down, and that's the cleanup.
Clean recon के time पे
and now they find themselves at that point.
Clean.
I mean, Safe just able to hide himself from that recon dart. He gets that first kill. That's huge. Trace Esports trying to do everything they can to safely identify that position, and they still can't. They throw a lot at it. They take their time. Safe's just smarter, and he's really snappy with that shot. Fang tries to cross and is immediately cut down. Try to get through Market, cut down again.
Save by
like this was the must-win round here for Trace.
Yep.
Very big impact from them on that attack.
कोई एक round याद रहेगा ये लोग
needing
को
a reset.
किलजो वाला round जो first हुआ था ना
going to be going wide. No, still tagged down as well. 2 players, sub 50 HP.
क्या वहाँ से भी
spam solid enough start here for the side of Trace, but certainly would have liked those to have been completed into kills.
Well, now they're shifting Fang over to help out Woking in short. In the tree, trying to create a crossfire here.
Typing got sent. As there's the push forward, and Hebe taking Safe's head off. Finds the kill. Fang trying to push up. The flash not going to be fully connecting. Fang eventually able to find that elimination. We're out here in mid. Bit of a fight back there. Trex tries to keep him in it, but now he's all on his lonesome.
GG.
Shock dart does land. It's one away from a Hunter's Fury, but it'd be a bad spot to try to use it in when he's all on his lonesome. BNK will go ahead and put him down. Get the reset, 13-13, we continue.
Oh, this has been an absolute treat. Trace holding firm.
leg shot लगा.
A lot of damage done early with that wall spam. And even though Kai isn't able to find any value off that op initially,
Pickham's के लोड़े अभी भी लग सकते हैं.
What a call.
Yeah, भाई Fenji का भी aim sexy है ना.
Send Fang over to short to help out Low King. Expecting a little bit of an aggression and a push there. They're able to shut it down.
Genji का wife Fenji.
Now I wonder if somebody's going to call a timeout.
Yep, Trace going to be using their last timeout here. Wanting to, you have to surmise, wanting to correct things of how that previous attack had gone. Make sure that they are winning these attack rounds.
Yeah, it's tough because you just kind of don't clear one small piece of the map on the side you're looking for, and it costs you a lot in that previous round. So maybe just shoring up some little things, maybe talking about the next 2 rounds. Maybe there's some set plays that you can try to go for here, some executes that you've got in the back pocket to try to make some impact with. But slow and steady has been the name of the game for both teams. It's been very methodical.
रात को गेमिंग होगी क्या? Venom by कोई अता पता नहीं है.
But here's the different look.
रात को स्ट्रीम होगा नहीं होगा मुझे खुद को पता नहीं है.
If anything's going to potentially catch some players off guard, it could very well
बड़ा
be
पाव आई
this.
कि नहीं आया है मेरे को बाहर जाना पड़ेगा ना बनाने.
Challenge top mid there, and that's
फोन भी चार्ज करना.
It'll be interesting. Maybe they're expecting that they can win a duel here, catch them a little bit off guard. Start out to check for safe position, but he is once again tucked away.
Another slightly different look is thrown up over the top. Should have seen the head there of Kai. Gets a tag on the Hebe. As now is in such a rough spot. The tail went out. Fang at the same time though, able to find Sender from B lobby across the cat. Finds that kill. Low King finding kicks.
Guys,
and he's just in so deep. Look at his position. Look at the minimap.
They have no idea.
He's wrapping around into heaven.
He's done it again.
This could come back to bite them. Safe, staying, hanging around in mid. Does manage to find one. Trex fighting back. Does get rid of Hebe, but Kai quickly trades it out. Looking, staying quiet, and now it looks like they maybe have sussed this out. The slow approach towards heaven. Eyes trained on this position. Can they double swing in? That's going to be the question. There's the spam out, but he's still going to be good for one. And Kai has the op shot to close it out. Trace once again in the driver's seat.
Switching sides.
And they've been so good at finding these early kills that just kind of set Vitality off balance.
Let's take a look back.
I am watching this. Nuh-uh.
So just pulls out his gun. And then they're just not ready for looking.
No, he's been great at finding these lurks. It has caused some real problems for Vitality. That op does end up finding some value, so it looks like Trace
looking
gonna keep that op in Kai's hands. But Low King
thrown over the top though. He's spotted, still peeking.
Cleared though.
I don't think anybody's gonna peek into you here. It's not until the flash, so does have to back away. Tailwind gonna be expended here by both of the Jets.
Pretty good amount of utility though that you're able to get out of that exchange. The drone, you get the flash.
Binks, what are you doing in Trace Esports?
So a little bit of a
replay. मैं वहाँ पे खेल के आया.
Esports, but now this time around, Short's left completely unguarded, and it's just toyed with by Vitality. This will look similar.
Oh, so aimant run करने वाला है. तो free में मरा. Holy fuck!
Low King at the same time.
Aimant run करने जा रहा था वो.
The deep push out. Catching them off guard once again. Now a 5v3 to be squandered by Trace if Vitality want to try to reset here. This should be the map. Coming to a conclusion. The slow creep forward, silent movements here. The nanos not popped.
30 seconds left.
Jump out there again with the quick peek, finds it. Gun barrel spotted to drop down for kicks. Sees the operator, but there's nothing more that he can do. He is stranded. Running out. The only one to try to fight back. You're never going to have to be an ace clutch to keep this map going. The plant going to be stuck. Not looking to corral. They allow him to get that one through. One kill, he has a lockdown. But will he find the opportunity? Shots flying out. He cannot make it happen. The defuse will come in, and Trace will be taking the opening map here of this series. Their pick of ascent goes their way, 15-13.
Oh, what an impressive start for Trace Esports. They look really clean, really well coordinated.
भाई 80% भी गया है मेरा prediction वाला. 20 वाला बचा है. भेज.
Back hard to send it to OT.
भाई Low King क्या मारा
It still was
लेके.
not quite enough. Oh man.
Low King
if we're going to have more of that in these future maps, then I certainly cannot wait. But wait, is exactly what we have to do. We're going to be going to a quick little break. The analyst is going to break everything down, and then we'll get into sunset.
Guys, अभी कोई है 100% begins वाला? I highly doubt it. अभी तो आधा मैच बचा है chat. हाँ 100% टाइटन से ही है अभी.
You make me lie to myself, feel some kind of way. I've been running and running miles away. I can't believe where I'm at without you by my side. One side. I know that you're not coming back without you by my side. One side.
안녕하세요. 잠시 동안 발로란트 챔피언스 팬들을 만나볼 시간입니다. 옆에는 아디타님과 그리고 딜런님 모셨습니다. Hello everyone to meet the fans interview. Woohoo! I'm sitting here with Adita and also Dylan. Now, I hear you guys are in here every single day. Do you guys live in Seoul? 여기 맨날 오신다고 들었는데 서울에 사시나요?
No, we actually flew in from Atlanta. We got a Georgia Tech. Shout out J Park.
아틀란타에서 비행기를 타고 왔는데 그리고 조지아 공과대학에 왔는데 갑자기 그 제이팍에게 샤워로드 보내기도 했는데요. 그러면 좀 서울은 어떤지 한국은 어떤지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So how is Seoul for you so far?
It's been really great. I think all the food is really good. The atmosphere is just a little hot right now.
음식도 맛있는데 날씨가 좀 더워서 힘들다고 얘기를 하네요. 그러면은 또 풋 저지를 입고 있는 걸 봤는데 또 미국에서 왔잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 좀 누구를 응원하는지도 물어보고 싶습니다. Now I saw you wearing foot jersey like a moment ago, but you're from States, home of Americas. What's going on here? You here for EMEA?
Yeah, I am. I'm a pretty big foot fan. Ever since CNET joined, I've been following them.
신하트 선수가 이렇게 팀에 들어온 이후로는 풋을 계속해서 응원하고 있다고 합니다. 그러면은 이제 신하트 선수에게 한마디 부탁해보도록 할게요. Now, message over to CNET.
Yeah, I just want to say I love you, CNET, and good luck at champs.
굿럭 그리고 시대드 사랑한다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 이제 우승 후보 누구라고 생각하는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Who's winning champions, Dylan?
I think PRX is gonna win.
페이퍼렉스가 이길 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 이제 또 페이퍼렉스에게 한마디 부탁해봐야겠죠? Now, anything you want to say to PaperX?
Let's go Jing, let's go Forsaken. Yo, menangin ni semua.
징, 보세이건 화이팅이라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. Thank you guys for the interview. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of the match.
All right, well, the fans coming out here enjoying the event. It's always great to, I mean, honestly, being able to, interact with all the different fans all across the world has been the best part about working Valorant esports. So you just got a little taste of that there. But let's go ahead and focus in on the match at hand and what we just saw. And if you're looking at the scoreboard and you're like, wait a minute, that's not how this is supposed to go. Well, surprise, surprise. Trace Esports decided we're going to pick up this dub. And even though it got a little dicey there for a moment, Bren, Trace really pulled through in that OT, able to lock it up.
Yeah, I was a little bit scared that they were going to just absolutely drop off the face of the cliff towards the end, but they locked in. They got that win on Ascent. It needed to happen. I think it's a necessary one. Map 2 of Sunset is coming up, and that's one that's Vitality should be, again, heavy favorites for. But after the improvements that we've at least seen from Trace on that map, and I think all of our expectations coming into this series overall, who's to say which direction this second map's going to be going into as well?
Yeah, I know. It really does blow my mind, considering that coming into this, they're the team with the lowest pick'em rate. No one was giving them time of day.
Yeah,
wild stuff.
Like, stylistically, they shouldn't have matched up well, but they've clearly come in with a ton of improvements across the board in a lot of their maps that they've been picking. And, the second map is coming up again. I have to harp on about it, but Sunset, it's the other map that they first picked the most outside of Ascent recently.
Yeah, of course. And, well, let's go ahead and take a look at our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because we got to continue to give our love to Trace Esports. It's Kai, who we were talking about how this guy could be an X factor for this team, Mimi, and has certainly delivered here without a doubt.
I think what's important to note, though, that while Kai was ridiculous and I think had a lot of incredibly impactful moments throughout this map to keep his team in control, he did not win this game for Trace. I think a lot of the time when these teams from regions like China come in, we get really excited about it. A star player,
Yeah,
a YZ, a Kung Kung, something like that. But today was not about the individuals, even if he was great. This game was, I think, about the post plants and the fundamentals, and honestly, how clean Trace looked. On that attacking side, they looked excellent. We talked about it needing to be about execution, and the execution was absolutely on point. Every post plant scenario, they're setting up the correct crossfires. They're swinging off each other. They're using the right utility. It was a really impressive and well-played round of Ascent from Trace.
Yeah, it really was. I think they have all the extra elements that you see out of good teams on Ascent as a map. It's really hard, I think, when you're on an analyst desk and you're trying to distill down an OT map of Ascent into what one team did better than the other, because honestly, it's a lot of micro adjustments over the course of the map and a lot of different changes and teams adapting to one another. But from what we saw of Trace, they're fundamentally really strong in this map. The players are hitting. You saw the best elements out of all of the individuals as well, just to highlight some players like Lao King. He was constantly opening up the other sites. They were calling the right pauses as a team as well. There were some great moments from Trace overall that got them over the line.
That, what you pointed out there with the pausing in rounds, is what really impressed me. I think that's a piece a lot of teams miss, right? Where you're in a position where you're outside of a site, you're ready to fight it, but realizing that flood retake is coming and being ready to pause, take that fight, and then go into the site. It's really hard, those moments. The comms are always hectic. You have a lot going on as a player, as a team, as an IGL, and being able to make those right decisions in these high-pressure moments in a very high-pressure match like this is super impressive for Trace.
Yeah, and now they find themselves in an excellent situation here, 1-0 going into Sunset. That being said, though, as we have already, said a few times now, this Sunset map is going to be one that you gotta lean a little bit more for Vitality on here. But now that we've seen what Trace could bring to the table, I don't know, I'm on the Trace Express. So, take me to the next stop.
For sure. I don't want to get carried away, though. I'm all about getting on trains.
I have never gotten carried away a day in my life, Mimi.
No.
Okay?
But this is the moment where I'm not going to. Because this is a good map for Vitality. They started to look a lot better as a team towards the end of Ascent. And safe on Neon here is excellent. They have a lot of great game plans cooked up around him on this agent as well.
I think Vitality have a ton of looks on the defense side as well, which is where they're starting. They have a cool pistol round strat with a hard anchor with a lot of their Cypher util on the other side, like they're playing around a KO ult. But the whole intention of it is that the kill trips stay up. If they knife, Kicks can just try and anchor and play down a nade. But that's just like one part of the puzzle, I think, with Vitality. They have a lot cooked up on this map. They get active at the right times. I love the way that they play it.
If you're an Americas or Pacific fan, you're not as used to seeing the KO played on this map. You see a lot more breach in those regions, but they play the KO really well. The defensive cross-map knives are massive for information, and I think the timing of Kicks' flashes, especially when combined with Trex's darts or with Safe running in, is always really good. It's pretty common in EMEA, and of course Vitality execute it well, and they'll have to if they want to stay in this series.
Yeah, that's right. Well, can Vitality force that map 3? We're going to send it back over to your casters for the call. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Alrighty, thank you. Yes, let's get ready to go into Sunset for Trace. They want to ride off into the Sunset, try to find themselves a 2-0 victory for Vitality. They now need to fight back and extend this series over to Bind.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be feeling super confident after that. Yeah, Vitality did look a lot better as those halves wore on, but Trace has got some really good ideas on how to counter some of what Vitality wants to do. And the last time out on this map, when Vitality played Heretics, it's a bit of a slow start on the defender side for them. Eventually found their footing. What is this going to look like? A couple agents being different in between the two of them, right? You've got the KO, you've got the breach, but it's not the breach with the Neon. A lot of times these days you see the breach supporting the Neon, and it's the KO for the side of Vitality, which I find to be super interesting. Meanwhile, Trace has the Raze for their duelist, and they have the breach supporting it. So I like the breach a lot. So much control over the long angles, especially around A, whether it be A main or towards elbow or towards mid top. Those kind of things really can make it difficult if you can get into a position, find some good fault lines, find some good flashes, those kind of things. I'm really looking at Kicks a lot on this map to set up Vitality with that util. Bit of that was mentioned by the desk just a minute ago.
Yeah, keyboard safe. Let's go, baby.
Really crucial here. Obviously, Safe. You're looking at him to be that superstar player that you expect that he was in EMEA to as well help set the pace.
As you can see, minor keyboard issue here on the stage, making sure that everything is good to go. So we'll just go ahead and plug in another one, make sure that it's working. And if keyboard worked good, then game can start.
The expert analysis.
What can I say?
I'm 2024.
Yeah, I really love keyboards. I own like 2.
Really?
I can't fathom. Whenever I see people who just collect mechanical keyboards and do like custom builds and stuff, I'm like, where does this all go? Where do you put these things in your house?
Have you ever gone to like one of the custom mechanical keyboard shops here in Korea?
I have, and I've never purchased anything because I go, no, the stuff that I have, it works just fine.
Right. I've used the same keyboard for like 11 years.
Yeah.
Not even kidding.
I mean, like, I don't begrudge anybody if that's the thing that they want to, nerd out about, and that's what you want to collect. I just don't understand having like 15 different keyboards.
For sure.
Like I have,
like they have them up on the wall like it's a gun rack.
I have like 15. I have like 5 of the same like mouse, but that's because it's discontinued. So I need, yes, in case there's, I need a backup if one of them breaks, then I have to go down the line because I really am just so set in my ways that I don't want to change off of a mouse that has been around for 20 years. So
I actually agree with you on this. One of the rare times that I see eye to eye with you on something.
Well, there we go. Now that we see eye to eye, I think we can go ahead and get things underway. Being told that the keyboard issue has been taken care of, I can see the timer ticking down, so we should be getting into the action here in just a moment. Trace have been able to take the pistol so far on ascent. Curious to see if that trend is going to continue going into sunset.
Yeah, absolutely. And pretty similar idea to what Bren was just talking about on the analyst desk from what I'm seeing from Vitality. Although you do have Trex leaning towards mid with kicks. A set play there to try to counter any aggression, but the knife from kicks just grabbing a spot onto Low King. Now you got a 3-man push out. Yes, there is the trap wire there, but let's see if they're going to be ready for so many players to be holding here.
Oh, Low King spotted dead. Save, able to find the double headshot to take him down. That's going to be a very good first blood. Granted, saw a couple times back over on Ascent. Low King being that first player to end up getting picked off, only for Trace to then still win out the round.
Yeah,
Trace are going to be able to replicate that magic.
You think oftentimes the 4v5 would be a significant advantage, but at times players just go crazy. Oh, Bianca.
Sender. Just to get himself around the corner. Just fast enough to dodge that out. Ping going to be coming through. Paint shell around the corner. Blast pack at the ready. The jump forward. And oh my God, what is that? Right click. A second one. Is it doing it again? Trick's now the one that's trying to fight back. Shot dart going to be lobbed in. Gets quite a bit of damage.
Oh my
Both
God.
players down low. Swings in. Finds the shot on Bianca. Everybody low HP. The swing out. Hey, base, soften him up a little bit, but he reads the flank, but Fang still has the kill. And my God, they are 3 for 3, and that entry was disgusting.
Absolutely ridiculous what they've dialed up.
Observers, can we see it again? But in slow motion, please.
Yeah, just...
Hello? Give me that .25.
I want to savor this a little bit.
Thank you.
Oh, beautiful. Look at this. Oh my God, that is so good.
Absolutely disgusting reactions.
He's just ready. The crosshair placement is perfect. And yeah, Hey-Bay can't even take the heat, man. Woo! Ridiculous.
Well, now 2 Bulldogs. It goes 2 Spectres here for Trace going into the eco round. Safe still going to be picking up a Sheriff here.
By
4v5 more punch behind him.
4v5.
Well, and there's a little bit of thought about trying to contest A main again early from Vitality, but without any contact, they quickly spread out. Like, they've got a couple players wrapping all the way through spawn, and a 3-man stack on the other side of the map. For Trace Esports, they're worried about aggression. It never came from any of the angles they anticipated, relying again on that trap wire. Towards the A side of the map to kind of give them that info.
Blind नहीं है ना ओमिन का.
You kind of called it there, man. Like,
और ओमिन भी रहता तो मजा आता.
So what? Like, they're just firing today.
Just blessing Trace, cursing Vitality. Fault line going to go across. Doesn't connect onto these 2 players here. Cage goes up. They just spray right into it. Like an open book. Runner taken down. Push out of the smoke here. Okay, I think, yeah, they had the spot. As Kai continues to pinch in here towards Market. Shot's going to ring out, and that's going to be Trex taken down. Slide across from Safe, and
Slide into my DM. By Pickham's gaya bhai.
They're going to be ready for kicks, though. He
Pickham's
slid
gaya.
into this spot after Runner was taken down.
Classic.
Yeah.
Swing around, yeah. They get a sense of it. They say, you know what, we never did
Bhai,
check that
angle
corner.
bhi check kar rahe bhai.
Really good discipline on this round.
And that's one of the things that the desk was talking about, praising them from Ascent, that discipline to be able to just slow things down, wait, re-clear an angle.
They do it here again.
Think about where players could be. They do it here as they look for a flawless, I mean, they fault line him. They know exactly where he's tucked away. So it's going to be a flawless anti-eco here from Trace.
I mean, I think in some ways, like we talked about so much how these two teams have similar ideas, similar play styles. And you saw that in Ascent, right? It was very, very close. A lot of the rounds were very, you know, kind of info heavy and everybody just kind of trying to spread the map, stuff like that. But I think for Trace, in their region, they go up against a lot of teams that are very aggressive. You know, you think about FPX, CDG at times. They really want to take those fights and come at you swinging. And this game is playing to their strength. And they're really, really cleaned up. You know, they're performing a lot more disciplined than we saw.
Yep.
And that's so impressive. To come through with not a ton of time into this event and looking a lot cleaner.
Quick spot there on the cam. Runner trying to hold the line here. Turns from the flash, does manage to find Fang. Cage going to be dropped down. A little bit of counter spam through that one safe as well. Going to get tagged up. Over towards that market side, the three-man crunch push gets ready to come through. Runner with a second, does end up falling. It's Bianc able to find one. Still a little advantage here for the side of Vitality, and the spike not yet planted. Low King going to be taken down. The spike now needs to be recovered. Bianca able to find one. A lot more work to be done as he does get spotted out. Sender elbow showing there. Trex getting Kai. That'll be the closeout. 3 members left alive.
Good bonus.
One thing that we've seen consistently here is Trace winning pistols, but Vitality denying those bonus conversions.
Absolutely, and it's a really great job by Runner, just delaying as the Cypher, getting some of those big opening kills. Just kind of classic Cypher play on this B side on Sunset, and he works it to perfection, gets the rest of the team over to bail him out, to not really give Trace Esports much of an opportunity themselves to find much value, find much success in that round. Yeah, they get a couple kills.
एक भी गलत तो 100% गलत ना ग्रुप बी छोड़ के क्या होता
down as that Cypher, and that's definitely part of the game for Team Vitality is they want to be able to fast rotate on this map. They want to get safe into a position where you can lead the charge.
मेरा ग्रुप A B C D छोड़ के बाकी सब बराबर है मेरा.
From getting into those post plants, and if they do give up those post plants, they're really good about stacking and going for those retakes.
King, getting the reveal. Sender going to be taken down, distracted by the dart. Solid setup coming through as drone spots out on the 2. Feng up over the top, sending down the paint shells, and Kai with that ping, able to find kicks, and the paint shell claims safe at the end.
I know exactly.
Neural Depth now invested to just further ensure the closeout here on the round. The swing in, the double tap. Hebei finding it and running out left to his own devices with just a bulldog in hand.
What a neat play off that Cypher smoke into the recon dart there to set up Low King. Just great coordination from Trace Esports. They are looking so polished.
Getting in a position as well to find the catch here. Runner wanting the Vandal, does find it. But if he cuts across mid, he could be at risk. That's exactly where he's drifting to. Weapons drawn out, but Kai has the headshot instantly. Nothing retained. Trace off to a roaring start. Once again, just not allowing for that momentum build up here from Vitality.
No. And now they've got a showstopper. They had the neural theft in that previous round, made it easy for Hebei to get his kill. Another great spot there. Man, Bianca is on point on the Sova utility today. Ridiculous. I mean, there is a Hunter's Fury for Trax. Runner does have his neural theft, but the ult cycles for Trace Esports so far.
क्या हो गया Vitality को कुछ नहीं हो गया. Trace को किसने देखा नहीं था.
It's a weaker buy for the side of Vitality. One away from the overdrive, though. If they could find a way to get safe this kill with this Guardian, could be a difference maker in this round for sure. And just a very methodical, slow start to this round. Flash out, try to see if they could set up safe, but nobody home for Trace Esports. Closest player was Kai on that Cypher. Just waiting towards mid.
Sender ko padi.
just working the map a little bit. Our Trace Esports not really giving up much information on where and how they're trying to approach this map. Vitality, they have safe
फिलहाल के लिए रीड
a
अच्छा
little
है.
bit of mid.
3 बंदे B पे भी है.
But now the smoke comes through. And Trace Esports looking like they're actually going to stack up for the full execute. It's the full 5-man push.
Maybe Loking getting into a position for a flank here, starting to work his way over towards mid. A little bit of damage found there. 2 players now below 60 HP on the side of Vitality after the paint shell lands behind runner. Not pulling the trigger on the exec quite just yet. They're still playing this out slowly, but this gives more opportunity for Safe to potentially upset their odds here, but that's a great fault line, and then the pinch comes through, Looking, finding the kill, and runner, the gun barrel getting spotted out. Peng makes it all too easy here for him. Hicks, though, able to fight back. Trex fighting too, and now time dwindled. The spike is down, it's in main. I don't think they're going to be able to get this.
Nope.
Time just ticking. The TP forward is a trying to pass it, but the timing is a little bit off this round. Oh no, it has gotten away from them. Solid damage dealt here at the very end, but my goodness, this round, this should have been Trace's, but Vitality, they squeaked by with a win.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the idea here from Trace was they didn't like the initial contact that they received. They didn't feel comfortable trying for that showstopper, maybe a little bit worried about another trapwire or something like that. And they tried to create an extra angle through market, but Trex with an absolutely gorgeous Hunter's Fury. So much damage off the back of that. What a lineup he has there.
टेंडर का नसीब खराब है. पहले सामने वाला का तो चॉकलेट खाया, फिर अपना भी खाया.
And the round is
टेंडर का हो गया भाई, लास्ट गेम है उसका.
Everything was on that Hunter's Fury, and
ये
boy,
गेम
did he
जीतेगा ना
deliver.
तो भी बोलेगा नेक्स्ट नहीं खेलना है मेरे को, मेरा हो गया.
Pushing forward. I believe Center may be making a bit of noise there.
He's watching that corner. Now they're starting to stack up. Got some nades and other things to clear it if they want. A little bit of help, a flash and a push out. Not much damage done. King taking a scrape, but sides for now. Gonna take a pause on this battle again, and Trace Esports, they've paused, but do they know? Are they gonna expect this position from Safe? He's pushed deep through mid.
Just rotating these smokes across. That's a very good question. Drone still available. And K sort of checking the angle, but then drifts far enough forward. A relay bolt going to be sent fast lane. And the sprint out. Spray here from Looking. Able to find him from tiles. Drone now getting the ping out, the push up in towards the smoke. Looking, trying to just catch Trex off guard. Cannot do so. He gets shut down. Now Vitality looking poised to tie things up as Guy getting spotted out. Eating a bit of damage.
That's so good from Vitality. Not just getting that position, but then immediately Trex is there with the drone to check. Clears out King as well. That's really good.
It's 20 seconds remaining and looking like a save here for the side of Trace. Cash is a very disjointed place here. With only Hebei and Looking really having much to scrape together, so they just have to sit back and allow for this timer to run out.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it's all the little things. Those protocols and a great escape from Safe. Gotta love the way that he expected more players and didn't overheat. Didn't try to go for the big 2K. Gets another one at the end of the round.
Yeah, Shock Dart flushes him out. Now at the risk here is Kai, but still does manage to find one. So Flawless can't come through, but Vitality still tie things up at 3-3. Cash built up, and Trace, they're gonna pump the brakes here as we take a look at the replays.
Yeah, I mean, I think now they're just not quite having as good of a grasp of the map as we saw in Ascent, right? We saw it in the very first pistol round where they're not ready for that push out, where King gets taken out trying to cross towards tiles. And then this round here, you're not expecting Safe's position. You don't have a response prepared, and he's able to duck out because he's a Neon as well. That helps. But then you try to take space off of that, and there's another good response from Trex, from Vitality. So I think maybe now
dissolve in your mouth.
More of a lean towards some of the things that have been working.
Vitamin D, vitamin E.
Covering the angles early, making sure that there's no aggressive maneuvers from Vitality, and then finding the openings for those executes that have looked generally pretty clean.
Same
like you said, if it wasn't for that Hunter's Fury, that execute with Showstopper a couple rounds ago probably would have worked.
Yeah. Last few seconds to run out here. Trace, one other thing that we can say is that ultimately I think they've been getting quite good value and good adjustments out of the timeout. So I'm curious to see what the attack strategy looks like coming out of this first one here of Sunset. Fang does get a buy. Passed over a Vandal here, but okay, assessing what he wants to do. We'll just go ahead and have the Bulldog here at the end. So still a decent amount of firepower available to them. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, one charge away for each.
Yeah, and I think a fight for the orb is in order. See if you can get that Rolling Thunder available. Another quick push-up, very similar to what we saw a few rounds ago. Trying to see if they can catch a player off guard.
Similar one-way setup. Boombot to go ahead and check. Gets the clear out, and there's predictive paint shell. Yeah, anticipates it, but Sender's still able to get away. Blast pack in sight, scouted, taken. Vitality getting everybody clustered up, ready for the retake. Plant coming through. Bang for now, Paranoia goes across. They wait that out. No one able to take space off the back of that as Kicks eats a little bit of damage here, and Bianca gonna be fully flashed up there in the corner, but still they cannot peek in. They have not been able to find these angles, but now they do. But Lil King strikes back. Kicks and Safe both going to be taken down. Just BNK lost for the time being. As Sender now, the last one standing, finds the headshot on to Feng, but needs to divide and conquer here. So they look for a bit of a high-low setup around the corner. Nearly stacked up. There's the swing out. Lil King playing bait, jumping in with a right click. The cleanup is there, and Trace reestablish a lead.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit of difference in idea off the timeout on how Trace Esports wants to identify and clear that elbow position. It's the Boombot into the paint shells, into an aggressive push out to try to get through towards the site. The only thing I was kind of worried about in this one is disgusting. Really disgusting. The only thing I was a little bit concerned about in this round was that Bianca was the one they gave the spike plant orb over to for the Hunter's Fury, and he's like right on the site. But you know what? You have it for the next round. You have the Rolling Thunder as well. So
I mean, this could get messy.
Yep.
The 4 ults on the opposite side. Hunter's Fury going to open up immediately here from Bianca, just trying to find a target, but so far all of them dodging out, but safe. Staying stagnant, does get tagged. That's going to put that Neon now down to 45. Not the kill that they were looking for, and Feng also eats quite a bit of damage.
And an earlier smoke this time from Lil King, knowing that there's going to be players trying to cross. Able to get that owl drone out. Not going to give it too much info. And so this is going to keep Vitality guessing. That's a really well-timed smoke. And good, again, understanding of some of the protocols you were seeing from Vitality earlier. The response to that smoke, knowing there'll be a drone coming. Here we go.
Blast packing forward. Wires cleared out, reveal they're on the runner as he gets stunned up, but they can't scale forward through this cage. They have to stay back, and runner able to find one. Kai going to be taken down. Swing out, gets a spot here, puts a couple damage, a little bit of damage there on the Lil King. Bianca taken out. Feng swinging, going for the challenge, but Sender just knocking him all down one after the other. The drop down looks for a little bit more. So Lil King now all on his lonesome. 2 players low on HP, but they look for a triple face, and Safe will be able to collect.
उसके साइड पे नहीं जा सकते. बात
खत्म.
हर राउंड एक चले जाओ.
Man, I liked some of the little ideas I saw from Trace Esports in this round, but Vitality is so difficult to get through in the front of the B site, and they're so fast with their rotation. And if you get stalled up at all, and Runner again doing a really nice job, buying a little bit extra time, playing his life very nicely as that Cypher. But all you need is that little bit of extra time for Vitality, and they can get into really good spots. Take the rug out from underneath you.
5-man stack up over towards B, though. Does this just end up being an aggressive push? They do have that Rolling Thunder, a hero rifle here in the hands of Kai. So now just breaking down the door, keeping that Vandal obscured. Fault line paint shell going to be expanded. Cam going to get cleared out. Vision taken away from them. As well as the trap wires, but there's the reveal as they play forward. 2 kills now, a third already going to be found as the aggressive push and not leading to too much of anything there. Hey, babe, we'll go ahead and get one on the runner. Otherwise, a damn near flawless is Vitality taking the lead.
Yeah, really starting to stabilize now. Our Vitality. 4 out of the last 5. Safe still sitting on an overdrive in the back pocket. Rolling Thunder still not finding an opportunity to let loose for Trace Esports. Kai does have another neural theft. And Trace maybe looking over towards B this time, is starting to see some smiles there from the side of Vitality. Feels like they're getting a really comfortable read. B side has been very, very challenging for the most part for Trace Esports to even get the plant down. And now they're just sending out a little bit util, sending out a fake. Like they're going to test elbow, like they have a couple times previously.
Yoru Woru type लग रहा है मेरे को Trace.
Again, Vitality so quick to
या फिर
react
वो
as
लोग
well.
लेंगे नियॉन कुछ
No
फास्ट
smoke in
वाले
mid.
खेलेंगे क्योंकि बहुत फास्ट खेल रहे
They're
हैं
going to have a pretty decent idea that
Yeah.
it's likely going to be B.
I mean, there wasn't too much contest after the recon clear.
Yep.
So they're able to get center into a much more forward position, knowing that no one's pushing from that angle. Plant going to be coming through. Runner still here on the side and strikes right as Fang is distracted.
आधे तो स्प्रे में
Kill
मर
found.
रहे हैं।
Vitality putting the right foot forward. Pushed up though. Runner going to be taken down. Go King still lurking, lingering here within the smoke. Sends out that paranoia. Smoke going to be dissipating, but now knows that paranoia is going to be expired. Overdrive popped here from Safe, seeking a target. Is Rolling Thunder's going to start crashing across. Kai, however, eliminated the man advantage, taken away from them here. As Lil King just cannot get away. The fuse now being held to half, coming through. Hebe has to try to go for the peak, but Safe will zap him down. Vitality now will stretch the lead up 6-4.
B नहीं जा सकते.
Vitality
Cypher
doesn't have to guess too much on this round. The whole way through, they have a pretty good read. There's an attempted fake over towards A. There's no further contact. There's no contact through mid initially, so you're just kind of able to really lean heavily and quickly towards that B direction. And kind of stymie this crossfire attempt from Market.
Oh, by वो crazy था.
Really being nasty on that B side.
He finds that timing right before the enemy smoke blooms.
वो crazy था.
Just catching Fang. It's just sat there trying to clear up Texas dart.
Yeah, they're comboing really well. Hello?
Well, it's just going to be Kai spotted.
It's not the end of the world. That does give up too much info. That very well could have been intentional as well. And they're going to try to make a two-man push up through mid. Got the Raze and the Omen.
It's a four-man.
Oh, four-man now.
So everybody joining in. Paranoia going to be sent. Jump around the side. And, oh, Runner with the covering. Fire over at Boba. Shuts down the enemy Raze. Aggressive maneuvers do get punished, but they find themselves now in the site. The spike plant coming in.
Yeah, they're trying to punish that protocol
क्या पता था
of
उनको?
Trex there. He's been sending that drone out almost every time that they send out that smoke towards mid.
I picked out a mid. I mean, the rotation is coming around. Hebe's trying to go for the backstab. But is he going to be too late is the question. Paranoia not going to go deep enough. 0 point, not going to scout anything, but pressure here on BNK. Lil King to try to buy some time here.
Hebe.
Starting to work his way forward, finds the one, showing out the patience, makes his way into the smoke. Now can strike, does so. Kill coming across. Safe, strafing across the fault line, going to be sent, doesn't connect here on the two. The shots in line up for, but they cannot get the damage to connect. Smoke now dissipating the forward push and Safe finding one, kicks the other.
There
The
was
fuse will come through and Vitality will find
there
7.
was a chance.
Yeah. Again, these reactions are so good. And
chance था.
It feels like now Trace Esports is kind of banging their head against the wall, trying to break through into B. Instead, they're just being bullied back. I'm pretty curious. I would like to see more of play towards A, see if they can at least hold some rotations in that direction if they want to cut through. I get what they do. I get why they clear space. I like the idea to try to punish the Owl drone, but again, just step ahead is Vitality. Now Safe starting to get in the groove.
All right, well, fast push forward, looking for the punish, but Sender stabilizing the aim faster. Finds that kill, kicks now, pincering forward. Lil King able to fight back for one, but Fury takes him down. 2 members left standing now versus 4.
Vitality जीता.
It's Vitality, look for an 8 and 4 half.
Vitality जीता, bro.
And Runner just going in, and yep, that neural theft that was available, now not going to be able to come into play, but Runner's got one of his own. Hebe spotted out. Revealed here in mid, goes for the swing, but Runner puts him down.
Runner.
Little chance to utilize that Spectre. Vitality up by 4
जीता बे, जीता. बच गया. Pickums बच गया.
Showing those extra layers as this half wore on really gave them a big advantage.
Very much did. Well, the lead there for Vitality, wanting a 3rd map. We'll see if they can get it. But first, we'll go to the break.
एक राउंड मिक किया, वही राउंड वो लोग काउंटर करने बैठे थे भाई. गलत रीड है. गलत रीड था बे, गलत रीड था ना. F क्या F? पर बस में टैलेंट भी तो T1 टीम है. अरे मेरे जैसे जो स्क्रीन ग्लिच हो रही है कहाँ से? ये दो ही ट्वीट क्यों दिखा रहे? कोई ट्वीट नहीं कर रहे क्या? हेलो मस्टर्ड कैट नाम है उसका। भाई पिंकी रैंक पुश कर रही है चैट। कार्तिक भाई क्या हो गया है? हाँ
And we are back and about to go into the second half here of our second map in this series. Vitality trying to extend this into a third and final.
Oh, that tweet Binks bye.
Can rally back.
मेरा फोन यार, फोन किधर है पता नहीं.
Maybe.
मेरे याद भी नहीं मेरे चार्जिंग पे डाला है कि नहीं.
Maybe.
मेरा पिकअप 4 out of 5 है अभी. 100% टाइटल का हो.
Vitality started to look there with their decision making, with their protocols, with their responses to what Trace Esports.
Bridge by long time no see. How's you?
Sunset.
Could
be where Trace Esports start to pick up steam again. We know they've got it in them. We've already seen it today.
Bridge बनाने गए थे.
On Sunset, they're a little bit better on their attacker side though historically, so could be interesting.
Notice the reply screen से new effect
special
link.
In store for us otherwise. Could be heading to that map.
ये कल ही हम लोग तोड़ रहे थे.
All right, well, Vitality seeking their first pistol.
अच्छा किया ना ये वाला भी.
Taking a look here, it looks like 3 ghosts versus 2 on the opposite side. Some half armors in play. Safe immediately sprinting forward in this B site, widely ignored.
मेरा अगर वेट जीता तो सबका सब सही है. End of the day देखना.
Just a trap wire to alert. Already
मेरे चैट में से एक भी बंदा नहीं रहेगा जिसका 100% right हो.
Discipline again from Safe. Gets a little bit of a spot. May just have to clear that and dash out eventually, but still the spike there, so let's see how they want to do this. If they're going to pause off the clear of the trap wire, if they're going to try to make a go of it.
Trying to see if they can get a catch there onto the enemy Cypher. They do not.
Take ball.
All of Trace now starting to ship their way across the map. Trap wire similarly set up over towards that A site to try to intercept a runner if he does go on a deep lurk around.
Vitality has so much map control right now.
Runner will go ahead and clear that one out. Cam also set up to maybe try and catch him in transit.
मूड में नहीं है खेलने का लग रहा है.
Shot going through. Shock dart going to connect. Send her down to 69 HP. Push for though. Flash connecting and Bang trying to take some space. Goes up aggressively.
जीता VIT जीता.
Big
shock dart, bro. Big shock dart.
Oh, looks to shut them down and his thing.
Big shock dart, bro.
He just cannot toss it out.
Holy fucking fuck shock dart, bro.
I mean, you have to make a flood play here as Trace Esports.
Chat love you, Bridge. Bye.
It's so good from Vitality. Just so much util they can throw at that front door as Trace Esports tries to barrel through. And it's a whole bunch of dead players. Hey, Bay there. Oh, that shock dart right at the tap of the spike. What timing from Trex. He has been outrageously good today. With the util, with the shooting, with the decision making. I mean, definitely my MVP so far for Vitality.
I don't think you'd find too many to disagree with you there.
Yep.
I'm out of here.
As answering recon going to be sent in. Only Safe going to be spotted, but he's already made noise, so doesn't care too much about that one. The swing forward, and now they know, well, there's a lot more players behind this Neon.
Typical Binks play.
Trying to bait that out.
Fault line does clip there on the Safe, but just no way of punishing. Shots in, and okay, well, Safe will get taken down to 58. Get some good damage over onto Hebei at the same time.
And it's a pullback. It's a pause from Vitality. They don't want to go through the meat grinder. Already a decent amount of contact there. So thinking that the other side of the map may be when there's a little more open space. But actually, Trace Esports has read this well. They're a step ahead.
साक्षी ये लोग पागल हो गए हैं.
हाँ रसमलाई हाँ. Bang over here. Try to shut this push down. Just classics in hand though.
साक्षी जी आप कैसे
available. Could make a meal of this. Could take a few Vitality's players with them.
Oh, hey, man, I was going to say, has a fault line. Tucks back, does manage to send that one out. Stun there onto Kicks, but they still can't close the distance. That smoke there holding them at bay. Blind shots through to try to find a connection. His track snappy to readjust. Takes out the enemy breach as Fang flush up against the box. Looking able to find one. Fang will get another. But one bullet remaining as he tucks back behind the box here. Swings out. Will be good for another one. So dealing some solid damage. But ultimately, Vitality not going to be getting thrifty.
See WhatsApp message.
Actually huge for Trace Esports.
Actually?
Oh. Indeed.
Good to know.
Yeah. But again, it's just guessing correctly here for Trace Esports that if they put enough resistance at the front, they would be able to kind of push Vitality over to the other side of the map, and they do a good job with it. And then there's a good pause there from Vitality to set up Trex on that angle. Coming from the other side, but still though, Fang just, once again, nuts with that classic. Finds a ton of value. Deeper recon. They give a little bit of info, but Vitality trying to turn up the pace, turn up the tempo. No resistance. Kai uses the one-way to dissuade them from going any further towards the B side, at least initially. And now the drone gonna be cleared.
Showstopper online with that orb take.
Yep.
Drone just not quite going deep enough to get a spot out. As there's the Hunter's Fury. Open up, safe, sprinting forward here towards Market. Runner going to be taken down as BMK able to find
Binks भाई कोरिया से कुछ लेके भी नहीं है हमारे लिए प्यार और कंटेंट लेके आया ब्रिज भाई.
Completely theirs. 3 players still rotating over. That Showstopper can come into play, but this is still going to be a risky position here for Trace. A must-win round for them.
Can we get a Trex Hunter's Fury kill counter? He has been ridiculously good with those.
Door broken down, but a full Market approach. 0 point, holding them back. Showstopper can't come in quite just yet. Aftershock, forcing sender back, manages to get the crouch. Eats still a little bit of damage, but TP's back across over towards safety, and immediately is going to be finding a kill as Fang gets taken down and safe. Collects the final 2, a 3-piece from him. It's Vitality.
2-1 safe.
Looking alive and well on the attack.
2-1 safe.
11.
Safe बोला. Vitality 2-1.
8 in a row for the side of Trace Esports.
ये लोग का हाथ गरम हो गया, माहौल गरम हो गया, ये लोग गरम हो गए.
Absolutely frying.
पानी भी पी रहे, खत्म.
Bonus one. I mean, they're finding these great plays where they're able to get the pick.
पहला मैप
breaking things open.
दिखा था ट्रेस करके. इसका स्टार्ट में भी दिखा था.
Not only are they finding space off of that, they're finding kills.
लेकिन उसके बाद जो हुआ है इनके साथ, हाँ?
Everything so well drawn up and executed to perfection for Vitality.
4-1 था ना?
Gives them a huge advantage. I mean, Fang does have the showstopper, but
3-1, 4-1 ऐसा कुछ था ना?
Bulldogs and a Guardian have to be bought down.
नहीं 4-2 था शायद.
Runner has a neural theft and just a cam watching mid, and Vitality now slowing things down, just watching for any aggression from the side of Trace Esports. Oh, got a spot.
He does. Warning shot sent.
मेरा 100% है if VIT wins this.
They're just really going to take their time on this one, but actually Trace Esports on the A side giving up a ton of space. In that area
Hello Meghna ji, long time no see.
Vitality just seeing that one player says nope.
आज क्या सीन सारे मेरे स्कूल फ्रेंड्स ऑनलाइन हैं.
And this time around, it will be a much different situation than we saw on the anti-eco.
PRX कहाँ है? कल है ना PRX का मैच. कल भारी मैचेस.
Eventually, Trace Esports is starting
क्या
to get a
स्ट्रीम
feel
लाइक
for
करो.
this.
6K लाइक्स हैं नीचे.
Some info as it's cleared. It should come through. Is Bianchi gonna say anything about it? He does.
Okay, well, just spam it across, able to find a headshot. King's going to be taken down. KO now out of the picture. That showstopper still available as all the players get clustered up safe. Here alongside Ali, saw that muzzle flash. As showstopper comes in, runner going to be eliminated. Push forward, save, able to find one, but can he save the round? So the answer is going to be no. Spike is just stranded way too deep. Everybody from Trace entrenched there on the site, so time will just bleed out.
Time नहीं है.
Trek's going to see if he can maybe find another elimination.
Hello Palak ji, bhai. Hello, excuse me.
Ooh, shots flying, snappy on the readjust, and it's Hebe taken down. Good kill to be found. Just trying to just get any advantage they possibly can even in the round loss. Still up by 6 here, our Vitality.
Yeah, absolutely. But Trace Esports, with just enough hesitation, kind of catches.
Ping
he got the spot off the ping.
Here comes the party!
In towards spawn, they shut it down. That sets up the showstopper on his site. And they're just kind of working into the midsection of Vitality's formation. And they're cutting them down at just about every point. So let's see if Trace Esports can build a little bit more momentum off the back of that.
Oh, misfire on the cam, but the drone will still do the job.
Bro.
Trap wire cleared. Fast lane just cutting off Boba's spot there as Hebe having the drop down, but he's just out into the open. Eliminated. The neural depth immediately going to be invested, and that reveals the position here of BNK, who's now just absolutely utterly screwed. Gets eliminated. Right there at the market door, but with just 2 players left and not much cash across the team, they're going to have to save.
But that's a tough position to put Hebe in there.
भाई लेकिन मेरे को एक नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, ये लोग जब भी ऐसा खेल रहे और 2 बंदे जिंदा है तो ट्रेस वाले सेफ कर ले, लेकिन सेफ ऑलरेडी वाइटलिटी में, तो फिर कैसे?
The swing in with Sender. That's so well coordinated from Vitality. Little things like that.
Safe is on the Han. Double face out of the smoke. Pop flash does connect here on a Fang. Looking for a little bit more. Does find it, but it's now down to 5 HP. Any straight bullet whizzing past could claim him here. He wants to try to grab the weapon, does so. And eventually it will be fished out.
Just spamming through the smoke there with 5 HP that's risky business, and he paid the price. This early crunch, the timing as well. Runner finds a pick at the same time that's safe and Sender, clearing out Hebe on top of the box.
भाई ये लोग वाइब में लग गए, ट्रेस के लग गए.
They will find themselves taking the second map.
Did he accidentally take a timeout at match point?
It's going to be one last timeout from Trace Esports to see if they can figure anything out. To, 7 in a row, yeah, unlikely. But you'd still want to get 3 or 4. It is all about that mental game.
भाई तो मत कर, मेरे कान से खून निकल रहा है ये सब सुनने के बाद.
Because in all likelihood, this is probably going.
बहुत अच्छा जोक था, love you.
Something to kind of take away from. But granted, at the same time, we have heard teams say, yeah, you know what? If you kind of get blown out of a map, that's easy to recover from. So we'll see which side of the fence they end up landing on here. But it is just that final time out, and if you have it, why not use it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd use it 100%. I'd want to talk about anything here, whether it be comms, mentality.
They're going to say comics.
Next match की तैयारी हो रही है, basically.
Yeah. You guys read that new Batman?
Every other day, it's something with him. Every other day.
Man, it's superhero build, but we'll get ready to go into what could very well be the last round of this map as Vitality look to take us to bind.
Could be the last round here.
Stated Trace need 7 in a row.
Slicky
didn't point that out for the viewers.
That's some good math in there.
Fang, maybe the first challenge here in mid. Catches a glimpse, but cannot get the shot across. Pop flash out of the cyber cage. Kai scaling forward here. As Aftershock further flushes them out, but they're quick to exit. Little damage taken, safe down to 81.
भाई reclear तो है.
Trying to get some utility.
Reclear तो है.
Trace Esports and Vitality now able to pause, reset. They're clearing both sides. They're clearing both mains. They've got so much space.
Catching a glimpse. Takes BMK down to 45 HP.
तो भाई गाली दो.
4-man stack now here.
Clear बोला था कहाँ से बड़ी गाली दो.
Far side of that cage, but Kai able to strike, finds a headshot, and Kicks is going to be taken down. That's going to make them maybe think twice about attacking this site, especially as that smoke gets cycled here from Low King.
ठीक है क्या हो गया इन्हें इसके लिए? ठीक है.
Try to get the crunch going, but they need some way to keep that push from top mid coming through. Door's already shut.
Smoke coming through, door broken open, but
shot
ready.
Aim तो है बेलों के पास.
Kai's going to be claiming 2 more at the same time as Safe and Runner both get taken down. Trek's now last man alive. Is Hebe
aim to hai.
Pick up a free upgrade from the Spectre, and that is a flawless round here off the back of the timeout.
Aim to hai.
Keep themselves in the map.
Yeah, they just hold their ground really nicely this time. They're not overcommitting to anything.
कहना बॉटम पे रहेगा पता था, शर्म करो.
Find the shots.
आ जाओ Valo code.
Head on a swivel and mark it. Well aware of that push potential.
Pinky क्या हो गया इधर को?
Vitality could do as that round sort of wore down. They couldn't really find any openings that they wanted. They had spread the entire map there.
Missing you.
And there was just nothing given over by Trace Esports.
6 more tries, chat. Let's flash out. Safe. Caught by that for a brief little moment, but no one there for a punish. 3 members here from Trace.
Defend करने को ultis
find some early picks.
तो है.
Orb gets grabbed up, kicks just one away from having that null command online. The 0 point not getting too much other than Fang. The fault line comes across to try to slow them up. Overdrive going to be popped, safe, sprinting forward. Paranoia coming across, blinds him up here. Stepping in for the moment, slide forward, and Fang able to find that punish. Safe going to be taken down, but now the return fire from Vitality looks good. Fang and Low King both going to be eliminated.
यार सोल्टी का काम ही नहीं है
Still lingering an
यार.
elbow.
Runner.
This is a bit of a standoff here in mid, and it's one that BNK is going to be able
Nice,
to win.
3v3.
Runner taken down. The swing out kicks down so very low here on HP. 5 remaining for him. Pops the null command.
वो recon में कोई spot हुआ?
No way to try and dissuade this one as Kai trying to go on a lurk ends up falling. Trex wise to it, and now it is all BNK trying to turn the tides of this. But it's such a tough angle to clear. Shocked
Low
makes it a little bit easier for him. Takes down one, spots out here on the Trex, swoops in, finds a headshot, the transfer! BNK with a 4! Keeps Trace alive! What a monstrous clutch!
That is absolutely unreal. He is all over the place trying to figure out what's going on, but he's just fast with his reactions. He's getting shock darted, he's got angles he has to clear, and he's good for all of it.
I mean, you saw from the outset, he was expecting the Omen up on top of the box.
Yep, he was way above.
Swings out, but gets the readjustment, and then just holds down at one. The spray and pray rewarded a Red Bull clutch. There's now 5 more rounds for Trace.
I was so ready to just be like, Trex played that round so well. The way that he held down A-Link, created that extra angle for Vitality.
Holy fuck, let's
playing his positioning so well, and then just can't quite clutch it out in the end. 8 HP left. But what a round, though. What a round for Trace.
This series has delivered.
Yeah, there have been some great ones.
Runner, seeing the drone going over towards Styles, goes for a quick little peek, but position now going to be noted. Everyone from Vitality gathering up here over towards A.
Read अच्छा है, A जा रहे.
Looking, drone going to spot him out. Safe pushing forward, slides up, and oh now BNK this time cannot repeat the heroics. He ends up getting taken down as kicks, takes his head off. Weapon not recoverable.
Clutch करने के बाद.
That's a little bit of a
quick check over into the spawn, but a quick cancel.
उनको पता है cancel हुआ.
For me, there was no backup quite yet for BNK, and he still opted to challenge that angle. Going over to the op.
Oh, up shot, going to be going wide. Blast packs. Manages to pull back over towards safety, but goes for the repeat. And Sender is quick to punish. Looking now here in the corner. Paranoia going to be sent through. He's so damn low. Kai covering fire, helping to keep him alive. Thinks that he confirms the kill, but he does not. He barely even hits him. And now, his Hayman all on his lonesome, his Vitality. They say, hey, we're going to go ahead and get a match for 50. As the Hunter's Fury connects, he gets taken down. MasterCard 50 indeed, 13-7 Vitality.
क्या game
Something back here from Trace. They make it look a bit more competitive. They go ahead and impress us and put our jaws on the floor for a brief little moment. But now, we get ready to go into bind.
That should be a real interesting one.
Team
specializing in bind.
All right, well, could
कैसे का sticker मांगता है actual में भी. Camps के time पे pick'ems बचा. ये गेम खत्म है. मेरे को भी देखना पड़ेगा, मेरे को जाना पड़ेगा कि नहीं, कि मेरे को जो काम है. गाइस 7th को होने वाला है इंटरनेशनल स्ट्रीमर्स के साथ स्ट्रीम. 7th को अभी कौन क्या कैसे हो सब डिटेल्स बाद में. 7th को याद रखना, फन स्ट्रीम. ये भी काम ही है. कहीं नहीं जाएगा तो अरे मेरे को देखने तो दो. मेरे को सबसे पहले ड्राइवर बुक करने का घर के लिए, और 2 शूट का काम है. मोबाइल ही नहीं है मेरे पास.
There's a hit, there's a miss. Now who am I fooling? I can't fight what's happening. Worlds collide, bringing us together. Never felt so right, never felt so right. Stars combine, I just can see forever. This is you and I, this is you and I. Like a ray of light, blinded by the meaning, but I cannot fight. No, I cannot fight. 'Cause worlds collide, bringing us together. Never felt so
You know, like people don't expect you to win, so less expectations, let's say, from the people, so it's a bit less stressful to play. But qualifying into champs and people are now actually have expectations on you, and there's some build-up tension, you know, you want to show something, do something, but I mean, overall it's just we will play our game and we'll see. The attitude is the most important thing, the mentality, how you look at the game, how you prep the things. You don't go into the game and you're like, I'm gonna play for 40 minutes and it's gonna be, that's it, you know. No, it's how you prep the things, you know, like 1 week before, how you're gonna come into the match, how you're gonna like be ready for the match, you know, how you set your routines. If you're gonna troll your routines, it's not gonna be great as well for the match day. So everything up until the match day is how you prep yourself.
My bad.
And Vitality find themselves one step closer to being able to lock up this series, but let's not forget that, you know, this is a situation where for Vitality, they probably were coming into this thinking, oh, we're going to be in a great spot. You know, maybe a 2-0, but no, Trace showing that they have that fight in them, but Vitality managing to hold on. We're going to map 3. Welcome back, everyone, as we break it all down. And, you know, Vitality, I think, overall, Bren, just really showed us why they are a force to be reckoned with on Sunset. You know, you got to respect it, and Trace learned that lesson today as well.
They rebounded hard, I think, as well. I mean, a lot was going right for them in this instance as well. The one thing that we were really paying attention to, I think, was the retake protocol from Vitality, which was really going well. They're just incredibly well drilled on the map. They have a ton of different looks at the defensive setups, and their attack side, they know exactly how to be playing it as well to make the most out of the map. And also a little bit of shaking off the nerves, right? I think after map 1, they definitely had some shakiness at the beginning of it, but this was the bread and butter in terms of what got them the majority of the rounds to get into a good spot.
Yeah, I think Vitality here looked a lot more controlled. I think we saw some moments towards the beginning of Ascent where players were making individual mistakes. They were maybe playing a little bit scared. Here, they were running everything we saw from them in EMEA and doing so really well. Taking those right timings to pause in the round, setting up for these fast fights back in with Safe following up the utility from the KO Sova combination there. And it all looked really nice. The forward fights at the beginning of rounds as well, taking space in A main control, I think was really limiting the options in the mid round for their opponent and setting them up for a lot of good positions on this defensive side. It was really the perfect map for them to bounce back after a rough start to the series.
Well, and also, too, it helped that Trex just popped off as well. He had a pretty decent game, I'd say, and that certainly contributed quite a bit to the success that this team found on Sunset. But it really is, you know, the sum of all of its parts here, right? But he was just set up for success so well.
Yeah, I think at times, you know, Trex has also looked like one of the best players on this team, which is hard to do, to kind of overshadow Safe as an individual when he's being set up. Usually pretty well, but he's often, you know, playing second fiddle almost to that guy. But in this instance, everything he's doing isn't necessarily flashy, but it's just, he knows his role, he knows how to play it, it's effective, he's making sure that his util is being used at the right timings, his dart's being saved for the
job don't got to be pretty, you just got to get the job done.
Exactly, and it's just the right place, right time most of the time when they're kind of trying to, you know, play off of either the util itself or just him, you know, being the bait on the end of the stick as you're seeing in some of these instances.
And the last time we saw this guy come and play on a global stage was when he was with Guild, and he was the primary like dive duelist playing a lot of Raze back then. I think he's grown so much as a player since his time on that roster. Now, basically only playing these initiator roles. I think his Sova looks excellent, especially his shock dart utility that you're talking about. It honestly looks kind of Leo-esque. His former teammate was the Sova player back when he was on Guild, but yeah, I mean, 2 fantastic maps from this young guy back to back to keep Vitality in it. I think he was also the catalyst map one for them to almost make that comeback happen. So huge credit to Trex in this series.
He's been top-fragging pretty much for this team, you know, both of these maps, right? So, I mean, I think it's safe to say Trex has been the glue.
Safe to say बोल सकते हैं कि
kept this squad together, and now they're going to need him even more so going into map number 3. We got Bind on the horizon here. Curious to see
क्या हाल बा सब मस्त हाल बा
and that's the big question, GB, to be honest, because listen, Bind has not been a good map for Trace historically, at least when we're looking at recent history. I think in terms of their recent week-to-week performances in stage 2.
They're on a 5-map loss streak.
It's a bad map for them. It's a real bad map for them, and they've been chopping and changing the composition, not really willing to settle onto anything, to the point where
इसके लिए मैंने काम डिले किया. वो लोग एक मैप भी नहीं जीते बाइंड में. हाँ हाँ चैट, उससे जब मैं पट से काम करूँ क्या? अगर काम जल्दी हो गया फिर मैं रात को स्ट्रीम भी कर सकता हूँ. बताओ. कि मेरे को लगता तो नहीं है. वाइटलिटी का हाथ गर्म हो गया है और ट्रेस ये मैप एक भी नहीं जीता है और सेव बाय स्माइल भी कर रहे. रिज भी है. ना कि ये मैप तो गए. मेरे को लगा कुछ तूफान ही आएगा, लेकिन आई डाउट कि ये लोग 13-2 हारा था लास्ट टाइम शायद. डंसिन रात को आए स्ट्रीम करना. डंसिन तुम लोग ऑफिशियल इसमें देखो, मैं निकलता हूँ क्योंकि एक्चुअल में बहुत काम है. 3-4 काम है मेरे को, तो मेरे को 2 घंटा तो लगेगा काम में. तो मैं फट से करता हूँ और हो गया तो मैं आता हूँ 9:30 बजे. ठीक है, चलो चलो चलो, थैंक यू, बाय 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 गाइस, बाय बाय. तुम लोग यूट्यूब पे भी देख सकते हो, ये ट्विच पे भी देख सकते हो. सिर्फ VIT वर्सेस T सर्च मारो, तुमको लिंक मिल जाएगा ऑफिशियल का, तुम लोग देख सकते हो. बाय बाय गाइस, आदियोस, चिड़मे पादियोस. मिलते हैं रात को 9:30 बजे. टेक केयर, सिया, बाय बाय.